The Dragon's Maiden. Falling for a Dragon Book 2, A Dragon Shifter Romance. Written by Flynn. Chapter 1. People can sense the things that lurk in the dark. Maybe that's why a whole city was abandoned almost overnight. Maybe that's why we should have been more cautious when we traveled to that lonely, forgotten mountain. Maybe I needed to stop thinking about the road ahead and start thinking about the path under my feet. My sore, tired feet.
"One sec," I pleaded as I collapsed with a soft whoosh onto a boulder.
I crossed one leg over the other and removed my leather shoes to massage my foot.
"I think my foot's about to fall off."
Ross and I found ourselves along a dusty dirt road no wider than a cart. The path had once been at ground level, but countless centuries of foot and vehicle travel had dug a large ditch into the ground so that earthen walls surrounded us like a tunnel. Trees of strange leaves like maples and birches grew atop those walls, and their branches hung over the road, giving us shade against the hot, bright sun that loomed overhead. It had been 10 days since our adventure ended at the river, and every one of those days had taken its toll on me. My perma-wrinkled clothes were covered in mud stains, and I could only imagine what my face looked like. Calluses covered the bottom of my feet, and I could barely feel my hand as I massaged the sole. Ross took a seat on the wide boulder and stretched his arms above his head.
"Stopping isn't such a bad idea, but only if we don't stop for too long."
I wrinkled my nose.
"Do you really think Corvinus has sicked a bunch of, what do you call them?"
"Lurkers, and it wouldn't be the first time he did so," Ross warned me as he looked up and down the deserted road.
"But even taking these side roads, we should reach the foothills this evening."
I looked up the road which lay to our right, and beheld the same snow-capped mountains I had seen at the river. Now though, after 10 days of walking, they were much closer. Their grassy foothills started only a few miles off and stretched for miles into deep valleys, and even a few plateaus filled with white-bark trees. I squinted at the rocky outcroppings that looked like towering fortifications.
"So, there's supposed to be a city in there?"
He lifted his eyes to the mountains and nodded.
"An ancient one?"
Brother Collins used to tell me tales about it when I was young, and I went looking for it after I left home.
"Took me 5 years of searching, but I found it."
I scooted closer to him and lifted both my eyebrows.
"And?" He shrugged. "It's a ruined city.
Whatever majesty it used to have was washed away by time and rain." My face drooped.
"Is that it? And we're going to a place like that to find out more about my prophecy?"
A smile slipped onto his lips as he nodded.
"Yep."
Though most of the city is just a jumbled mess of stone, the library was kept up by a branch of the ruling family. None of the looters really wanted books, so they've been able to keep the library nearly intact for all these years.
I tilted my head to one side. "Nearly intact?"
Some of his good humor faltered. Corvinus and others like him have stolen some of the more valuable tomes, those that deal with the darker spells of the world. He discarded the ones that proved worthless to the libraries of Mavros.
"And that's why you were hoping Collins could find something in them to help you guys figure out about those ships," I finished for him. He nodded. "Exactly. What I wouldn't do for one of those ships right now."
I murmured to myself as I eased my massaged foot onto the ground.
I froze and winced when a sharp pain shot up my leg.
Ross looked me over with a concerned expression.
"Are you all right?" I smiled at him. "You wouldn't happen to be hiding a pair of wings underneath your clothes, do you?"
He grinned and shook his head.
"I wish, but we haven't had wings in a long time." I blinked at him. "What do you mean?"
A pensive expression slipped onto his lips as he looked down at his hands that hung between his parted legs.
"When my ancestors were first endowed with the Pactus, we looked quite different, at least according to the descriptions and pictures from centuries past.
We were taller than most men, at least according to the descriptions, and all of those that were granted the gift to be a dragon had large leathery wings that could somehow be hidden when not being used. Apparently it was a sight to behold when a whole family went out to war leading the charge from the sky. I couldn't help but glance at his empty back.
So what happened? He straightened and shrugged.
Somehow down the long years, the wings grew smaller with each successive generation until they disappeared entirely. He folded his arms over his chest and furrowed his brow. Even Corvinus's lineage had wings, but they've lost them too.
So there are no flying dragons?
I guessed.
He shook his head. Not a one, though admittedly there are few dragons left, period.
Of the 5 kingdoms of the dragons, only 3 remain, but he eased himself onto his feet and turned to face me with a bittersweet smile. That's time for you. It moves on and the rest of us just have to keep up. I sighed and stood, disregarding the complaints from my feet.
A not so subtle hint that I need to get my butt moving. He flashed me a grin. It's an admirable ass. I'd hate not seeing it again. I snorted. That's a lame pickup line.
Ross blinked at me.
Oh, what?
My face fell a little and I shook my head.
Forget it. Just an old saying from my world.
Anyway, we're in yours, and that means, I scooted around him and pressed my hands against the back of his shirt, pushing him down the road. You need to lead the way. He twisted his head around and grinned, but didn't try to get out of my pushy clutches.
No need. This road leads straight to where we need to go.
He cast his eyes further down to my hands, and his good humor faded a little.
We might find some gloves for you there too if you want.
I released his back and sidled up to him, where I looked at my bare hand.
I should.
Ross studied me for a long moment before he looked ahead and smiled.
You look good in work gloves.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Come again. He shrugged. Or evening gloves, or the fashionable ones women wear that don't have the fingertips. I think you'd look good in all of them.
I blushed and stared down at the ground.
I don't know about that. I do.
I whipped my head up in time to watch him stretch his arms above his head, before he crossed them behind his back. You even looked good in those frumpy clothes the good father gave to you, and that's hard to do for even the handsomest among us.
I snorted. Even for you.
A grin stretched across his face.
Even for me.
I couldn't help but smile as I shook my head.
Anyway, how many miles do we have?
I want to warn my feet about their impending doom, hey. Ross had swept me off my feet and into his arms. Instinct told me to grab him around the neck, but I jerked back before my familiar magic kicked in. Instead, I crossed my arms over my chest and glared at him.
I can walk. You were just saying you couldn't, he pointed out as he strolled ahead. And my ancestors may have lost my wings, but we haven't lost any of our strength. Now enjoy the carry.
I settled into his arms and did as he commanded. The day was warm, the breeze a gentle kiss on my cheeks, and the trees swayed lazily against the wind as we passed through the tunnel-like road. I noticed the ground had slowly been rising, and the more miles we left behind, the steeper the climb became. The short hills on either side of us fell away, and revealed a rocky plateau that shared a jagged border with the foothills of the majestic mountains. Though their tops were craggy, their sides were gently sloped, and small tree-covered highlands were everywhere to be seen. Our road wound its way via switchbacks and long slopes up the mountainside, though Ross stopped us at the start of the steeper climb. A cabin sat beside the road, and a plume of white smoke rose out of the chimney. At our coming, the wooden door opened, and a wizened old man shuffled out. He wore a simple vest made from the rough wool of some sheep-like animal, and his short trousers were of smoothed leather. A pair of heavy boots covered his feet, and he walked with a slight hunch in his shoulders with his hands clasped behind his back. He had combed back his full head of white hair, and a pair of spectacles pinched the end of his long nose. One of his hands clasped a thick wooden cane. The man stopped beside the road and squinted at us through the glasses.
Were you wanting some supplies before you climbed up?
Ross set me down on my feet and opened his arms wide.
Old man.
The old man's eyes widened before his bushy eyebrows crashed down. He jabbed the flat bottom of the cane at Ross, and his face was a picture of fury. You owe me a goat.
Chapter 2.
I blinked at the old man before I lifted my gaze to the bemused Ross.
Do you two need to be alone? Because if this is going to get weird.
Ross stepped forward and smiled at the angry old man.
I don't have a spare goat on me, but I do have some spare coins.
He reached for his pocket, but the old man jerked his arms forward with more speed than I would have given him credit. The end of the cane smacked Ross' hand, and the dragon yanked his hand back and frowned.
I'm just getting out a bag of coins. The old man shook his head. I don't want your coins. I want my Agatha back.
I raised an eyebrow at Ross.
What's going on here?
He ran a hand through his disheveled but still handsome hair and sighed.
I accidentally left the gate open to his goat pen, and his favorite goat got out and disappeared.
Disappeared up there, the old man snapped as he swung his cane around to point up the winding road.
And that was 2 months ago. I haven't seen her since, the door to the cabin opened and a girl of 16 stepped out.
The girl was of average height, with long luxurious brown hair that flowed down her back. She was not beautiful, but there was a simple elegance to her that one couldn't help but admire. The woman wore a plain tan dress that stopped at the ankles, and brown leather shoes covered her feet. She also wore a soulless expression on her face. There was nothing in those empty, unblinking eyes as she wandered out of the cabin, neglecting even to close the door. Her feet shuffled along the ground, scraping the earth and dirtying her shoes as her arms hung lifeless against her sides.
Katerina.
The whisper came from the old man, who dropped his cane and hurried over to her. He grasped her arms and she stared down at him, but there was no semblance of recognition in those eyes.
This way, Katerina, he pleaded as he guided her back to the cabin.
He gave her a small push into the building, and she shuffled forward without complaint. Hell, without any sound. He shut the door behind her and pressed his palms against the front. The man hunched forward and closed his eyes as a heavy sigh escaped his lips. Ross took a step forward, and his face was marked by pity.
She has the shade.
The old man lifted his head and looked forlornly at the door.
She wandered off the road too far the other day looking for Agatha, and hasn't recovered yet.
My heart felt strangely heavy as I watched the woman wander off.
What's wrong with her?
The old man turned to us and frowned at Ross.
Doesn't she know?
His eyes widened slightly, and he limped down the short path to where he had dropped his cane. He snatched the stick from the ground and pointed the bottom at Ross.
You're taking her up there without warning her about the shades, aren't you?
Ross held up his hands in front of himself and sheepishly smiled at him.
I was going to tell her after we passed your cabin.
The old man scoffed. Likely as not you'd be stupid enough to lose a beautiful woman to the shade. He turned to me and set his cane on the ground, which he leaned heavily against on both hands.
The shade, my dear, is the darkness that lingers here on Barringate Mountain.
He nodded at the slope with its meandering trail. Anyone who goes off the trail sees something, and when they come back, if they ever do, they're not the same for a while.
For 3 days they act like all the life has left them, Ross spoke up as he folded his arms over his chest. And then they're back to their normal selves after that.
The old man glared at Ross.
Not if they go eating drim.
I lifted an eyebrow at Ross, who pursed his lips.
It's an herb found only on this mountain.
Many people who live on the slopes collect the herb and sell it for its unique flavor. Normally it's bitter, but after it's cooked it has a smooth texture to it. And eating that stuff makes whatever's wrong with them last longer, the old man chimed in as he closed his eyes.
I've seen it last months at a time when a strapping lad couldn't be stopped from eating the herb. They finally had to lock him in a cellar for a week, feeding him through a hole in the door. He gave a great shudder. Gods forbid I would have to do that to Katerina.
My heart fell as I returned my attention to the suffering man.
I'm sorry about Katerina. The old man shook his head. No need for you to apologize for that, miss.
He shot Ross a harsh look and wagged his cane at him.
Him, on the other hand, needs to do more than just apologize.
Ross raised an eyebrow.
You want me to go off the path in search of your goat? If that's what it takes, then yes, the old man snapped as he clapped the cane against the ground.
Katerina's a kind soul and won't stop looking until Agatha's found.
That means you have to find her first.
Ross cast a furtive glance at me and pursed his lips.
Now may not be the best time. Now is just the time, the old man insisted.
Ross nodded at me.
Then you'd have me leave her on the path, or take her with me.
You can see for yourself, she doesn't know her way around. The old man whipped his head to me, and his fury withered. His shoulders drooped a little and his hands shook, before he grasped the crook of his cane tighter.
I guess I can, but you still owe me a look around for Agatha. We'll keep our eyes open as we head up to the village, Ross promised as his posture relaxed. Now about those supplies you offered us earlier.
The old man wrinkled his nose.
I won't be giving it out for free, if that's what you're wondering.
Ross patted his pocket and the bag of coins jingled.
We can pay.
The shopkeeper eyed him with suspicion one last time before he jerked his head over his shoulder.
Then come into the shop.
He guided us up the hill to the rear of the cabin, where a small shed was attached to the back wall. The old man led us inside and revealed a plain garden shed with some weathered shovels, a wheelbarrow, and a large collection of worn boots. Ross eyed the 24 pairs of shoes with amusement.
You've added to your collection.
Keeps the vermin from looking in here too long, if you know what I mean, the man replied as he shuffled over to the far corner of the shed. He tossed aside a mess of rotten leather and revealed a trapdoor with a ring handle. The old man grasped the handle and tried to pull, but the door only lifted a few inches before it dropped down with a loud thump.
What a time not to have Katerina. Let me, Ross offered as he stepped up to the old man.
Before the proprietor could argue, he had opened the door and revealed a narrow set of steep stone steps that led into darkness. Ross snatched an oil lantern from the nearby wall, and the old man drew out a match which he struck against one of the pieces of leather. A flame burst into life and soon the lantern burned brightly. The old man snatched the lantern from Ross and held it over the hole.
Mind your steps.
I've had more than a few customers stay as boarders.
He eased himself down the stairs and disappeared out of sight.
Ross offered me his hand and I snorted at him.
Thanks for the thought, but I'll be okay. All right, he returned as he dropped his hand. Sorry about that.
Habit.
I smiled. It's a good habit. We'll get you some gloves down here, Ross assured me as he stared down the hole with a bemused smile. He usually has quite a stock of oddities. Chapter 3. I glanced at the steep stairs.
The old man's light illuminated a large space, and even as I stood there more lights were lit down below. I took a deep breath and eased myself down the steps. The narrow stairs opened into a room as large as the shed and cabin combined. The walls had been hewn from the rock and earth, but then been smoothed and plastered over with a thick coating of whitewash. The walls were also covered in all manner of hiking gear and preserved foodstuffs. Shelves contained cans and pouches of dried meats and vegetables, and hanging from hooks beside those were small leather pouches, toothed saws, and even hiking boots. It was an emporium of simplistic survival gear. There was even a small rack of homemade clothes. They were like the simple threads Giles wore but made of sturdy leather and wool. The only thing out of place among the rugged supplies was a wooden sign above the long counter at the back. The wood had been stained to a shine, and the words Giles' Store had been written in a neat, flourishing hand.
I nodded at the sign. That's a cute sign.
The old man looked up and puffed out his chest a little.
Katerina made that for me. Thought it would brighten the place up.
Ross grasped the handle of a pair of short herb shears and examined the shiny blade.
You've expanded your inventory since I was last here.
Giles shrugged.
Got a lot of people lately looking to make a quick profit on the herbs.
Apparently the city folk have gotten a taste for some of them, and what's fashionable there makes a nice coin here.
I swept my eyes over the room and lifted an eyebrow. Why do you hide the stuff down here? Lots of folks have come here searching for centuries for any treasure left at Rivenburn, Giles told me as he shuffled over to the counter where a cushioned wooden chair stood.
He eased himself into the seat and leaned back with a soft sigh.
Some of them want to make as much profit as they can, so they used to break into the shed and steal what they needed. That was 15 years ago. It took me that long to get this place dug out and fixed up, but now I've got a pretty good store with everything anybody could need.
Ross turned to me and held out a pair of thick, elbow-length gloves.
Even gloves?
Give them a try. I took the gloves and slipped them on my arms. They were slightly snug, but that meant there wasn't any chance of them sliding off. Ross held out his hand to me with his palm turned upward. I bit my lower lip, but set my hand in his palm.
Nothing.
Warm glee filled me as I grinned up at his smiling face.
A perfect fit. He grinned back at me. Good. Now let's get a few more things and we can start heading up the path. Wait a moment, Giles spoke up as he held out his hand. Let me see those coins before you start pawing over the merchandise.
Ross had a look of amusement on his face as he drew out the wrinkled leather pouch, worn by many swimmings, and dipped his hand inside. He drew out one of the barons and dropped it into Giles's wrinkled palm. The old man's jaw hit the ground and his eyes bulged out of his head.
A baron.
His eyebrows crashed down and he rolled his narrowed eyes up at Ross.
Is this real? As real as you or me, Ross assured him as he pocketed the pouch. Now how much food can we buy with that?
Giles bit into the coin and stared in amazement at the undinted metal before he pocketed the money. He leaned back and stroked his chin between his thumb and finger.
Well, you might be able to buy some food. You mean all the food, Ross mused as he picked up a packet of meat and weighed the morsels in his hand. Unless your prices have gone up.
Giles frowned at him.
There's been some inflation.
Ross laughed as he snatched a backpack from its hanger which he began to fill.
Not enough to make you give up your integrity, and what would Katerina say if she saw you swindling paying customers?
A pained look passed over Giles's face before his shoulders drooped.
Very well.
You know what you can take, but, he wagged a finger at Ross, mind you don't take any more than that. Ross filled one backpack and pushed it into my hands.
I don't think we could carry any more than that. And do you have some of your homemade lamps? Course I do, Giles affirmed as he eased himself out of his seat and shuffled over to a wooden locker in the corner behind his chair. I just don't give them out to anyone, you know.
I lifted both eyebrows at Ross.
Homemade lamps. This? Giles spoke up as he turned to me with one arm extended.
He grasped in his hand a metal wire handle from which hung an old-fashioned oil lamp, much like the one he had used to light his way down into the cellar. However, the oval-shaped glass framework in which the wick and oil were supposed to be contained was empty of everything except for two small rocks. The stones were pinned to the top and bottom by wire clasps, and they both showed off a soft white glow. Giles shuffled over to the counter and set the lamp on top.
I've only got one of these, so you'll have to make do with that.
Ross shouldered his own full backpack and walked over to the counter where he snatched the lamp.
That's good enough for us.
I don't expect we'll be heading very far off the torches anyway. Giles nodded at me.
See that you don't, at least for her sake.
When you get her back down the mountain, then you can look around for Agatha. Ross grinned.
I don't make any promises, but we'll see what happens.
Anyway, thanks for the supplies. Giles grumbled a few words of welcome as Ross turned to me.
Ready to go.
I adjusted the backpack that hung over one of my shoulders.
I guess.
We climbed out of the cellar with Giles following behind, and he shuffled out of the shed and onto the road.
He cast a quick look at the cabin. The door was still shut. Mind you take care of your lady friend there, Ross. She seems too good a sort to be following you, and that means she deserves to get back without getting the shade on her.
Ross turned to the old man with a slightly grim look on his face and nodded.
I'll be sure to do that, and I hope when we come back we'll sit down to eat Katerina's good stew.
Giles's face fell.
So do I.
Ross clapped a hand on the old man's shoulder and gave him a soft smile.
I'm sure she'll be fine, and we'll see you later.
Ross led me up the gentle curve and onto the narrowing road. Trees and bushes surrounded us on either, and they stretched all the way up and down the mountain. Their thick foliage meant we couldn't see more than the straight road ahead of us, and that turned a corner only a few dozen yards ahead. A few small boulders also crowded the road, though many showed signs of having been chipped down over many centuries. My mind was full of questions as I looked up at Ross.
If the shade stuff never lasts very long, then why is Giles so worried about Katerina? He pursed his lips as he stared ahead. Wouldn't you wonder that maybe, just once, the effects didn't wear off?
I shuddered.
I guess I would, and I guess that stuff they can eat to make it last longer wouldn't help me feel better.
Drim is definitely a concern, Ross agreed as we rounded our first bend in the road and were presented with a longer stretch to the next corner. He stopped and pointed at a small bush no taller than a foot that resembled a pepper plant.
There's some of it now. I stooped and studied the plant.
The leaves were long and pointed, with 6 veins on either side of the main artery. A few fluffy balls like cotton hung from the spindly branches.
The herb gave off a strange odor I couldn't quite place and didn't quite like. Can it hurt anyone if it isn't cooked? He shook his head. It doesn't seem to, other than people with the shade.
I plucked a bit of the cotton and lifted it to my nostrils. The moment the herb touched my face, however, a burning sensation struck me. I gave a yelp and threw the herb to the ground before I stumbled back. My careless legs would have carried me through the narrow divide and down to the lower part of the path if Ross hadn't grabbed my hand and yanked me against him. He cupped my chin in his hand and pulled my face up. His eyebrows crashed down as he studied my features.
Does it sting?
I nodded. My lips felt puffy enough that it was a little difficult to talk.
Yeah.
Can you see what's wrong? Ross pursed his lips.
You have swelling on the lower part of your face.
Have you ever had this reaction to anything before? I shook my head, and he turned his attention to the small plant.
We'll have to make sure you don't eat anything with Drim in it. My heart skipped a beat. Do you think I'll die? I'd rather not find out. Chapter 4.
Ross looked me over.
Can you walk? I tried to smile, but the lower half of my face wouldn't move very much. My legs are fine. Then let's get you up to the first cabin, Ross insisted as he took my hand and guided me up the path.
I lifted an eyebrow at my dragon companion.
First cabin.
He pointed up at the sky, where the sun had started its descent below the horizon.
Night would soon be upon us. The Paths of the Forgotten is a couple of miles long, and it gets steeper before it plateaus onto village. That's why a few cabins were built along the trail for people who couldn't make the trip in one day to stay. I blinked at him. The what path? That's the name for these trails, he explained as he gestured to a side trail which we passed, and which dipped downward.
That route was narrower, hardly more than the width of my shoulders, and appeared to end at a small clearing no more than 100 feet away. Nobody really knows who built Rivenburn or these roads, so they're called the Paths of the Forgotten. His words caused a memory to surface in my mind.
Rivenburn?
Didn't Giles mention that place? Ross nodded.
That's the name of the ancient city, or what it's called now.
Nobody really remembers what its original name was. I furrowed my brow and pushed through the puffiness of my face to quell my curiosity.
If the paths have a meaning, then why is the city called that? Most of the stones that once made up its buildings are broken, except for the library, that is, he informed me as we neared the next bend. And they're also scorched, even the library. That's where it gets its name from. I tilted my head to one side. Burned. He shrugged. It's been burned for so long that nobody knows when it happened or why.
If the librarians know, they're not likely to tell anyone.
I frowned. Why not? He smiled and shook his head. Nobody knows. I asked them once the first time I came to the library, but all they'd say was they'd taken an oath not to tell anyone until the time was right. I snorted. Like when the right full moon arose in the sky over a shooting star. He grinned. It sounds like your world has its own mystical secrets. I shrugged. Maybe it's universal that people like to keep their secrets. Speaking of secrets, he mused as we reached the far corner.
Ross stopped and nodded at another side trail.
What say we take that one? I squinted down the trail.
The shadows of night had lengthened and stretched themselves over the path, obscuring the end.
What's down there?
He studied my face, and some of his eagerness fell away.
Do you feel up to seeing it?
I rubbed my swollen face and winced.
It won't take too long, will it? He shook his head. Not too long, and you won't regret it. I promise. I managed to smile. Then let's do it.
Ross led the way, and we ventured down the narrow, hard-packed dirt path. As we ventured deeper, I noticed something about the brush.
How come the bushes here are so short?
Ross turned his head slightly to the side so one eye looked at me. People lean over to search for the herbs, so that way they keep on the path and get a look in the woods. I squinted into the darkening forest that surrounded us. The shadows of the trees were broken by the hulking figures of the brush and scattered rocks.
Is it really that dangerous? I mean, the shade only happens in a few spots, doesn't it?
Ross' good humor faltered a little as he shook his head. All anyone knows is that it happens only to people who leave the path. The people who are struck with it don't have any memory beyond stepping into the trees.
They don't even remember anything during their time being sick.
My puffy jaw dropped open, and I scooted a little bit closer to the center of the path, not that I had much leeway.
Really?
Ross leaned his whole body to one side and slipped his hand into mine.
I won't let that happen to you, and it won't if you stay on the trail. That is really weird, I mused as we approached the end of our journey.
Though the light had faded a great deal, I could see that the path opened up ahead of us. We reached the end and stepped out into a small round clearing.
The trees and brush surrounded us on all sides, but the one to our right,
a gap in the foliage, allowed us a view of the valley. I glimpsed the lakes, and even farther off was the faintest hint of the channel. What I wasn't expecting was a large stone column.
The hunk of rock stood at the opposite side of the clearing and rose up some 20 feet.
Its edges were roughly hewn, and on its flat top was a round ball crafted from some smooth black stone like onyx. A small triangle-shaped relief stuck out of the column, only a few inches from the top. I walked up to the strange pillar and tilted my head back to study the black stone.
What's this?
Ross joined me at my side, and I saw he held the lantern we'd purchased from Giles.
Nobody knows. I snorted and gave him a lopsided smile. You guys need to learn to write things down. He chuckled. Whatever was written down about these things is stored in the library's vault, and nobody gets in there unless they're a librarian. So how do you get to be one of them?
Besides be born or married into the family.
There's no other way.
My face fell, and I returned my gaze to the column with its large triangle.
Does the triangle mean anything? He shrugged. Whatever it means on the columns is not known, I finished for him with a smile. But it is known to be connected to the library, he revealed as he studied the three-sided shape. The symbol is all over the outer parts of the Mathisi, and as an instrument based on its shape that's said to originate from this area.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Mathisi. The official name of the library.
A thought struck me and I rubbed my chin in one hand.
This instrument wouldn't happen to be played using a small stick and banging it against the sides, would it? It was his turn to look interested. It would.
Do you have one in your world?
Yeah, but it generally doesn't have as lofty a position as that, I mused with a grin. A lot of people ring it to call everyone in for food.
Ross chuckled.
It would be amusing to use it like that at the library, though I think the humor would be lost on them. They're rather a stiff bunch. I turned my questions to the shiny orb at the top. I'm surprised nobody's stolen the ball. It looks valuable. They can't, Ross told me as he cast an unpleasant look at the rock. Whatever's keeping it connected to that rock is impossible to break.
A smile slipped onto my lips.
You wouldn't happen to know that from experience, would you? He shrugged, but his eyes twinkled. I may have tried my hand at pulling one down, just to see if it was possible.
I snorted, but let the matter drop as I returned my attention to the pillar. The rough surface appeared to have a strange consistency to it. I set my hand on the carved surface and followed a winding trail that ran diagonally down the front.
What's this? It looks like there was something cut into the stone.
Ross shook his head.
Nobody's quite sure about that either.
Some people think it was just some fanciful vine decoration, cut into the pillars to make them look better. I leaned my head back and followed the vine all the way up to the top. For some reason, the vine reason didn't satisfy me. He dropped his attention to the lamp clasped in his hands.
But just give me one moment, and I can show you what I brought you here for.
I watched Ross slip his finger into a small hole beside the top stone. His finger tapped the rock, and the light grew brighter. He did the same to the bottom stone, and when they were both lit, two small tendrils of light twisted out of the stones. My wide eyes watched in amazement as the strands glided toward one another until they met. A ball of light burst into existence. The brilliance was so great that it swept over us like a wave and illuminated the entire clearing. It also lit up the ball atop the column with the same white glow, but there was a strange pulsing sensation from the orb. The pulse was like a soft tug at my soul, and I stepped up closer and stretched out my hand toward the ball. The world faded around me as the sensation flowed through me, resonating with my very being. The bright glow and the ball appeared to part, and I glimpsed some strange cloudy vision in the center. Suddenly the light failed, and then it disappeared completely. The world fell into shadow, and I felt alone in the darkness. That is, until a voice spoke from the shadows.
Kate.
I started back and the world was visible again, and I found my shoulders gripped by Ross. He stood in front of me with the lamp set on the ground beside the pillar. Both its rocks had been extinguished. I shook my head and my foggy mind cleared up a little, though a strange softness lingered.
What just happened? I don't know. Chapter 5. There was such a deep-seated fear in his voice that I looked up at him. So, the ball has never caught your attention like that?
Ross drew me against his side and frowned up at the orb.
No. Did you see anything in it?
I shook my head, and the last of the fogginess was lifted.
Just its light, but I couldn't look away. So I noticed, he mused as he gestured down to the unlit lamp. I was trying to shake you out of it for a minute, before I thought to shut off the rocks.
I blinked at the strange lantern.
How did it make that light anyway? The two stones come from Rivenburn, he explained as he leaned far enough to pluck the lamp from its resting spot.
He grasped the lamp in both hands and lifted the machine up between us.
They're quite rare and difficult to tell from one stone to another, but Giles has a knack for finding them.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Can't you tell where they are by their glow? He shook his head. Not always.
They have to be close enough to another of the same stone to glow, and they have to be activated by touch to glow as brightly as the lantern. I tilted my head back to study the orb atop the column.
So, what do the stones from Rivenburn have to do with the ball on top of this pillar?
Ross pursed his lips.
I don't know.
I discovered the connection by accident when I was, inspecting the orb.
I snorted. You mean when you were trying to pry it loose? He shrugged. Even a former prince has to eat, and those balls would sell for quite a bit if they were ever freed.
He lifted his gaze to the orb and furrowed his brow.
I've been across a great deal of the world, but I've never seen a stone of such polished beauty.
Whoever cut and smoothed it used a skill we no longer have.
I'm guessing you don't know what they were built for. Not a clue. I half turned back to the path. How many of those balls are there around here? He shook his head. At least 24, though there might be more in the forest.
Some of the paths I walked on when I first came to the mountain have closed up from lack of use, and you can't get to their clearings anymore.
Not without getting the shade,
I murmured. A strange chill ran down my spine that made me shiver. I couldn't help but wrap my arms around myself.
I really appreciate you showing me that really pretty light, but I don't think I want to be here anymore.
Ross looped his arm around my waist and nodded.
Let's go.
He led me back down the path, and though we couldn't walk side by side, he kept a firm grip on my hand as I followed him. We soon reached the main trail, and Ross stopped to look me over.
I smiled at him. I'm fine.
Maybe I just became hypnotized by the light.
He lifted an eyebrow. Hypnotized?
I sighed.
Entranced. Drawn in by a pretty thing.
My mind blanked out. Ross nodded before he looked up at the trail ahead of us and pursed his lips.
There's a cabin a few miles further up. We should stop there for the night.
He reluctantly released my hand and lifted the lantern up.
I'm going to restart this. It's the best light we have. I tensed but nodded. Go ahead.
Ross lit up one stone at a time, pausing between illuminations to cast a furtive look at me.
I smiled and shrugged, and he lit the other stone.
The light burst outward as it had done before, and the brilliance that enveloped us left me with a soothing sensation. I looked around us, and found that nothing enticed me into the woods.
No problems here. Looks like we need one of those balls for me to space out.
A quizzical expression from Ross made me sigh.
Make me lose my focus. I'm glad to hear that, he replied as he held up the lantern in the uphill direction.
He made sure to grasp my gloved hand before he jerked his head ahead of us.
Stay close beside me.
I snorted but stayed by his side as we continued our journey up the paths of the forgotten.
Don't worry so much.
I'm fine. He continued to stare ahead as he pursed his lips.
You're my responsibility. And you're doing a great job of keeping me safe, I insisted as I nodded at the valley.
Nobody but you could have gotten me out of the King of Shadows' kingdom, and you're my best hope in finding out why I dropped into this world. I paused and cast my eyes to the ground.
If there's a reason I'm supposed to be here. The gods wouldn't let just anyone drop from one world to the next, he mused as we passed around another corner.
He lifted the lantern a little in my direction and smiled at me.
And I'm glad they decided on such a beautiful woman. I snorted. Flattery will get you a little way, but I'd much rather you tell me if these librarians can really help us learn more about that prophecy. He shrugged.
When Collins and I were looking into Corvinus's airships, we discovered a great deal of ancient books, and many of them dealt with prophecy. Unfortunately, those weren't really why we were there, so we didn't look at them other than their titles and a few chapters.
I furrowed my brow. And even with that big library, nobody knows who built the city or the pillars. He shook his head. Not a clue.
Whatever books they may have left that explained their history were lost a long time ago. Maybe in that fire. Anyway, we'd better move faster. He lifted his eyes to the dark sky where the stars had begun to peek out from the black blanket. Being out after dark means a greater chance of stepping off the trail. I cast a glance at the foliage on either side of us.
How far off the trail is too far? Nobody's really sure, so keep both feet on the dirt.
We quickened our pace and covered the distance in record time, though as we neared the end of our journey my weary legs began to slow me down. The steeper slope of the road, too, wasn't helping my sapped energy, and I was glad when the starlight revealed a dark shape 50 yards ahead of us. We reached the cabin and found it much like that which belonged to Giles, sans the back shed with its hidden cellar. 2 plain and dirty windows faced the road, and I peeked into one of them as Ross made for the door. The interior was plain, with a wooden floor and walls that were just the other side of the logs. 4 cots were stacked against the wall in one corner, and a fireplace stood opposite the door and a little to the left. A shelf contained some metal pots and pans, and a small pile of wood sat on the far side of the chimney with some kindling in a wood box. "Kate!" Ross called to me from the opposite door.
I scurried after him and we both stepped inside. The chill night air was hardly better inside the building, but Ross made straight for the wood.
I dragged out 2 of the cots and set them near the fire, before I plopped myself down in one of them. The canvas gave a little bit of a bounce, and I was glad to be off my feet as I eased the heavy pack off my shoulders. Ross soon had a nice stack of wood in the hearth, and snatched a box of matches off the stone mantel. A fire roared to life beneath the flame of one of those matches, and I couldn't help but hold my hands out as the warmth floated toward me. Ross dropped his pack and butt onto the other cot close beside me and looked me over.
"How are you feeling?" I snorted. "If you mean, am I going to go into the firelight, I'm fine."
He looked over his shoulder at the shut door.
"I wouldn't wander too much at all. Not here."
The warning in his voice made me shudder, and I was happy to pull out a blanket from my backpack that I spread over myself.
And with that, I'll say goodnight. My sleep, however, was not to be undisturbed. Chapter 6.
My slumber was broken at some ungodly early hour by a strange thumping noise.
I shot up in bed and whipped my head around. At first, confusion reigned supreme, until I remembered our climb up the mountain.
Thump.
The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end.
I grasped the edge of the blanket close against my chest as I slowly turned my face toward the door. Thump. The sound matched the heavy beating of my heart, though not the fast tempo.
The sound had definitely come from the door.
Thump. I had positioned my head close to Ross' head, and now in my terror, creakily leaned toward him and shook his shoulder. My voice couldn't do any more than a hoarse whisper.
"Ross."
There was no reply, so I shook him hard enough that his head flopped about like a rag doll.
"Ross."
Thump. I froze.
Did it sound louder that time?
Ross was still unresponsive. Indeed, I think his breathing had gotten deeper. I was alone on this adventure.
I swallowed the lump in my throat and climbed to my shaking feet.
The door was only a few feet away, but it felt like miles as I traversed the distance. All was quiet and calm. Too quiet. Too calm. I was a porcupine, as all the hair on my arms joined those on the back of my neck to stand at attention. Every fiber of my being was tense, ready to perform a fight or flight response.
I stretched out my quivering hand toward the knob.
The sound of a soft, deep breathing came from the other side. I grabbed the doorknob and wrenched the door open. Something stood just outside the door. Its form was covered in wispy shadows, but it appeared to be a hunched figure. The creature had no discernible face, but I could feel that its full attention lay on me. The thing leapt at me, its black arms stretched out for my neck.
I screamed and shut my eyes as I threw my arms up.
Cold and clammy clawed hands wrapped around my throat. A bright light burst outward and penetrated my eyelids, blinding me.
The clamminess about my throat vanished. "Kate!"
I felt a harsh pain sting my cheek and my eyes flew open. Ross' worried face hovered over me. Tears welled up in my eyes and I threw myself at him. I wrapped my arms around his neck and sobbed into his chest. He wrapped his own arms around me and drew my shaking body against him. Ross sat down at the end of my cot and held me for a long time. One of his hands stroked my hair until I could gather my courage. I drew away from him and stared down at the floor, ashamed of my sudden outburst.
"I'm sorry."
Ross pursed his lips.
"What happened?"
I took a seat beside him and clutched my head in one hand.
I guess I just had a nightmare." He lifted an eyebrow. "That didn't sound like just a nightmare, and I had trouble waking you up again."
I winced.
"I seem to be making a bad habit of that, aren't I?" "Yeah. And before you ask, no, I've never had stuff like this happen to me before."
A snort escaped my nostrils.
"I've never had a lot of this stuff happen to me before I crash-landed here."
Ross studied me for a moment longer before he sighed and lifted his gaze to the windows.
"It looks like the sun will come up soon. Did you want to try to sleep some more?"
I recalled my nightmare and shuddered.
"I think I'd rather get some breakfast." Then I hope you like dried meat, he mused as he plopped his bag into his lap and opened the flap.
He rummaged around inside and brought out one of the packages.
It's Giles' specialty to make meat and nothing else. I smiled as I accepted the package. Not a believer in vegetables or fruit.
A bemused, crooked grin slipped onto his lips.
I doubt he'd know what they were if Katerina wasn't around.
He opened his own package and took a bite. I watched him chew thoughtfully for a while.
Well,
any good? He chewed a moment longer before he gave a deep swallow and turned his face toward me.
Have you ever eaten leather shoes?
I winced.
That bad? The flavor is bland. I took a bite of my own piece and my face fell. It was like eating a leather boot.
A new boot, but still a boot.
I managed to chew and swallow, but I now knew how a cow felt.
I glanced up at Ross, who had risked another bite.
You think it all tastes like this? He swallowed and shuddered. Yep. I clasped the package of meat in both hands and stared down at the food.
Do weird things happen to people a lot in this world, or am I just special? Ross leaned back his head and furrowed his brow.
We have our shades and our shadows.
Most people try to steer clear of magic and sorcery.
They don't understand it, and they can't control it. And then there's people like Corvinus.
I guessed.
He frowned. Yeah.
People like him are always trying to get more power by any means. I winced.
Even through me.
Ross reached over and grasped one of my hands.
That won't happen. I won't let it happen. At that moment, the sun crested the horizon. Its brilliant rays streamed through the windows and lit up the whole cabin.
I couldn't help but smile as a warmth filled me. Ross gave my hand a squeeze and I leaned my head against his shoulder and closed my eyes.
Thank you for being here. My pleasure.
I snuggled closer to him, and before I knew it, I had fallen asleep. That slumber was undisturbed until a finger prodded my shoulder. My eyes fluttered open, and I found myself staring up into Ross' smiling face.
We should get going.
I sat up and blinked against the light that flowed into the room. The sun was much stronger now, and the faint scent of dawn no longer lingered in the air. I rubbed the last of the weariness from my eyes.
How long was I out? A few hours, Ross informed me as he hefted his pack onto his back. There's still some dew on the leaves though, so we have plenty of time to reach Micron.
I blinked at him even as I stood and grabbed my own bag.
Where? That's the village near Rivenburn, he explained as he picked up both cots at the same time and put them back in their corner. He turned to me with a sly smile. And before you ask, it means small in the native language.
There are only a couple hundred people living there, and most earn their living on the herb hunters that come here, and from their own hunting. With the cabin set as we found it, we ventured out into the warm sun. I basked in its pleasant rays as we strolled up the winding road. A bird swooped past my face and flitted into the trees, which made a question pop into my mind. Can animals be affected by the shade? Ross shook his head.
Not that I know of, but they generally steered clear of the thick underbrush.
We reached a corner, and I paused beside a particularly large boulder that stood taller than me. The rock had evidently fallen from on high, and came to rest in its current position, or rather what was left of it. Half of the boulder had been chipped away. I brushed my hand against the rough chip marks and furrowed my brow.
This must have taken a lot of breaking.
Why would somebody do that? To avoid moving the road, Ross told me as he stepped up to my side and examined the markings.
This is one of the many testaments to the villagers' determination not to step foot in the forest.
We strolled onward, and I couldn't help but notice more side paths that led to more roughly hewn columns. From what I could see, each one had their own orb atop the stone pillar.
Are all the stone clearings on the corners?
Ross nodded.
As far as I can tell, yeah, and they all have a view of the valley.
The strange mysteries of the paths of the forgotten couldn't completely distract my mind from the nightmare I'd had. What did, however, was when, after several more miles of hiking, we reached a plateau. The path opened up into a large highland that stretched for several miles in front and to our sides. Many trees dotted the landscape, but the vast majority of the plateau was settled with stone houses that sported clay tile roofs. They were congregated in tiered blocks around a central oval-shaped and depressed square. The plateau was surrounded on three sides by rugged mountains with jagged peaks, and a chill breeze blew past us, reminding me how high we'd climbed. Ross smiled down at me and used an arm to gesture at the view.
Welcome to Micron. Chapter 7.
People strolled to and fro, keeping to the well-worn brick paths their ancestors had created. The bricks started some 10 yards in front of us, and had been so well used that much of the mortar between them had crumbled away. The gaps left meandering tunnels like miniature labyrinths. Many pointed their feet toward the center of town, and the road on which we stood also pointed in that direction. The street led in a straight, slowly declining line toward the square, and was interrupted only by the corner of one or two impertinent houses that stuck out from their tiers. I noticed that another 5 roads led upward like the one on which we stood, but they ended at a street that ringed the outer perimeter of the whole village. Ross jerked his head toward the square.
We should find a place to stay first.
Together we walked down the wide road. Smoke rose up from the chimneys, and drying racks stood everywhere about the many yards. Herbs even hung up beside laundry.
I looked up at my guide. These herbs really bring in a lot of money, don't they? He nodded. The best, though they have to keep up with the trends in the capitals.
Some years they guess right and make a fortune. Others they aren't so lucky.
I swept my eyes over the tops of the mostly uniform homes. I don't see a library.
Or any ruins. Ross stopped at one of the intersections where the main road was crossed by one of the tiers, and he nodded to our left.
Rivenburn and the library are through there.
I looked at where he indicated and glimpsed a tall, narrow gap in the mountainside. The cut meandered its way for 50 feet, before its winding corners hid the rest of the journey. I lifted an eyebrow at him.
All of it is back there.
He nodded as we continued downward.
It's why a lot of people don't know it's up here.
You can't even see it from this village, much less the valley.
Funny place to put a city, I mused as we neared the square. A perfect defense, he counted as we stopped at the edge of the public courtyard.
The circular village square was some 200 feet in diameter, and much of the sunken stone walls around the perimeter were hidden by a dozen stalls and their accompanying drying racks. Another half-dozen of the stalls had local produce and manufactured goods like shoes and woolen coats. I couldn't help but notice that all but 2 of the stalls were empty, and there was a subdued air over the few that were manned by their owners. The locals were dressed in plain clothing like Giles had worn, so that made it easier for me to spot the herbalist tourists. There were about 4 dozen of them, and many moved from stall to stall bartering, trading and selling. Most had backpacks like what Giles had sold to us, though a few had even larger carriers. I caught my companion's eye.
There are a lot of visitors here, for the path being empty. He nodded. The herb hunters, as they are often called, stay here for several days, collecting as much variation of herb as they can carry. He swept his eyes over the area and furrowed his brow. But I've never seen so few stalls open. Ross.
The shout came from a young boy of 10 who scurried up to us. He sported short brown hair and a bright smile as he grasped Ross' hand.
You've come back already.
Ross grinned down at his young acquaintance.
I had another adventure that took me in a big circle. Then you have to be hungry, the boy insisted as he tugged on Ross' hand. And Mother said she would cook for you whenever you came.
Ross laughed.
That she did, but I won't abuse her kindness. It's no abuse at all, another voice spoke up, and one of the local shoppers stepped out of the crowd.
She was a woman of about 30 with the same bright smile as the young boy. Her long hair was wrapped in a single tail that hung past her waist, and her kindness showed in her bright eyes. We would be honored to have Gregor's savior at our table. Ross shook his head.
I only did what had to be done.
The woman set a hand on Gregor's head, and gave the boy an affectionate look.
And what you did was save my son, and when you are here you will not want for food.
Ross shook his head.
We have some food on us.
I winced at the reminder. The woman chuckled and used a hand to gesture to me.
I see from your companion's face that you have bought what Giles sells.
Let us give you something with more flavor, and I can improve upon his dried meat as well. Ross glanced down at me, who furiously nodded. He grinned and turned his face back to the woman.
How could we refuse that offer? Yes,
Gregor shouted as he tugged even harder on Ross' arm.
Come on. It's almost breakfast. I'll help Mother cook it too.
The woman wagged a finger at him.
Only if you're careful with the fire. I will be, he promised as he pulled Ross up one of the nearby crossroads that led up into the tiers of houses.
The woman stepped up to me and inclined her head.
May I have the pleasure of knowing the name of one who has come with such a great man? I had to suppress a snort, and returning the bow helped hide my amusement. I'm Kate.
What's yours? My name is Daria, and my son, she half turned to where her child had dragged Ross, is Gregor, who I am sure you noticed is a very friendly child. I grinned.
Very friendly, but what's this about Ross saving him?
Her smile faltered a little as the memories flashed across her eyes. She lifted her sorrowful gaze up to the mountains that rose up against the rear of the village. He was searching one of the many fool's mines in the cliffside when the entrance collapsed. The mine began to fill with water, and he would have surely drowned had Ross not thrown aside the boulders and dove into the cold waters to save him.
I set a hand on her shoulder. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up that memory.
She shook off her sorrow and smiled at me.
There is no need to apologize, for the story has a happy ending.
I was merely remembering the terror I felt as I heard his shouts. She paused and closed her eyes as she clasped a fist against her chest.
Such terror I have never felt, even when I became lost in the forest.
Both my eyebrows shot up.
You went into the woods.
She opened her eyes and sighed.
Yes.
Gregor takes after me in his adventurous spirit, and I was about his age when I ventured into the woods. Like most of the others, I don't recall many details except an overwhelming fear and a bitter cold, and then, she shrugged.
And then a few days later, I was myself again, without any memory of what had happened in that time. But come, she set her hand atop mine and smiled at me. Let us make better memories.
I wish to learn how you became a companion to Ross, as he is well known to prefer to travel alone. I winced.
That is.
Daria shook her head.
You needn't tell me if you don't want to, and indeed it doesn't matter to me.
I'm merely glad to receive anyone whom Ross trusts to have as a companion. She guided me up the slope, to one of the higher tiers near the gap in the rocks. I couldn't help but look at the opening as we stepped off the main path, and ventured along the curved street.
The tall walls cast heavy shadows over the trail, and nothing stirred near its entrance.
We stopped at a small home with an empty drying rack and a small garden out front. A rotten stench filled the air, and I nearly choked on the odorous perfume.
What's that smell?
Seasoned drim, Daria informed me as she used a hand to gesture to the drying racks.
I just took them inside this morning, but their air lingers about. How do you like it? I had to resist the urge to clap a hand over my face.
The stench was akin to rotten eggs mixed with sewerage water.
It's definitely something I've never smelled before.
We found Gregor and Ross inside the house where the dragon had been plopped in a seat at a small table, while the young boy worked away in the kitchen.
The house had a room separate for the kitchen, but the dining room shared its space with the living room.
2 doors at the back opened into bedrooms.
My husband should be home soon, Daria told us as she set her basket down by the door. And he'll be very glad to see you both. Does he still work as one of the caretakers?
Ross asked her.
She swooped over to the kitchen to assist her son. Yes.
The Logos find him very useful, and they've taught Adras a great deal from their books that have helped him care for Mathisi. Now then, she turned to us with a smile as she clasped her hands together in front of her. What can I get for you to drink?
Chapter 8.
Ross' eyes twinkled as they flickered to me.
Would you like to try a specialty of the region?
I winced.
It doesn't have drim in it, does it?
Daria blinked at me.
Is that a problem? I shrank beneath her curiosity and shrugged. I think I'm allergic to it. Her eyes widened. Truly. I've never heard of anyone being bothered by drim. What about the shade people, Mother?
Gregor spoke up.
They're bothered by it. She shook her head. We shouldn't talk of that right now, Gregor.
Ross lifted an eyebrow.
Why not? Has someone fallen to the shade? Her humor fell away as she pursed her lips. No, but they have the shade nonetheless.
My dragon companion blinked at her.
I'm afraid I don't follow. She sighed and clasped the front of her desk. Neither do any of us, but last night many took ill with the shade without ever leaving their houses.
Ross frowned.
Is that why the stalls were so sparse today? She nodded. Yes, and why everyone pulled their drim inside, even if it hadn't finished drying.
We don't want those afflicted to find it.
How many did it affect?
Daria turned her face to one side and spoke in a low whisper.
4 dozen.
My jaw dropped open and Ross leapt to his feet.
4 dozen.
In one night and without leaving their homes? Daria nodded.
Yes. And have the logos said anything about how this could have happened?
Ross questioned her.
Our hostess tightened her grip on her dress and shook her head. No.
They are as perplexed as we are, but they are still searching their books for any answers.
Are there no clues as to how they came to be the way they are?
Daria shook her head.
None at all, though what is even more strange is that many of them cried out in their sleep before they were taken by the shade.
The color drained from my face as I recalled my own horrific nightmare from the night before.
The same night the people had been afflicted.
Ross' eyes flickered to me, and there was a look of warning in them before he returned his attention to Daria.
If we can help in any way, please don't hesitate to ask.
Daria managed a smile, and she released her hold on her dress.
That's very kind of you, but I'm sure we'll find out the reason for this strange attack soon.
In the meantime, I hope you'll enjoy your stay here. Gregor popped his head around his mother's side. Did you come here to go see the logos?
That's why you were here last time, right?
Daria frowned at her son and grasped the top of his head in one hand. Gregor, you were told not to pry into Ross' business. Gregor's face fell, and he shrank under his mother's scolding.
I was just wondering. I'm here to show my new friend around, Ross spoke up as he nodded at me. She hasn't seen Mathisi nor your lovely plateau.
Daria offered me a warm smile.
Then I hope you find your stay here most pleasant.
Footsteps were heard approaching the door on the stone walk, and the entrance soon opened. A burly man stood in the doorway. He had a short brown beard that matched his hair, and he wore a simple thin shirt with a vest thrown over along with some tan pants. His feet were wrapped in strips of leather, and in one large hand he grasped the strap of a bag which was slung over one shoulder. He paused at seeing us seated at the table, but a crooked smile slipped onto his lips when his attention fell on Ross.
You are a sight for sore eyes, my friend.
He stepped inside and tossed the bag into the corner on his right, before he shut the door behind him. Ross stood and strode over to grasp the offered hand of the other man.
There was a smile on his face as they heartily shook hands. It's always a pleasure to see you again, Adras.
Adras brushed off Ross' words with a wave of his free hand.
Never mind that formal stuff with me, Ross.
You'll always be welcomed in our house, won't he, Mother? Daria nodded.
Of course, dear.
Supper will be ready soon.
And I'm ready to eat it,
Adras announced as he led Ross back to the table. His gaze fell on me, and his twinkling eyes made me smile.
What have we here?
A fairy come to visit us.
Something of the sort, Ross admitted as he gestured down to me. This is my friend Kate.
Adras offered me his hand.
A friend of Ross is a friend of ours.
I grasped his hand and he gave me a gentle shake, but I could still feel the power coursing in those fingers. He released me and looked between us where his good humor fell away.
This is a strange time for you to be visiting us again, Ross. Have you heard what happened last night? He nodded. Daria was kind enough to tell us, though we noticed something amiss in the square.
Adras frowned.
Yes.
Most of the stall owners were the ones touched by the shade, and many of their kin as well. Seems to be touching some families more than others. Ross lifted an eyebrow as Adras and he took a seat.
But there's no clue as to how the shade slipped into their houses. Our host shook his head. Not a clue, but you know as well as us how little we know about the shade to begin with.
Gregor scurried up to the table with the bowls and utensils. He set them in front of the other adults first, before he moved over to me. His curious eyes looked me over with as much cover as an innocent child could manage.
I smiled at him. So do you help your mom get the herbs? He shook his head. No. She doesn't want me going anywhere near the forest.
Adras overheard our conversation and glanced at his wife.
And I wish you'd stay away from there until this was over.
She was all smiles as she carried a pot over to the table.
Of course.
Did the Logos find out anything in their books? A dark cloud settled on her husband's brow as he shook his head.
Not a thing. There's never been a case of shade where the person hadn't gone into the woods.
They're still searching, but for now all they can tell us is to care for the people afflicted, and to watch ourselves after dark. I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder at the front windows. The day had grown late, and the sun had begun to set.
Well, that's easily done, Daria mused as she joined us at the table.
At her coming, the three locals and Ross clasped their hands on the table and bowed their heads. When in Rome and all, I joined them as Adras spoke a quick prayer.
May Sophia protect us from the shadows, and keep the flame of our house and the warmth in our hearts.
God's bless.
God's bless, came the murmured response before everyone lifted their heads.
The bowls were passed, and when Adras was given his he gave the soup a sniff before he lifted a questioning look to his wife.
No drim. Her eyes flickered to me. Our guest is allergic to it.
Adras turned his curious expression to me.
I've never heard of that, and I wonder if the Logos wouldn't be eager to know more about that. It might help in their studying. We'll see tomorrow, Ross mused as he took a sip of the soup.
He smiled and lifted his spoon to Daria.
With or without drim, this is perfect. Then you'd better help finish the pot, she teased as she tapped her spoon against the container. And I'll consider my work here done. Chapter 9.
We consumed the delicious stew, and I couldn't help but notice the many herbs that bobbed along the surface.
How many spices are there around here?
I inquired of my companions. Adras grinned at his wife.
You're the mind for that, Daria. What say you?
Daria lifted her eyes to the ceiling and furrowed her brow. My grandmother once counted them, and she said there were 46 different herbs on our little nest. I don't think the winds have brought any more since then. Both of my eyebrows shot up.
That many? How? She shook her head.
Nobody's quite sure, but the Logos have wondered if it's because the winds blow up from the valley, and the mountains keep the herb seeds from floating any further, so they all land here.
I cast an inquisitive look at Ross. These Logos guys are who keep the library, right? He nodded. That's the family name, so they're referred to as that.
Adras finished off his bowl of soup and nodded. An ancient family, even for the ones on this plateau. Many of us can trace our names back to a few carvings on the clan columns in Rivenburn, but they actually have theirs written down in their books as seeing things even my great-great-grandfather remembered only in stories. Daria stood and began to gather the empty bowls. But enough of the past, we have to think of the future, and that means sleep. You two look like you could use some. I flexed one foot and winced. It would be nice to lay down. Adras nodded at the door which led into the larger of the two bedrooms.
You're welcome to take our room.
It isn't much, but it has a bed large enough for the two of you. I couldn't help but blush at the prospect before I shook my head.
That's very kind of you. And we'll gladly take it, Ross spoke up as he set a hand on my arm. And we thank you very much for your hospitality. I pursed my lips. But where will you sleep? We'll take Gregor's room, Daria assured me as she swooped into the kitchen. And I'll sleep out here,
Gregor announced as he looked at the floor before the warm hearth.
I like sleeping in front of the fire. Sometimes I make pictures in the soot.
His father gave him a stern eye.
You're not supposed to do that.
Remember Riven burn. Gregor's face fell and his shoulders drooped.
Yes, father. Nobody knows how the city burned, do they?
I wondered as I looked at the faces of my companions. Adras shook his head.
There's nary a clue but for a single scrap of paper, and even that's a little vague.
All it says is the city was burned in the night, finishing off what was left of it. Enough tales of terror and threats of fire, Daria scolded him as she returned for the empty pot. She picked up the cast iron container and smiled at Ross and me.
If you don't have any bedclothes, you'll find plenty in the chest, and some extra blankets too.
Ross nodded at his backpack.
We have some clothes, but the blankets are very welcomed. He stood and offered me his hand. Shall we? There's a lamp in there, Adras spoke up as he and Gregor climbed to their feet.
Ross grinned.
Giles parted with one of his own creations.
Adras lifted his eyebrows.
I'm surprised to hear that.
He's been keeping them close to himself since the stones have been harder to find, and he's not as young as he used to be to go crawling over those ruins looking for them. Ross frowned.
Not as many. I thought the ruins were teeming with them.
Adras shook his head.
Not these last few months. It's like the light is going out over the mountains. You hush with that talk, Daria scolded from the kitchen.
She turned to him and put her hands on her hips.
That kind of talk will only frighten people.
Adras pursed his lips.
It's gotta be said, Mother. There's something dark creeping up on us, and last night was the worst of it. There's no telling what'll happen next. And what would you have us do about it then? She wondered as she used a hand to gesture at Gregor. Should we up and leave a place we've called home for generations? He shook his head. I'm not saying that, Mother, but things are changing, and they're not for the best. We've got to be honest about that.
Daria sighed and clasped her hands together in front of her.
I suppose so, but it's just, she closed her eyes and shook her head. It's just so frustrating.
Adras stood and walked over to his wife, where he wrapped his arms around her.
I know, Mother. We'll figure out something. He turned to us and gave us a bittersweet smile. I'm sorry you haven't visited during a better time.
Ross shook his head.
If there are any apologies, they should be from us.
Daria drew out of Adras' grasp and smiled at us.
Nonsense.
You're a pair of bright lights in the darkness, and we're very glad to have you both here.
Now off with both of you to bed, and don't worry about us.
Life finds a way. Ross picked up our bags and I took the lamp, and together we reluctantly moved into their bedroom. He shut the door behind us and lit the lamp in the dark room. The bedroom had a large bed and dresser with a full-length mirror. A few homemade rugs were placed on either side of the bed, and in front of the mirror. The walls were bare but the room was warm, and there was a beautiful quilt laid over the wood bed.
Should we really be here? I wondered as I set my bag on the foot of the bed. The people here are very proud of their hospitality, Ross told me as he set his own bag down on the side of the bed farthest from the living room.
To refuse it would have disappointed more than inconvenienced them. I plopped my butt on the bed beside my pack and clasped my hands in my lap.
There's a lot going on around here, isn't there?
He rummaged through his bag and nodded.
Yeah. You think it's because of me?
He stopped and turned to face me with a frown.
What makes you say that? I shrugged.
Because trouble seems to follow me, even before I dropped into this world. Ross strode over to the bed, and took a seat beside me. He leaned forward and caught my eye.
You're not to blame for any of this.
Like they said, this darkness has been creeping up on them for months. I winced.
And last night?
What about the nightmare I had? It can't just be a coincidence that I saw something terrifying the same night a bunch of people caught shade, without even leaving their homes. Ross stared ahead and pursed his lips.
That is unusual, but I don't want you mentioning your dream to anyone else.
Some people might believe there's a connection, and blame you for the trouble. I opened my mouth, but he shook his head.
I don't believe you're the problem.
What we'll do tomorrow is ask the Logos if they've found out anything about this attack of shade, and see what they can tell us about the prophecy. I lifted an eyebrow.
So do they just answer any questions people bring to them?
Ross shook his head.
Not always.
Any request from Corvinus, for example, was rebuffed as being from one not worthy of their library.
He couldn't help but grin. When Cronus told me that, I almost laughed, but the leader of such an austere group of people wouldn't have liked that.
I winced.
So they're kind of stodgy, huh? And rather stiff, he added with a bemused smile.
Tradition is everything to them, and sometimes they take their old habits too far, but without them, there wouldn't be a library for us to look through. A thought struck me that made me furrow my brow.
And without you, there wouldn't be Gregor.
So you saved him when he got trapped in a flooded mine.
He shrugged. I was in the right place at the right time.
I leaned back and tilted my head to one side to study him with a bemused smile.
You don't want to be considered a hero. A hero attracts too much attention.
A wanderer with good timing attracts a great deal less.
But besides that, Ross wrapped his arms around me and leaned backward.
I gave a soft yelp as I was dragged down with him. We both fell across the bed, and I made to struggle before he drew me close against his chest and buried his face into my neck.
You didn't get much sleep last night. Get some now.
I frowned, but more because he was the second person in 10 minutes to correctly read my face.
I really was tired.
The darkness outside the windowless bedroom had fallen on the world, and my body knew it. I closed my eyes, intent on catching a few hours of sleep. What I caught was something far worse.
Chapter 10.
I stirred from my slumber, but at first I couldn't figure out why.
I heard no noise. I felt no movement.
What I did feel was difficult to describe.
It was more like a sensation of other. That something had come into the room, and that something wasn't quite right. The hairs on the back of my neck and arms stood on end as I opened my eyes.
Except for the soft glow of the 2 rocks in Giles's lamp, there was no other light source. Ross had rolled away from me to one half of the bed, so I sat up and looked around. The faint outlines of the furniture could be seen, especially the smooth surface of the mirror. The glass reflected the shadowed room, and my pale face stood out from the darkness. So did another face. Something dark loomed up behind me at the head of the bed. It was like a lump of shadows that twisted about like a living, writhing mound of gloom.
I let out a gasp and whipped my head around. There was nothing there. My heart settled until I looked back at the mirror. The creature still wreathed behind me. I twisted my head about again, and still nothing could be seen. My heart thumped against my ribs as I reached over and grabbed Ross' shoulder. I gave as hard a shake as I could manage, but he didn't so much as stir. Ross!
I shrieked as I looked to and fro between the mirror with its lies and the empty bed. However, I didn't think the mirror was lying.
I knew there was something in the room with me. It was the same thing I'd met outside the cabin.
Now it was inside and within reach. I leapt off the bed and stood between the furniture. My flight response didn't know whether the foe was real or not, and where could I run? Ross couldn't even be awakened. Who else would come to my rescue? Kate. The voice was a soft whisper, and echoed over the room. Beads of sweat poured down my face as I looked left and right in search of answers.
Hello,
I called out as I took a step ahead.
is anyone there?
Kate. A faint glow made me look at the mirror. My reflection was now illuminated by a halo of golden light, and my other self smiled back at me. Warmth filled my being as I stretched out my hand toward the figure. A black oozing tendril shot out from behind me and wrapped around my outstretched arm.
I screamed as I was yanked backward, and my back crashed against the foot of the bed. The tendril was joined by others. I slid to the hard floor.
The monsters slithered around my arms and legs, pinning me to the bed. One of the thicker tendrils wrapped itself around my throat.
A horrible stench akin to rotten eggs, mixed with sewer water, filled my nostrils.
I whipped my head back and found myself staring into the horrible emptiness that was the monster's face. A great mouth opened wide and revealed an abyss of tiny writhing shadows. The thing leaned down to swallow me whole. I let out a scream and the glass of the mirror burst outward.
The shards flew across the room, but none of the sharp broken bits touched me.
Instead, they all became impaled in the tendrils of the beast.
The creature let loose a howl of pain and retreated backward, taking its slimy coils with it.
Wake up, Kate. A blinding light came out of the broken mirror. So intense was its brilliance that I was forced to throw up my arms to shield my eyes. Wake up.
Wake up.
My eyes flew open, and I found myself staring at the ceiling of the bedroom. Giles's lamp had been lit, and shadows danced along the ceiling. Ross and Adra's pale faces loomed over me, and Daria stood in the background with Gregor clutching her skirt and her own hands grasping his shoulders. I lay in the middle of the bed, with my arms lying limp at my sides. Tears welled up in my eyes and I threw myself at Ross. He wrapped his arms around me and clutched my shaking body close against his as the sobs broke from my lips.
Easy, he soothed as he sat down and drew me into his lap.
He stroked my hair, and the even thump of his heart soothed my frantic one.
There's nothing here to hurt you.
A shudder ran through me, and I whipped my head around to face the mirror beside where Daria stood.
The reflection showed nothing but the people in the room.
No monster. No other me. I grasped his shirt and buried my face into the cloth.
There was something. It was behind me.
Ross wrapped his arms tighter around me and frowned.
Was it like last night? I shook my head. It was worse. The thing grabbed me.
Ross drew us apart and met my gaze with his.
Where?
I wrapped my hand around my throat. He gently grasped my hand and drew my fingers away. His sharp eyes studied my throat and he pursed his lips.
It's swollen. He lifted his attention to our hosts. Is there any drim in here?
Adras shook his head.
No.
Daria waved a hand at the door.
I hung all of it in the kitchen.
Ross returned his attention to me.
Let's get your neck washed and see if you can get back to sleep.
A shudder ran through me, and I wrapped my arms around myself.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Ross helped me up and nearly carried me out of the room.
Our hosts followed close behind me, and Daria swooped into the kitchen.
Ross drew me over to the hearth where Adras stirred and fed the fire. Soon warm flames soothed my tense body, but my mind wasn't so easily satisfied. Ross stayed with me the entire time as our hosts bustled about boiling water and slicing some food. Gregor sat near us and stared at me with curious eyes.
Do you see a lot of monsters? Gregor, his mother scolded him from the kitchen. Now is not the time to be pestering her with questions. I managed a smile for the concerned woman. It's okay. I'm feeling a little better now. I turned my attention back to the young boy. I don't really see any monsters. I think I just had a nightmare, that's all.
His face fell.
Is that all?
Adras strode over to his son and clapped a hand on Gregor's head.
I think you need to go back to bed.
Gregor pointed at the blankets on which Ross and I sat.
But they're on my bed.
Adras nodded at the other bedroom door.
Then go to your room, and I won't hear another argument about it.
Gregor's shoulders drooped, but he climbed to his feet and shuffled off to bed. Daria came from the kitchen with a platter in her hands. Atop the large plate were 2 cups of warm tea and some cold meats.
I hope this will make you feel better. I smiled up at her as Ross accepted the offerings. Much thank you. You two should get to your own bed, Ross encouraged them as he set the platter on a small table beside the fire. We'll be fine out here.
Adras stretched his arms over his head and a great yawn stretched his jaws open.
I'm glad to hear that, and if you're worrying, the door is bolted and so are the windows.
Daria set a hand on my shoulder and smiled down at me.
May the gods grant you a better night's sleep. I grinned up at her. I hope so.
The pair moved off into their own bedroom, leaving me alone with Ross and the warm fire. I absently plucked a piece of meat from the tray and nibbled on the food. Swallowing proved to be unpleasant because of the state of my throat. My eyes lay on the dancing flames as I thought back to the dream. Ross sat beside me on the remains of Gregor's bed and studied my face.
What happened?
I winced but recounted the tale. When I had finished, there was a dark cloud on his brow. He stared hard into the fire with his lips creased together.
I see.
To be honest, I thought perhaps the woods had influenced your mind.
I frowned at him, but he held up his hand.
It isn't the first time those forests have played tricks on the mind, otherwise the shade wouldn't be such a danger. More than one person has been deceived enough to slip into the brush, only to lose several days of their lives.
I blinked at him. What do you mean?
He pursed his lips and cast his gaze back to the fire. A few times people have sworn they heard the voices of friends and family, and those voices lured them into the forest.
Chapter 11.
My jaw hit the floor before my eyebrows crashed down.
Why didn't you warn me about this before?
Because you have few connections in this world, and so I assumed you would be safe with me watching over you, he pointed out, but he continued to stare into the fire as his face fell. He ran a hand through his hair and shook his head.
I was wrong, and for that I apologize.
My stiff shoulders sank, but a snort escaped my lips.
You're right about the family part, and with you beside me I wouldn't have thought anyone else I knew would be skipping through a haunted forest. I believe this is something worse than the forest enticing you. He turned his head to the side and his eyes fell on my throat. And no dream could make those marks.
I reached up and gingerly touched my throat. Most of the swelling had gone down, but it was still sore.
So what's going on? I don't know. A chill ran down my spine and I wrapped my arms around myself. I wish there was some sort of training manual for this world. Life is training, he pointed out as he took the steaming cups of tea from the platter and held one out to me. But you should get some sleep.
I accepted the cup, but cast a furtive look about the room.
You think it's safe? I'll keep guard, he promised as he stood and moved over to lean against the side of the hearth, facing me as he did so. I cast a teasing smile at him. You won't fall asleep. He flashed me a sly smile. And miss the opportunity to watch a beautiful woman slumber? Not likely. Besides, I've had a lot of practice going without sleep.
I lifted an eyebrow as I took a few sips of the sweet tea.
You find a lot of trouble, don't you?
Ross grinned at me.
We both do. I snorted into my cup. Yeah, I guess we do.
A yawn interrupted me. My adrenaline had run dry, and now exhaustion overtook me.
I set my cup on the platter and lay down among the soft quilts. Good night.
Good night, Kate, and sleep well. I drifted into an undisturbed slumber. Well, until a hand shook my shoulder. Instinct told me to burrow into the blankets like a rabbit, and hope the mean man went away.
The hand didn't stop, however, and I let out a feral growl that was slightly muffled by the blankets. You're supposed to go away. I heard Ross chuckle. Not until you wake up. I'm awake, now go away. Not until you're standing. Stop moving the goalposts. Pardon. A heavy sigh escaped me, and I popped my head out to glare up at his bemused face. If you want to keep watching beautiful people sleep, then you're going to have to let me get my beauty sleep.
Ross knelt beside me with one arm draped over a bent knee.
The sun hadn't yet risen, and all was quiet in the house. I thought we could go with Adras to the library.
The logos are more likely to welcome us if we're friends of his. I lifted an eyebrow.
Shouldn't they welcome anyone who wants knowledge?
Ross sheepishly grinned at me.
To tell the truth, the last time I was here, I might have been a little more forthcoming with them than I should have been.
My face drooped.
Meaning I ventured into a room where outsiders weren't welcomed and they caught me. And
if it hadn't been for Brother Colin's plea on behalf of my being a friend of the church, I might have been thrown into the woods as punishment. I winced.
Do they do that?
Only to the naughtiest of visitors, he assured me, which was hardly an assurance. He climbed to his feet and offered me his hand.
Up for another day of adventure. I sighed but clapped my hand into his. All right, but let's try to avoid a headlong toss into the pine woods.
Ross helped me to my feet, and I happened to glance down at myself.
I hadn't had a chance to change out of my clothes, and they were frumpier than a laundromat full of dirty clothes.
A quick brushing down with my hands did little to alleviate the wrinkles. Ross nodded at the door to the master bedroom, where sometime during the night our hosts had set our bags outside.
You could change. I cast a suspicious eye at him. You'll need to step outside.
Or into the kitchen, he offered as he tossed another log onto the fire.
Our hosts should be rising soon with the sun, and they'll appreciate a warm cup of tea.
He sauntered into the kitchen, where he made to prepare breakfast. I kept one eye on his back while I snatched my bag from the door, and hurried into a new set of clothes. These were the ones Giles had sold us, and I found them to be comfortable and well sewn. They were a little ill-fitting, but otherwise I had no complaints. I finished dressing just as the door to the master bedroom opened. Daria slipped out, closing the door behind her, and smiled at me.
Good morning. I hope you slept better.
I nodded.
Much better, thank you.
Daria moved into the kitchen, and playfully swatted Ross on the arm.
You are not supposed to lift a finger while a guest in our home.
He grinned at her as he set a full kettle on the stove, in the bottom of which a fire crackled.
I thought perhaps I would earn my keep while here. You needn't do so, she insisted as she shooed him out of the kitchen. Now enjoy yourself.
The bedroom door opened again and Adras stepped out.
He strode over to me and looked me over. No more nightmares? I smiled up at him and shook my head. Not last night. You should tell the logos about what you saw, he mused as he looked over to Ross as he joined us. They might know what's causing it. Might be that allergy to Drim.
Ross nodded.
It might be, and we'd be grateful for your help to get inside.
A crooked smile slipped onto our host's face.
You'll need all the help you can get without the good brother with you. They're still smarting from you sneaking into the vault, right under their noses.
Ross grinned.
You mean above their noses?
Adras shook his head.
It beats me how you climb those walls and the ceiling.
Ross shrugged.
Practice.
I lifted an eyebrow at him.
You did what? You all sit down to breakfast, Daria called from the kitchen as the smells of food floated over to us. And could you call Gregor, dear?
Adras cupped one hand around his mouth.
Gregor.
A bleary voice called back.
Yeah. Get up, son. Mother's making breakfast. All right.
Soon all 5 of us were crowded around the small table, and the delicious breakfast sans Drim was finished off in a few minutes. Adras stood and looked between Ross and me.
You two ready to go?
Ross stood and nodded.
Ready whenever you are. He turned to me and held out his hand.
I smiled at his gallant gesture and accepted his hand. Adras was given a small box by Daria, who also gave him a peck on the cheek. He weighed the box in his hands and lifted an eyebrow.
This seems heavier than usual, Mother. She nodded at Ross and me. There's enough for everyone, if you're a mind to eat together.
If not, I expect leftovers to come back. Adras grinned.
I make no promises, Mother.
Your breadstuffs are too tempting. Gregor hopped up to us.
Can I come too?
Daria put her hands on her hips and frowned at her young son.
You're to help me put the drim away so our guest doesn't get hurt by it again.
Gregor's shoulders drooped, but he turned back to his mother.
Yes, Mother. She set a hand on his shoulder and smiled down at him. If you're a good boy and we get the job done early, you can go meet them at the will, all right?
His face perked up and he nodded.
All right.
Adras tucked the box into the bag he had discarded the night before, and swung it over his shoulder before he turned to Ross and me.
We should get going.
Chapter 12. Adras led us out of the house and up the road to the street that encircled the whole of the village. We followed that route leftward until we were nearly in line with the gap.
At seeing the opening, I looked up at Ross. I'm guessing that's the will. He nodded. Its full name is God's Will.
Our guide here knows the legend for that name better than I. Adras turned his head to one side and nodded.
That I do.
My grandfather said the path used to be wider than it is now, and thieves were robbing the remains of the city, even the tombs. One of the gods didn't like that, and brought a great earthquake that pushed the two walls closer together. The Logos were told to watch the gap, and protect it from anyone who wanted to do their thieving ways in the city. I lifted an eyebrow.
What were they stealing?
The rocks Giles uses. Ross shook his head.
Those aren't valued except for when he puts them in his lamps.
What people wanted were the jewels left in the crypts, and any valuables hidden away by the inhabitants. That meant digging everywhere, and many of the ruins are worse off for the damage caused by the shovel and axe. The outer ring road continued onward toward the opening to the plateau, but there was also a side road, slightly less used but no less elegant, that turned sharply and made straight for the gap. We followed that road into the opening. The mountain walls rose up as silent sentinels, protecting what remained of a civilization long vanished. The road was made up of hard-packed dirt and crushed rock, and our footsteps echoed on every stone we stepped on. The village was soon lost to sight, as the road meandered its way into the mountains. We traveled for 100 yards before the way opened, and we were presented with a deep bowl that encompassed a valley 5 times larger than the plateau we had just left. The valley was completely surrounded by high-angled cliffs covered in trees and brush. The foliage hid the jewel in the crater, the ruins of an ancient city of white marble, though much of the stone had been burned. This was Rivenburn. The metropolis must have been grand, judging by the toppled pillars and huge stone foundations, all that remained of its ancient splendor. Our road narrowed into a mountain path that wound its way down to the edges of the ruined city, where stood the last beacon of its glory. A large Greek-style building stood at the boundary of green earth and burned remains. The last standing structure stood some 50 feet off the road, and at an angle so that the front right corner when facing the building was closest to the gap. The structure was raised up some 10 feet off the ground atop a huge platform, and sported huge pillars that surrounded a wraparound portico. The entrance was a square doorway with 2 thick wooden doors. They had carvings on the front, but the distance was too great for me to make them out. There were also frescoes along the top of the portico arches, and a dozen wide marble stairs led up to the entrance. A smaller building like a miniature of the main one stuck out the back, and they were connected via a covered walkway. The backyard, however, was difficult to see because the view was blocked by a hedge of short, bushy trees. As mentioned before, the building stood between the green grass of the path and the burnt ruins of the deserted city. The trail on which we stood meandered its way to the steps, and so did we. The library loomed large in the distance and was no less grand up close. The stone showed no signs of the fire that had scorched so much else, and the portico looked to be regularly swept clean. One of the doors was slightly ajar, but now I could see the carvings on their front. They depicted huge flocks of birds that flew into the sky over what I assumed was the city in its former glory. All of the birds carried small triangles in their beaks, and there was a large triangle in the very center of the doors, so that each portal held one half of the shape. The portico engravings were much the same, with large carrions perched in trees. Their beaks held the triangles, and in the center was another larger triangle. The eyes of the birds stared down at us, as though judging our worthiness to enter the library. A single man of about middle age stood beside one of the columns closest to the stairs. He wore a black tunic, with a woolen sash the color of gold about the waist. His short hair was combed back and he sported a short beard. At our coming he clasped his hands in front of him, and his sharp dark eyes watched us as we walked up the steps toward him. Adras stopped a few steps below the man and bowed his head.
"Good morning, Master Cronus.
I am surprised to see you on the duty." His gaze never left Ross, and there was a distinct tension at the corners of his lips. He spoke in a deep, slow tone, like one who was careful with his words.
"I had heard one had returned to the village."
His narrowed eyes rolled over to Adras.
"Why have you brought him here?"
Adras shrank a little beneath the accusing words and glare.
"They need some help, Master Cronus. This young woman here," he gestured to me, "has an allergy to drim."
Cronus lifted an eyebrow.
"I have not heard of the like, but I suppose it is possible. The allergy may be giving her rather frightening nightmares."
Cronus' attention fell on me, and I tried not to shrink beneath that unwavering gaze.
"Nightmares about what?"
Ross stepped forward and nodded at the interior.
"It would be better to speak of these matters inside, where there are more walls."
Cronus frowned at Ross for a moment before he turned his attention to Adras.
"You may go about your duties.
There is the shelf to finish mending." Adras bowed his head and hurried up the stairs past the man, but not before he cast a furtive glance at us before disappearing inside. The Logos returned his gaze to us, and his sharp eyes fell on me. "Who is this woman you have brought here?"
"She has a strange air about her. Her hair is a different one from ours, but I'd still rather talk about this inside," Ross insisted as he nodded at the open door. "One of your meeting rooms will suffice."
Cronus' frown deepened, but he grudgingly turned and walked toward the doors. Ross took my gloved hand and led me up the stairs where we followed our silent guide inside. The library in all its majesty opened up before us. The entrance led down a hall some 30 feet wide and at least that long, and expanded into a central courtyard filled with tables and chairs. The furniture stood beneath 2 layers of 20-foot wide walkways that wrapped around the exterior walls of the building. Huge wooden columns supported the balconies, and more scenes of birds and triangles were etched into the sides. The walls of every floor were lined with bookcases, and those were crammed with tomes and piled with scrolls. Ladders on wheels were attached to the bookcases and allowed access to the shelves, some of which rose 20 feet off the floor. There were even standalone bookshelves near the walls, lined up like soldiers ready to do battle against ignorance, and those too had ladders to reach their highest shelves. Several dozen men and women occupied the balconies and ground floor. They were attired the same as Cronus, though lacking the elegant sash. Theirs was of a plain brown, but no less practical as they hurried on their way or studied the books and scrolls at the tables. Except for the sounds of their footsteps and the soft murmur of voices, all was silent. 4 doors stood open on either side of the entrance passage. Cronus turned a sharp right and walked through one of the doors. We followed, and the room was revealed to be a plain space with a table and chairs. A few books had been left on the table which Cronus scooped up and swept past us back into the hall.
"Bailiff."
One of the other Logos scurried up to him, and Cronus passed him the books. The man bowed his head and hurried away before Cronus turned back to us and shut the door behind himself.
"Now," he mused as he strolled past us and around the far side of the table to take a seat, "what do you mean by returning to this sacred place, especially after your brazen indiscretion?" Chapter 13. "I wouldn't have come here if it wasn't important," Ross assured him as he guided me over to the table and drew out a chair for me.
I smiled at him as I took a seat, and he scooted a chair up to sit beside me.
"We need all the information you have about the prophecy of the familiar."
Cronus lifted an eyebrow.
Why that matter in particular?
Ross used one hand to gesture at me.
Kate is a familiar.
Cronus looked me over before he turned his nose up and scoffed.
You will have to prove that statement to me.
My eyebrows crashed down and I opened my mouth, but a look of warning from Ross made me back down. He returned his own perceptive eyes to the strange man before us.
How do we know the exhibition will be worth it?
Maybe all your library has is another copy of the prophecy, and we've already heard that. A smile curled onto Cronus' lips. I personally know of a certain scroll in that room which you so eagerly desecrated with your presence, and which contains more than the old nursery rhymes told to spoil children. However, perhaps your own pronouncement of this girl's unique gifts is what is false. Ross was equally bemused. If we prove to you she's a familiar, you'll show us everything in your library pertaining to the prophecy? Some of Cronus' humor failed him, but he bowed his head.
You have my word.
Ross shook his head.
You're going to have to do better than that, and in front of witnesses.
He stood and strode over to the door which he opened and peeked out his head.
Hey!
Any logos in here? Hurried footsteps approached the door and an irate woman's voice soon followed.
Have you no decency for the sanctum of the hay?
Ross had grabbed the woman's arm and pulled her into the room. She stumbled forward before he guided her over to the table and gestured to Cronus.
Your leader has something you want to hear.
The woman wrenched herself from Ross' grasp and glared at him.
What is the meaning of this? He means to keep me to my word, Cronus spoke up as he stood. And you are to be a witness to it.
The woman turned to her leader and blinked at him.
But Master Cronus, your word is as good as a contract.
Ross crossed his arms over his chest and scoffed.
A contract written on the wind.
Cronus cast an annoyed look at Ross before he returned his attention to his subordinate. Be that as it may, I will swear in your presence that I will grant these two, he gestured to us, full and complete access to any documents.
And scrolls, Ross added.
Cronus frowned at him but continued. Documents and scrolls which are in our archives pertaining to the prophecy of the familiar. The woman's eyes widened slightly.
Then it has come. That is all you are needed for, Cronus informed her as he nodded at the door. You may leave now.
The woman still looked shocked, but habit forced her to bow her head and slip out of the room. Cronus resumed his seat and clasped his hands together on the table in front of him.
Now then, prove to me she is a familiar. All right, Ross agreed as a crooked grin slipped onto his lips. But we're going to need your pool.
Cronus frowned at him.
Why?
Ross nodded at me. Because she doesn't have much control over her powers, so it's safer if we do this in the water. Cronus' eyes flickered to me, but he stood.
Very well, but if this is some trick, you will be sorely disappointed.
The pool has been updated to prevent further indiscretions. Ross offered me his hand, and together we were led out of the room. Cronus guided us rightward through the main body of the library. The main section was even more impressive once inside it. The gabled roof towered some 100 feet over our heads, and squares of glass allowed sunlight to stream down and illuminate the space with a soft brilliance. My better view of the main hall meant I could see that not every wall was covered by bookcases. The wall to our left had an ornate wooden door, and that entrance was mimicked on the upper two levels as well. All the doors were shut. A few of the logos glanced up at our passing, but otherwise we didn't attract much attention. Cronus led us to the rear of the building where another pair of doors, less ornate than the front but no less formidable, stood. We stepped out and found ourselves at the rear portico. The short path I'd seen at the front led to the separate building, but other more primitive stone block trails wound their way around the backyard of the library. The flagstones led past trellises covered in ivy and what looked like grapevines, and I couldn't help but be reminded of the stone carvings on the columns that dotted the path up to the plateau. At this new angle, I could see that there was a third building not visible from the road. This structure was of a simpler style, without the colonnades and porticos of the other two. The building had a single gabled roof, and stood only 5 feet from the platform on which the library sat. Its walls were whitewashed stone, and a single metal door led into the shut interior. There weren't even any windows, but a narrow enclosed tunnel of the same bland stone led from the platform into one of its walls. One of the paths to our left meandered its way through some lush trees and bushes, and swooped around a large pond some 100 feet in diameter. The calm waters reflected the warm sun, and as we approached the blue-green waters I could see to the very depths where fish lazily swam through some moss.
The pond was fed by a spring at the back of the small paradise.
Cool waters flowed down miniature waterfalls, and splashed down into a froth of their own making. The excess waters found an outlet along the far shore to our right, and disappeared down into the bowl among the ruins. The pond's beautiful waters were not only crystal clear but warm. A faint mist glided over the surface and rose up some 10 feet before dissipating. The mist gave off a strange odor, not unpleasant, but it reminded me of childhood. Small leaves and even a few sticks were stuck in the fog, twisting and turning at the whim of the white air. Among the greenery, there was an unusual green that caught my attention. The green so piqued my interest because it was up in the air above the pool, but it wasn't the leaves of the trees. No, this green came from turtles. Dozens of them. They were flying turtles. I couldn't believe my eyes until we reached the edge of the pond. One of the smaller of the creatures floated a few yards away. The shelled creature turned its long neck in our direction and lazily blinked at us. The thing emitted a puff of smoke out its butt, and was propelled forward to join its brethren on the farther side of the pond near the waterfalls. I tilted my head back and gaped up at the floating shells.
Are those really turtles?
Ross smiled at me.
Those are actually pilotals. You don't have them where you come from. I snorted. We have them, they just don't float. How are they doing that, anyway?
Cronus joined us at the edge of the pond and cleared his throat. The air from the warm pool fills their shells, and they trap the mist inside with some very flexible flesh that seals all points of escape.
The trapped air then allows them to fly, and they pilot themselves with their fins, and by releasing the air out from beneath their shells.
Ross' eyes twinkled with mischief as he winked at me.
One of the many wonderful sights the logos have to offer.
Farting turtles. A barking laugh escaped me before Cronus' stern gaze silenced my glee. I cleared my throat and looked up at Ross.
So, is it safe to swim in there?
Safe and quite a pleasure,
Ross assured me as he sat down on the shoreline and began removing his shoes. The logos are usually the only people allowed in the waters, but I like to make exceptions.
Cronus clasped his hands behind his back and sneered at him.
You are merely an exception because I wish to disprove your false claim that this ignorant woman, he gestured at me, is who she claims to be. I held up my hands in front of me and shook my head. I don't claim to be anyone but plain old Kate.
Ross laughed as he set aside his shoes and smiled up at me. Plain you're not, but get your shoes off so we can prove the master of Mathisi wrong.
Chapter 14.
Cronus watched on with his dubious attitude as I removed my shoes and my gloves. Ross strode into the water up to mid-chest, but I hesitated at the shoreline. I gingerly dipped a toe into the water, and found the temperature to be like a lukewarm bath. The soft mist glided over my leg and tickled my bare foot. Ross held his hands out to me and smiled.
I'm here.
I stepped into the waters, and a shiver ran up my spine as the tingling sensation traveled up my body. Ross waited patiently, his hands outstretched as I made my way across the smooth sands. As I reached him, one of the floating turtles drifted by my face. I yelped and fell back. Ross leapt at me and wrapped his arms around my body. He twisted around, and I fell on top of him into the waters. A laugh escaped his lips, along with a few air bubbles, as we sank into the warm waters. One of his hands had grasped mine, and I felt the familiar feeling as my body changed to its fishy form. We reached the bottom where his back bounced a little atop the sands.
Feeling better? He asked me with those dazzling eyes.
I could feel his warm, strong body through my wet shirt, and a hard blush accented my cheeks.
Why yeah,
His eyes took a turn to the mischief side.
Something wrong? You look a little red. I turned my face away. It's nothing. Just the warm water.
Ross laughed.
You're a terrible liar, but if you were a good one you wouldn't be so beautiful.
He kicked off from the bottom and our joined hands meant I tagged along.
Come on.
We may be here for a serious reason, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy ourselves. We floated through the comfortable waters, startling fish, and having our bare feet tickled by the few rushes and seaweed that rose up from the bottom. The waterfalls were the most defining feature, even underwater. The rough fall stirred up the water, and countless centuries had created a bowl beneath the drop. Fish clustered around the rustled waters, catching the smorgasbord of plant material and bugs that the falls washed down from the higher mountains. We floated along the left part of the coast where the water was a dozen feet deeper, and I noticed a shiny metal grate, clamped over the mouth of a moss-covered pipe. The angle of the pipe indicated it ran in the direction of the library.
I tugged on his hand and pointed at the grate. Where does that go?
He looked at where I pointed, and his grin widened.
That pipe supplies the water to the library. It leads to a small pool inside that building beside the platform, the one with the bland look.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Do they sleep in there?
Ross laughed before he shook his head.
No. They sleep in the building separate from the other two.
The water that's piped into that little building is for the vault. In order to keep the temperature cool enough for some of those ancient pieces of paper, they pump water beneath the floor of the room.
I couldn't help but smile at him. It looks new. He nodded. It is.
It was installed sometime over the last few months.
And that's how you got into the vault, I guessed. He grinned. They didn't think anyone would be crazy enough to fit through the pipe.
I gave the pipe another look. There wasn't much room, especially for someone of Ross' size. A snort escaped my lips.
I guess they forgot about you.
His eyes twinkled with mischief. I'm a special case, and as far as I know my family was the only Pactus who was granted a gift by Under.
I furrowed my brow. That's the water god, right? Yeah.
I gave the pipe another look over and furrowed my brow.
Why make it this complicated? Why don't they just have a pipe go directly into the vault?
He dipped his hand down and scooped up some seaweed.
The water is clean, but it's not that clean.
There are filters in the pump house that get rid of all the dirt that's brought down from the mountains, so the water doesn't stink up the room or clog the machines.
Besides, if something goes wrong with the pump, none of the books would get damaged. I tilted my head to one side to study him. And you figured out all that just to get into the vault?
A dark cloud settled on Ross' brow as he sank to the bottom to take a seat on the soft sand.
It was worth it to figure out how Corvinus got those ships to fly. I floated down to sit beside him. But you didn't find what you were looking for? He shook his head. No.
I gave myself all night to look, but there was nothing in those dusty tomes to tell me how he'd done it. As I watched one of the turtles float lazily by, a thought struck me and I turned to Ross. Could that be how the Black Dragon's ships fly? By using the air from another pool like this one to make them float? Ross furrowed his brow.
That would take a massive amount of the gas to do it, and our spies have told us the holds are full of weaponry and men.
My face fell, but a smile touched his lips as he gave my hand a squeeze.
It's not a bad idea, though. Perhaps it isn't some spell that makes them float, but something natural.
Anyway, he lifted his gaze to the surface and a smile touched his lips. We'd better get proving your elite lineage to Cronus or he's liable to think I'm drowning you in his drinking water. Ross grasped my hand and together we swam to the surface. We broke through to the open air, though I kept my neck in the water as we swam over to the irate master. Cronus' arms were crossed over his chest, and his narrowed eyes glared at us as we reached the point where the water became shallow.
You are a long time in coming back. We wanted to prove our point, Ross countered as he grinned at me.
Going for a nice swim in your wonderful water seemed a good way to do that. Cronus scoffed.
How do I know that she does not merely have a talent for holding her breath?
Ross scowled at the master before he turned to me.
Are you willing to let him see what happens when your magic wears off? I swallowed a lump in my throat before I nodded. I can do that. Just hold your breath. That should help, he suggested before we swam closer to the shoreline. And let me do any talking.
The moment I felt clear air on my gills, I held my breath. My gills, however, didn't get the same memo as my lungs, and furiously worked to compensate for what they deemed was my stupidity. It was like being in the middle of a struggle with two people grabbing on my arms and pulling in opposite directions. There were my lungs keeping the air trapped inside me, and then there were my gills trying to take air from nothing and stuff the pressure down against my closed lungs. That moment, more than most, I desperately longed for Ross' hand, but it couldn't be. I had to lose the gills. Still, his arm wrapped around my waist, and he held me up as we stopped before the curious master. Cronus' eyes widened slightly as he beheld my gills. He gave Ross a sharp look.
Is she one of your house?
Ross met the man's gaze with his own steady one. My lineage isn't a closed tome, so you already know the answer to your question. Cronus studied him a moment longer, before he turned his attention back to me.
Then it is true.
I let out a long, sharp gasp as my gills finally vanished and fresh air filled my lungs. My shaky legs collapsed under me, but Ross caught me and drew me against himself.
I sheepishly looked up at him. I keep falling into your arms, don't I? He grinned. They'll be there to catch you.
He returned his attention to Cronus and scowled at our host.
And you've more than earned what was promised to us.
Show us into the vault. Cronus nodded.
I am a man of my word and will allow you. Master Cronus.
The shout came from the library proper, and one of the tunic-clad men rushed out. He was less out of breath and more full of panic as he reached us. His terror-filled eyes fell on the master of Mathisi.
The shade has struck again. Chapter 15.
Cronus' eyebrows crashed down.
Last night.
His subordinate nodded.
Yes, Master Cronus.
One of the villagers came just now to tell us and seek help. There are so many afflicted that they are having difficulties guiding them into their homes. A dark cloud settled on Cronus' brow before he turned to us.
It seems your tour of the vault must wait.
Ross frowned at the master.
I expect that tour to be available when we get back.
Cronus lifted an eyebrow.
Get back?
Ross looked down at me and pursed his lips.
We could help. I smiled up at him and set my hand on his. I want to help.
A crooked grin slipped onto his lips.
I thought you'd say that.
He pressed a light kiss on my forehead before he looked back to Cronus.
We'll go with you to the village and see how we can help.
Cronus shook his head. I will not be headed myself, as the vault may hold the answer to this strange invasion of the shade, but my most trusted aide will accompany you and direct the others. He looked to the man who had given us the alert. Send Vothos to me, and tell him to gather about him 4 dozen of our strongest brethren. The man bowed his head and scurried to obey.
We'll beat your people to the village, Ross told him as his humor fell away. And God's willing, we'll be back later this day to make sure you fulfill your promise.
Cronus inclined his head to us.
I will be here.
Ross turned to me.
Can you make the walk back?
I nodded.
When do we start? Right now.
We put on our shoes and my gloves, and hurried out of the gardens and into the main hall.
Our quick steps were interrupted by a loud shout. Where are they?
A softer voice replied back.
I am afraid I do not know if your family.
A scuffle of heels on the smooth floor caught our attention, and Adras rounded the corner behind one of the freestanding bookcases. His face showed his fear as he rushed toward the door with one of the logos following close behind, but his frantic legs tripped over themselves, and he tumbled to the floor. The closest logos hurried over to him, as did we, and helped him up. His face was red and his eyes panicked. The man's gaze fell on Ross, and he shot to his feet and practically lunged at the dragon, where he grasped one of Ross' hands in his own.
Do you know if my family is one of them?
Ross shook his head.
No, but we'll go with you to see, and mind your feet.
Your family wouldn't want to see you with a broken leg on their account. Adras could only nod, so frantic were his thoughts.
The three of us left the library and strode up the path at such a pace that I had trouble keeping up with the men.
Adras was even faster than Ross, and he soon took the lead, and then some.
I scurried up to Ross' side and noticed his tense face. You're worried? He nodded. I want to make sure that our hosts are untouched by this new plague as much as our guide here.
Our guide had nearly broken into a sprint, so eagerly was he to reach the village. The short walk was covered in less than half the time as before, and we soon arrived at the bricked streets of the village. Ross and I froze at the outskirts and stared in horror at the dozens of people who shuffled about, their empty eyes showing no life. Adras, however, had disappeared out of sight, but we knew where he went. We reached his abode and found the door open. My pulse quickened as we slipped inside. We found the family, all three of them, in a tight hug before the fireplace. There were tears in the eyes of the adults, and Gregor's face showed a deep, confused fear. At our coming, Daria separated from her family and looked in our direction.
I'm glad to see you two are safe from the shade. What happened?
Ross asked her as he ushered me inside and closed the door behind us. She shook her head as Adras lifted his young son in his strong though shaking arms.
It was like the night before.
When the sun rose, the people with shade stepped out of their houses, but there were so many more. She bit her lower lip and cast a furtive glance at her husband.
There are whole families who were touched. They don't have anyone to care for them right now.
Everyone's too afraid to even touch them. I was touched by a little fear myself, as I swept my eyes over my companions. Can you really catch the shade from someone else? Ross pursed his lips before he shook his head.
Not normally, but these are not normal times.
A shout came from outside and Ross rushed out. Adras set Gregor beside Daria, and he too hurried outside with me at his heels. A loud pounding echoed from one of the lower streets, followed by more shouting.
Back!
Get back! We darted down to the main street that stretched to the village square, and on the tier below Adras' house we found a scuffle ensuing. The fight was happening in front of one of the houses, where one of the villagers was pushing the other shade-influenced man away.
Go on. You're not getting the drim.
The persistent zombie tried to slip past the homeowner with more speed than I'd seen any of the shambling masses to exhibit. The other man grabbed his shoulders and wrenched them away. Adras rushed over and wrapped his burly arms around the afflicted man. The zombie went limp in his grasp, though their lifeless eyes were still fixed on the door to the house. We joined Adras while the homeowner leaned his back against the doorframe and wiped his brow.
You came just in time, Adras.
Ross looked over the shade-afflicted man held by our host.
Do you need help?
Adras shook his head.
No, but the zombie squirmed a little in his hold and he tightened his arms around the afflicted. I've never seen them be this aggressive before. The homeowner nodded at the house on his left, where the door stood open. It's probably because of that store of drim he had. A whole room full of it.
He probably gulped it all down last night and wants mine too. He stomped inside and slammed the door shut behind him.
Well then, Adras mused as he hefted his limp load over to the adjoining home, let's get this unloaded and see how else we can help.
Adras strode into the man's house and Ross and I followed. I gasped as I beheld the state of the home, where the furniture had been overturned and all the cupboards and doors flung wide open. One of the bedrooms was completely ransacked and covered in little bits of dried greens. Adras tossed the man onto his own bed and strode back to where Ross and I stood beside the main entrance.
We'll lock the place up. They're not smart enough to use them.
We shut the door behind us, and only a few moments later we heard a soft scratch of ineffectual hands against the door. A shudder ran through me at the noise, like a wild animal trying to escape from its cage. More shouts came from the square. These were louder, and there were more of them. Adras pursed his lips.
These are dark days that have come to my home.
Ross clapped a hand on the man's shoulder and caught his eye.
Let's try to brighten them up by lending our hands.
Adras nodded and hurried toward the source of the noise. Ross turned to face me, and nodded in the direction of the higher tiers.
It would be safer if you hid out in Adras' home. I held out my hands. I've got a pair of hands that can help too.
He pursed his lips but nodded.
All right, but stay close to me.
We raced after our friend, and found Adras in the village square, along with a few dozen other normal people. They stood several bodies deep, with their backs against one of the plainer buildings in the square. Facing them was a small army of some 36 shade-afflicted citizens, their mouths agape as their eyes were transfixed on the door that led into the building. I looked up at Ross.
What are they doing?
His narrowed eyes swept over the horrible sight, and he pursed his lips.
They're trying to get at the drim in the village storehouse. Chapter 16.
Adras marched over to the shade-stricken group, and wrapped his arms around the closest one.
All right, he shouted as he turned and marched toward the hill. Let's get you to bed.
The burliest of the healthy citizens followed suit, and grabbed as many of the shade people as they could manage. Some of the afflicted silently struggled in their grip, and more of the villagers swooped in to help. Still, they were outnumbered, and many of those afflicted were larger than they could manage. It was heartbreaking to see young children among the lifeless, their bright faces masked with indifference. Heavy marching footsteps from behind us made Ross and me turn around. 4 rows of tunic-clad men and women, each a dozen deep, marched toward us, and at the head was a young man of about 25. His tunic belt had speckles of gold coloring in its otherwise dull brown hue. The leader stopped before us and inclined his head slightly to Ross.
I wish we were meeting again under better circumstances, sir.
A faint smile touched Ross' lips.
So do I.
We still haven't figured out which one of us is the better swordsman. The man turned his attention to the chaos in the village square, and a frown creased his lips.
It appears the matter is more serious than first reported.
Ross nodded.
They're outnumbered, and the shade are more aggressive than in past times.
Cronus Lieutenant spun around to face his tunic-clad companions.
Logos, assist how you can.
The men bowed their heads and spread out in all directions. They gently captured the confused people, and with the direction of the neighbors, herded them back to their homes. With the combined powers of both citizens and logos, the afflicted were soon locked in their homes. Many of the quarters were searched for Drim, but every report that came back to the lieutenant was the same.
They have consumed all of their supplies, sir.
Ross and I offered our hands, and I took up some of the more docile people. One of them was an elderly woman, who leaned heavily on me as I helped her to her home on the second lowest tier. She didn't utter a word, just stared straight ahead as I guided her into her home and shut her inside. Her feeble attempts at escape on the other side pulled at my heartstrings, and I went away with tears in my eyes. I rejoined Ross on the main route up the hill, and hurriedly wiped away the tears with the back of one hand.
Are there any more?
He studied me for a moment before he shook his head.
Only a few, but I think you've helped enough.
I dropped my hand to my side and shook my head.
It's worse to see them wander around looking lost in their own hometown.
Our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Cronus Lieutenant. His expression was grim as he shook his head.
This is a far graver situation than we could have imagined. Have your men managed to find all the lost ones?
Ross asked him. The man nodded. We believe so, and fortunately none of them wandered out into the woods, at least as far as we can tell. I looked between the pair.
What would happen if they did go into the forest?
Ross pursed his lips.
We would never find them, unless they came out of their own will.
The stranger's attention fell on me and bowed his head. My apologies, but we were not properly introduced earlier. My name is Vothos, Lieutenant to the Master of Mathisi.
The corners of my lips twitched up. I'm Kate.
Just Kate. Vothos smiled, and I found that the look was gentler than that of his leader. A pleasure to meet you, Kate, and on behalf of everyone on this plateau, I thank you for your assistance. It is not everyone who would be willing to help strangers in their hour of need.
Speaking of need, Ross spoke up as he lifted an eyebrow at our new companion. Does Cronus have any idea what's going on?
Vothos shook his head.
If the master knew anything to help these people, we would be doing it.
As things stand, we are as much at a loss as the villagers, and in all the days of our ancestors I doubt anyone has seen the like.
I may have an answer.
We turned to find Daria hurrying up behind us. Her face was pale and her hands shook slightly. Gregor marched at her side clutching at her dress. The pair stopped before us and Vothos turned to bow his head to her.
Any help is most wanted, my dear lady.
You are Adra's wife, are you not? Daria nodded.
I am, and my husband and I were just talking about a strange coincidence.
She nodded at one of the nearby afflicted houses.
That family there hunts for Drim nearly every day.
Many times they've gone deeper into the woods than they should and often come back with the shade. Only last week their oldest daughter was suffering from it. Vothos' eyebrows crashed down.
Who was the first in their family afflicted with this new shade? Their oldest daughter.
Vothos folded his arms over his chest and furrowed his brow.
That may be a coincidence, as you say, but the timing is suspect.
Might I ask that you inquire further, and see who was afflicted first? Daria nodded.
Of course. She smiled down at her young son. And you'll help me, won't you?
Gregor's wide eyes still bespoke fear, but he nodded.
Yes, mother.
Daria looked up at Ross and me.
My husband is with the elders, trying to figure out how to feed so many people.
He said to come to our house whenever you're hungry or tired, and I would be glad to fix you up something to eat. Ross smiled and inclined his head to her.
You're very kind. We'll take you up on your generous offer later.
Daria nodded and led Gregor away. The dragon man turned to his scholarly companion.
I've never heard the shade be particular about its victims.
Vothos sighed.
But neither has the shade ever gone beyond the boundaries of the forest.
We cannot rule out any possibility.
Logos.
One of the local men waved at our companion, as they tugged another member of the community with them. The leader scurried up with his unwilling companion, and pointed at the friend.
My friend here has some information that might be helpful to Master Cronus.
Vothos turned his attention to the other man. The local had his face turned away from us, and his jaw was set firmly in a stubborn silence.
What news do you have for us, Alexei?
Alexei frowned and shook his head.
It's probably nothing. Even nothing may lead to something, Vothos insisted.
Go on now, Alexei, the other man insisted, as he gave his friend's arm a shake.
I believe you. They probably will too.
Alexei pursed his lips but turned to look at each of us.
Don't mock me for this, but I swear I heard a shuffling sound last night.
The Logos lifted an eyebrow.
You saw someone sneaking around the village?
Alexei shook his head.
I didn't see anybody.
All I heard was them shuffling around, and it sounded like they were dragging a bunch of stuff along with them. Vothos used one arm to gesture toward the village square.
Perhaps you had better start at the beginning, but where we can all take a seat.
We followed the Logos down the road, and to the large courtyard. Gone were the shade afflicted, and all of the stalls were deserted. Not a soul was in sight save for a few people who hurried to their destination. We moved over to some stone benches placed for the weary, and we all took a seat. The man took a deep breath and continued his tale.
I was out and about last night, getting a nip of some herb wine to calm my nerves. And before you go asking, I hadn't touched the stuff yet before I heard what I heard.
Vothos nodded.
We believe you.
Alexei sighed.
Anyway, I was walking down one of the tier streets near the mountain path, and I heard something strange along the road.
Like I said before, it sounded like shuffling, but with somebody dragging something along behind them. He paused and tilted his head up before he tapped on his chin. Kind of reminded me of the hide games we made with tree branches, where we'd try to wipe away our footprints by using branches to wipe away our prints.
And you saw nothing?
Vothos questioned him. Alexei shook his head.
Not a thing, though I didn't stick around very long to find out.
If it was the thing causing the shade, I wasn't going to stand there and let it get me. Vothos leaned back and furrowed his brow.
I see.
Thank you for this information. Alexei nodded, and the two men hurried off.
Our companion turned his attention to us. What do you make of the strange tale?
Ross stood with a crooked smile on his lips.
I think I'm going to have to stay up tonight and see if it's true. Chapter 17. I jumped to my feet. That makes two of us.
Vothos stood and smiled at us. You are both to be commended, and provided I have no other engagements, I will gladly join you. In the meantime, I must write up a report on everything I have seen and heard here.
Then we'll go with you, Ross informed him as he crossed his arms over his chest. There's nothing else we can do here until night, and Cronus has a promise to keep.
Our companion bowed his head to us, as a few of the logos joined us in the square.
Very well.
Allow me a moment to speak with my people, and hear their reports. Vothos turned to his companions, all of whom had dark clouds on their brows.
Well, what news do you bring me? One of the women shook her head. Only bad, sir.
A quarter of the town is now stricken, and whole families are affected. It will be difficult to care for them, though not impossible.
Unless the shade strikes again tonight, one of her cohorts spoke up as he crossed his arms over his chest.
If that happens, all of us will have to leave Mathisi to care for them, and there is every chance we may be stricken as well.
We have to find the source of this outbreak, another man chimed in.
Vothos nodded. I concur, though we need to be aware of the dangers in which we are placing ourselves. Should any of you be reluctant to assist, no one will blame you, and you will be assigned to the basic duties of the library. The logos looked among themselves before the first man sighed and dropped his arms to his sides.
None of us wishes to abandon these people, sir. What would you have us do now?
Gather about you as much fruit and vegetables as you can from the other families, Vothos instructed them as he lifted his gaze to the tears.
These poor souls will need nourishment, but we are fortunate that they can usually manage to feed from the simpler plants.
His fellow logos bowed their heads and scattered to the four winds. Vothos turned to us with a weary smile.
The situation appears to be more dire than I had anticipated.
Ross nodded.
It's not looking good, but maybe Cronus has learned something.
Vothos sighed. Perhaps, but let us conjecture no longer and see what, if anything, has been discovered. Vothos led us up the deserted streets of the village. The somber air dampened my excitement at the possibility of finally learning more about the prophecy, and if I even fit the bill. I glanced down the road that led to Ardra's and Daria's home, but there didn't appear to be anyone there. Only a few people mingled together and spoke in whispered voices. More than one looked over their shoulders, as though they expected the shade to leap out at them at any moment and take away their senses. We soon found ourselves on the road to Rivenburn, and Mathisi loomed up high in front of us. The library was as quiet as a tomb, with many of the logos still in the village rounding up the foodstuffs.
I looked at the back of Vothos' head. How many of you are there? He turned his head to one side with breaking stride and smiled at me. Fewer than there used to be, and perhaps too few to handle such a tragedy.
We reached the main hall where Vothos caught the attention of one of the other logos, a woman with an open smile, and her hands clasped in front of her. She hurried over to us and bowed her head to us.
Good morning to you. I have a few messages for you all from Master Cronus, who unfortunately is unable to speak with you at this time, as he has returned to his investigations into the Shade dilemma.
Ross frowned.
He has a promise to keep. She nodded. Master Cronus intends to keep his word, and his message to you is that once the dilemma is over, then he will see that his word is kept. We won't let him forget that he owes us a look in the vault, Ross warned the Logos. She bowed low to us. I will pass on that message to him. She turned to Vothos. Master Cronus has requested that you give a full report as soon as possible, and if necessary, what supplies may be needed by the village that we may have in our storehouse.
Vothos nodded.
I will do so at once, and you may pass that message on to him.
She bowed her head to us again and turned away. The woman hurried over to the imposing wooden door I'd noticed on our first visit, and slipped inside. I barely caught a view of the interior, but there were more bookcases situated against the walls, and with a rather large table in the center of the room. Vothos' expression was dire as he turned to us.
My sincerest apologies that you traveled over here merely to meet with disappointment.
Ross shook his head.
There's more than one reason we passed through the gap, but we'll be sure to come back and see how Cronus is getting along.
Perhaps we could offer our assistance in rummaging through the books. As you all know, I have some experience doing that. A faint smile touched Vothos' lips.
Yes, but let us hope the mystery is found out before such a dire turn as that must come about. If you will excuse me.
He bowed his head to us and hurried into one of the side rooms off the entrance hall. I grinned up at Ross.
In my world that's what's called a burn. He grinned. Not a bad name for a scorching remark, but he held out the crook of his arm to me. Let's forget this place for a moment. I have something I want you to see.
I lifted an eyebrow but accepted his arm. Ross led me down the hall toward the front doors. I couldn't help but look up at his bemused face.
So what's this about you two and swords?
A mischievous glint appeared in Ross' eyes.
The last time I made a visit to Mathisi. Through their plumbing, I added. He nodded. Through their plumbing, I was interrupted in my search by Vothos.
He had his rapier on him, and I managed to grab an ornate claymore off the wall. We dueled for quite a while, and I must admit I bear more than one mark from his expert hand, but our little contest was interrupted before we could learn who was the better swordsman.
So you were taught fencing when you were at your kingdom?
I mused, but I instantly regretted the question when I noticed a slight tinge of pain in his eyes. Years of exile had made him capable of hiding it quite well, but I caught that slight glimmer of sadness. He turned his face away from me but continued our stroll to the front doors.
Among other things.
I cleared my throat.
Anyway, where are you taking me? Back to Micron.
Ross opened one door for me and we stepped out.
Not yet. I promised to show you Rivenburn. I turned to face the ruined city, and a chill ran down my spine. It looked frighteningly lonely sitting in that hole without a sign of life.
My ears strained to catch even the slightest sound of a chirping bird or a scurrying mouse, but there was nothing. I wrapped my arms tighter around Ross' arm.
Is it safe?
He looked down at me with curiosity.
Is something wrong?
I couldn't keep my eyes off the solitary city, as I shook my head.
I don't know. There's just something unnatural about the place.
He followed my gaze and nodded.
Yeah.
Some people say it's haunted, and a lot of the people of Micron won't go in there after dark.
He paused and winked at me. That is, unless you pay them a lot of coins.
I snorted, and my eyes fell to the pocket in which our fortune was stashed.
Do we have enough for a ghost tour? He chuckled. Enough for a year's worth even at their prices, but I'll be your guide for free. In that case, could we skip the ghosts?
I pleaded as we strolled down the dirt path that led to the wall of ruins. I noticed that the road slipped underneath a massive stone arch, and broken rocks on either side signified the remains of a wall. Ross lifted his gaze to the midday sun that sat above our heads.
We have more than enough time to admire the ruins and be baffled by the writing.
I lifted an eyebrow.
What writing? The writing the people of Rivenburn left behind on their monuments, he explained as we neared the massive archway. Nobody's been able to decipher what it says. Is the language that difficult to make out? He shook his head. It's more complicated than that.
The inhabitants placed a magic spell over their writings so that only their own people could read what they wrote.
But before we get to that, he stopped us before the stone gate and smiled up at the monument. Welcome to the bearing gates. It was even more impressive up close.
6 huge stone columns of some white rock stood on either side and rose up some 20 feet above our heads. They were each topped by an equally long column that stretched from one row to the other, creating a small tunnel beneath its heavy frame. The stones had been placed so tightly together that though I didn't see any mortar, no light could shine through the columns, casting the entranceway in complete darkness. Small relief figures were plastered all over the front of the gate, but time and weather had worn them smooth, and it was impossible to make out any unique features other than people gathered close together. Large triangles hung over their heads like suns, and small straight lines of light emanated from them.
Chapter 18.
I gaped up at the impressive stone structure.
Wow. He nodded. The gates are the namesake of the mountain, though the name has been corrupted over the centuries.
Nobody's quite sure how they succeeded in perfectly fitting the stones together. Some people suggest a race of giants helped them. I whipped my wide eyes up to him.
Do those exist? He grinned. Only in tales told by firelight.
Ross led me forward and into the shadows of the gate.
Our footsteps rang out loud and clear against the immovable walls, and I was glad to be out of it.
The way opened up onto a flagstone path that stretched left and right, along a circular walk that stretched clear around the many miles of metropolis. The way also led forward and down into the round basin, and on its journey it passed dozens of wide tiers filled with ruined foundations. The bottom was more than a mile away from where we stood, and several 100 feet below us. There were 3 other paths to the base of the hole, 2 of them at equal intervals from our own and one on the opposite side. The shape couldn't help but remind me of the village, if the small town had been left to the elements for many ages. Moss and vines covered a great deal of the ruins, though the only trees were those that ran in a perfect line along the lower parts of the tiers. I looked up at my guide, who was also admiring the scenery. Did the inhabitants of this place build Micron too?
He shrugged. That's the theory, though Micron doesn't look nearly as old as Rivenburn, and as far as anyone can tell they were never as grand as the houses in here.
He strolled over to a toppled column and lifted up some vine. His brow was furrowed as he studied the plant, and the others like it that surrounded us.
The logos haven't been keeping as good a job at their gardening as usual. Their gardening?
I wondered as I sidled up to him. Ross dropped the plant and nodded.
The logos care for the city, and that means keeping it from being swallowed by the forest.
The last time I was here, all of this, he swept an arm over the area around us, was just stone with a few stubborn clumps of grass. I lifted an eyebrow as I examined the vine-covered stones.
The forest really likes to take over, doesn't it? Is it this invasive on the forest path? Worse, he mused as he turned his attention to the road that led downward. Did you want to see some of the writing?
There are quite a few examples of stone masonry and magic, much of which can be seen.
I blinked at him. How? He offered me his hand and a sly smile. I'll show you.
I snorted but accepted his hand, and he guided me down the declining road. The flagstones had been laid as perfectly as the bearing gate, but time had worn down these smaller rocks. Cracks ran like veins among them, and bunches of cut grass and weeds stuck out of the gaps. At each tier one couldn't help but slow my steps and gaze left and right. Each tier was about 200 feet wide, and contained the ruined foundations of what must have been impressive houses. Many of the former homes even had cellars where I glimpsed their ruined stone steps and shelves carved into the rock. A few of the houses had enough of their walls standing that I could see they had been thick, with bearing walls that had held up more floors.
So did they just slowly leave this place?
I asked my guide as he turned us off the path and onto one of the tiers.
He shook his head.
Nobody knows, but up until the creation of the God's will, you could still make away with gold plates dug out of the basements. Now the logos make sure to check anyone who leaves, and I've heard they have quite a stash of personal belongings. I stared at the flagstones and furrowed my brow.
That doesn't sound like they left in an orderly fashion, does it? No, he agreed as he stopped us about halfway between the main entrance road and the next one. This is what I wanted to show you.
I lifted my head and my eyes widened. A miniature version of Bearing Gate stood in front of us, and the archway led into a little grotto. The path led through the hollow and to another archway, but between them was a slice of green heaven. The stone walls on either side were decorated with majestic cascading vines that hung behind a pair of benches, one on either side of the tier road, like elegant curtains. Small white and purple flowers bloomed up and down the vines, and beside the benches were huge pots filled with flowers I didn't recognize, but the many colors of the soft petals created a speckled rainbow. The vines climbed over the top of the trellis that covered the little slice of heaven, and cast the area in gentle shadows. I gaped at the blooming paradise in awe, as Ross led me beneath its canopy and to the center of the grotto.
Even the air was different in there.
The scent of the flowers tickled my nose, and a soft breeze rustled the leaves, creating a little noise like gentle chimes.
This is beautiful, I breathed as I swept my eyes over the wonderful sight.
Ross smiled.
I thought you'd like it. I raised an eyebrow at him. Why?
His eyes met mine, and I felt a rush of heat run down me.
It reminds me of you.
The beauty of your face with the shadows of your past. I blushed and turned my beautiful face away from him.
This is a lot nicer than my face.
He grasped my chin gently in one hand and turned my head back so I faced him. Kindness lay in the depths of his eyes and something more. Maybe lust. Desire.
Your modesty is commendable, but you're still beautiful to me.
My cheeks were a bright red now, and my body was hot from head to toe.
Thanks.
A mischievous grin slipped onto his lips.
He swooped down and pressed a kiss against my lips.
My own desire flared up, and I couldn't help but lean into the kiss. One of his arms wrapped around my waist and pulled me close against his chest. I grasped his shirt and felt the warm, firm muscles twitch underneath them. My lungs screamed at me, and I was forced to break us apart.
Was it just me, or did Ross' eyes glow a little brighter than normal?
My chest moved up and down in a quick rhythm as I smiled up at him.
You know, you could have just said, "You're welcome."
He grinned.
I thought I did.
I leaned the side of my face against his chest and snorted. He was so warm and soothing. All the stress I'd felt over the last few weeks seemed to melt away in his strong embrace.
Did I ever tell you how happy I was you were here with me?
Ross wrapped both arms around me and set his chin on the top of my head.
I don't mind hearing it again.
I laughed and opened my mouth to speak, but a strange twinkling noise caught my attention. My ears perked up, and I lifted my head to look around.
What was that?
Ross too swept his eyes over the area.
It sounded like a triangle.
He took my gloved hand in his and nodded at the opposite side of the grotto.
I think it came from this direction, but we'll go see. Chapter 19.
We hurried through the grotto and back out into the open air, but the further we traveled away from the entrance, the more the city changed. The damage to the ruins was less extreme, and I even glimpsed some partial remains of second floors. Many vine-covered stone pillars rose up from the foundations, showing me that many of the homes once sported porticos like Mathisi, and they cast their high shadows over us as we raced down the colonnade of columns. The spindly vines grew thicker, blotting out the sun and casting us deeper into darkness, until we reached the intersection where one of the 4 roads led down to the bottom of the bowl. Ross looked this way and that, and both of us strained our ears. The soft ring-a-ling sounded again, but this time the noise was closer. I pointed at the block of ruins lower down and diagonal from where we stood.
I think it came from there.
Ross led us across the way, and onto the new quarter of the tier. The vines were even worse here, and Ross slowed our pace as we stepped over the thick tendrils and moss. Large stones littered the street, ruins from the toppled houses that surrounded us. Do the Logos not take their brooms this far?
I asked him as I sidestepped a huge chunk of stone. He shook his head. Not often, and the tours only venture into the front quarter of the city.
A thought struck me that made me shudder.
So we should be all alone, right?
Ross pursed his lips before he nodded.
We should be. I don't know why anyone would be out this. The triangle rang again.
Ross stopped so quickly that I walked past him and skidded to a stop, only by the grace of his hand attached to mine. I looked back at him and found that he was staring at what had once been a narrow gap between two homes. The walls of the houses were still intact, and broken bits of the upper floors had fallen across the way to create bridges which the vines used to crawl across the short distance. The end of the gap stopped at a tall wall that indicated the end of the tier, and the beginning of the higher one. Much of the end was hidden by the vines that hung from the broken walls, and the ground was littered with bits of stone. I bit my lower lip as I looked from the dark alley to Ross' furrowed brow.
Is it a good idea to go in there? He shook his head. No, but when has that ever stopped us? I snorted. Then I guess we should get this over with.
We hurried into the alley, but the way was too narrow for us to stride side by side. Ross took the lead, but he kept a tight grip on my hand, leading me through the debris.
We slowed our pace as we reached the end.
From afar I had thought I could see the rear wall, but now I realized it was just a mess of rubble with overgrown vines covering much of its surface. The rear wall was several yards further back, and the rear wall of the houses ended at where the rubble pile began, showing the origin of all the stones. A narrow passage led into a small area lit by the sun high overhead. The short aisle was framed by vine-covered walls that arched over the top, and a pile of rubble on the ground. Ross stopped us at the opening and studied the gap before he turned to me with a frown.
You should stay here.
I leaned to one side and peered into the lit area.
How about you stay here and I go in?
I'm smaller anyway. I'll fit better.
His frown deepened. If anything happens, I'll be able to squeeze even my fat butt out of there faster than your broad shoulders because I'll be hauling ass, I retorted as I grasped his upper arms and tried to pull him out of the way. Now just step aside, fair gentleman, and let me see if our triangle player is lurking in there.
Ross pressed his feet into the stone and shook his head.
That's exactly why I need to go in there first. I snorted. I don't think they're going to bludgeon me to death with that instrument. Besides, the joke's on them. My head's too hard for that to happen. I don't. Trust me. I met his eyes and smiled. The triangle player may not even be in there, and I'm sure all I'll find in there is some more vines.
Ross gave the opening another furtive look, before he returned his attention to me.
All right, but don't go too far in there. I squished my body past him and tentatively tapped the pile of small stones that blocked the way.
They crumbled a little beneath my weight, but otherwise felt firm. I grasped the vines on either side and eased my full weight forward. The archway forced me to duck inside, and I beheld a tiny courtyard surrounded by walls covered in creeping plants. A yelp escaped me when the rock pile beneath my foot gave way, and I slid down the short drop to fall on my ass a few feet past the opening.
Kate!
Ross shouted as he partially wiggled through the gap and stuck his head into the courtyard.
Are you okay? Nothing busted but my ego, I assured him as I stood and rubbed my derriere.
Ross examined me first before he turned his focus to my surroundings. His eyes slightly widened and his eyebrows rose up.
This isn't what I expected.
I brushed the dirt of countless centuries off myself before I tilted my head at him.
What do you?
My eyes caught sight of an empty area on the wall on Ross' left. No vines hung there, though the shriveled remains of the plants that had once decorated the stones lay at the base of the wall. With the wall revealed, I beheld dozens of lines of strange markings. They were laid out in paragraphs, and I could only surmise that I was staring at a completely foreign language. The letters were not merely some forgotten graffiti, but had been carefully carved into the stone by a skilled hand. Though shadows lay in the recesses of the letters, I couldn't help but see a strange glow inside them. The appearance reminded me of heat waves floating off hot pavement, or those mirage flickers in old cartoons, but with a touch of angelic beauty to it. Ross climbed in the rest of the way and turned his head to the right. I followed the leader, and beheld another revealed wall with more writing. He took a short step up to the wall, and brushed one of his hands over the quivering letters. I watched in amazement as some of the glow swirled around his fingers, and as he drew away his hand stretched the glow out like fine strings on an instrument. They could only stretch so far, however, before the glow slid off his fingers, and drew back into their shallow valleys inside the letters. I nodded at the walls.
You said something about there being magical writing, but I'm guessing this isn't the spot you've seen it at.
He turned partially around to study the first wall before he shook his head.
This city is large enough that I didn't explore most of it on my trips here, and I doubt I would have found it anyway were it not for our instrument-playing guide.
I tilted my head to one side, and examined the illuminated scrolls.
Does it always have that soft glow? He nodded. It's the magic, protecting anyone from reading it.
I lifted an eyebrow at him.
But can anyone really read the letters anyway? The magic is rumored to protect the letters because they are readable once the spell is broken, he told me.
I cupped my chin in one hand and furrowed my brow at the problem before me. As I studied the lettering, I noticed the light pulse ever so slightly. Curiosity killed the cat, but it also made grand discoveries.
Does the magic hurt if you touch the lettering?
Ross shook his head.
It doesn't do anything.
Some people have even stolen some of the words.
I stretched out one hand and pressed my palm against the short middle paragraph.
A strange warm sensation ran down my arm and into the cold stone, but something was wrong.
I felt the urge to remove my glove and did so.
Ross' eyebrows crashed down as he watched me pull off my glove.
What are you? I pressed my bare palm against the wall.
The soft glow became an explosion of light that nearly blinded me. I yelped and started back into Ross' chest. He grasped my arms, and the tension in them told me he was trying to decide if fight or flight was the better option. The light faded slightly and seemed to become absorbed into the words. The letters wreathed like serpents and their shapes morphed into new words.
Words that I could read. Chapter 20.
I whipped my head back and gaped up at Ross' astonished face.
Is that supposed to happen?
He clapped his jaw shut and furrowed his brow.
It hasn't before.
He drew me behind him before he stepped up to the letters. His eyes flickered over the newly revealed words before he read them aloud.
Ye who reads these words know that the Ganner's family lives here.
We are the best of the great coppersmiths of Ignosia, and we leave our works here as a testament to our proclamation. May their beauty give you a smile and remain in your memory, and the gods give their blessing to you. Ross lifted his eyes to the ruins of the house.
There was only stone and my heart fell. There aren't any of their works left, are there?
Ross shook his head.
None at all.
No doubt it was taken away by treasure hunters centuries ago. I stepped forward and brushed my fingers against one of the words. Ignosia. You think that's what Rivenburn used to be called?
I'd say that's true. We've made quite the discovery, he mused before he turned to face the opposing wall, and after a brief examination his gaze fell on me. Do you want to try again?
I faced the other still magicked wall and furrowed my brow.
I don't know. I don't even know how I did it the first time. He nodded at my bare hand. Your familiar touch did it, but I don't know how. I took a deep breath and shrugged. It didn't hurt the first time, so let's give it a whirl.
I pressed my naked palm against the cold stone. As before, the letters came alive, morphing themselves into words we could read. In a moment I stepped back and looked over the fresh letters before I read the words aloud.
Ye who reads these words know that the Chalkorgos family lives here.
None compares to our talent among the famed coppersmiths of Ignosia. Our proof is in our deeds, and may they last for 1,000 years for your eyes to behold, and may the gods give their blessing to you.
I snorted and looked up at Ross' bemused face. Looks like there was a rivalry between neighbors.
He folded his arms over his chest and smiled.
So it would appear.
Quite an interesting anecdote in history, but I wonder how someone would learn about this gift, even you didn't know you possessed. A familiar sound reached my ears, and I noticed Ross tilt his head to one side.
You heard that? I asked him. He nodded. Our triangle playing guide is back. Perhaps they want to show us other writing that needs deciphering.
We crawled out of the cramped space and hurried to the open road.
The triangle sounded again.
Ross grabbed my gloved hand and nodded to our left in the direction that led to the opposite side of the city from the entrance.
That way.
We hurried down the road, making sure to avoid the many ruinous obstacles, and soon arrived at the rear vertical road that led to the bottom of the city. Ross stopped and both of us listened. We didn't have long to wait until another ring sounded. The noise came from our left, up the hill and at the end of the city where the ruins met a sharp cliff face. Ross frowned before he looked down at me.
This could be a trap.
I lifted an eyebrow.
But who would want to trap us? There's always Corvinus.
His agents are everywhere, even in Micron.
I shrugged. We won't know unless we check it out. At least this way they're not sneaking up behind us.
A crooked grin slipped onto his lips.
You watch the back and I'll watch the front.
I gave his hand a squeeze.
Agreed, now let's go.
We strode up the road, and I noticed the slope steepened until the flagstones changed into wide steps like those of the library. The place was as silent as the grave as we reached the top step, after a climb of some 30 feet, and found ourselves on a wide but short plateau.
It reminded me of a perfect spot for a Japanese shrine.
There was even an archway similar to the bearing gate, but much smaller and narrower, with only a single block on either side with a stone atop them. These stones, however, were covered in thick layers of vines, and under the tendrils I glimpsed carved reliefs. Ross and I stopped at the columns that held up the arch, and he used both hands to part the middle clump of vines. Stone figures were revealed to us, worn by rain and time but clear enough to make out the short hair of the men and the jewelry around the necks of the women. They wore tunics like the logos, and their hands were raised up in supplication to a central figure. The figure stood on top of a mountain range, and I couldn't help but notice the resemblance to the mountains that then surrounded us. Ross' face was a mixture of intrigue and surprise.
I didn't know there were carvings left like this in the city, he mused as he dropped his hands, hiding the figures beneath the dozens of layers of vines.
No wonder the reliefs had lasted so long. He raised his gaze to the area beyond the archway.
Nor that a place like this stood here.
I couldn't blame him for his astonishment. At the rear and center of the small plateau stood a statue atop a pedestal. The statue was less covered by vines and more worn by weather. As we approached the stone carving, I could recognize the tight bun of the womenfolk, and the figure wore a long gown that gathered about her feet in elegant folds, but otherwise the features were too smooth to decipher anything else. Her elegant hand, however, was stretched downward, as though she wanted to help any passerby onto her pedestal.
Interesting,
Ross murmured before he turned his back on the statue and looked out over the city.
This is the position farthest away from the entrance.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Meaning what?
He folded his arms over his chest. Meaning that this statue is the farthest point from outsiders, and I wouldn't be surprised if few were allowed to enter here. Did you notice the small platforms at the bottom of the steps? I looked over my shoulder and beheld 2 square platforms some 3 feet wide, each on one side of the stairs.
What about them? Their centers are worn down like cart ruts in a road.
Somebody stood on those platforms for a very long time. My eyebrows lifted.
Like guards? He nodded. That's what I believe.
The palace where I grew up had the same indents in the floors from centuries of guards standing very still.
So, whatever this place was, I mused as I turned my attention back to the statue, it was really important to the Ignosians.
Other than the statue, the area was empty, except for the flagstones that surrounded her in a circular pattern. The platform stretched to the sheer cliff face, which extended around the circular area on either side of the statue-like arms, stretching to encompass the whole of the space. The cliff was covered in a thick layer of vines that gave the appearance of a curtain, with the statue as the actress.
I strolled around the backside and jerked to a stop. "Ross." He strode after me and his face showed concern. "What?"
I pointed at the back of the pedestal.
"More writing."
A thick paragraph of indecipherable words had been carved into the stone of the pedestal. The letters had the same faint glow as the last ones we'd found. I raised my bare hand and wiggled my fingers.
"Well, here goes nothing."
I pressed my palm against the paragraph, and the letters morphed into legible writing. Ross leaned forward and read aloud the inscription. "Behold the beauty of Sophia mortals, and know her grace and wisdom. She of the mind bestowed her gifts on us, and we in turn have erected this statue to worship her for all time. Pray to her and know her bountiful benevolence. When the night is darkest, come here and witness her power." I lifted an eyebrow at Ross as he finished.
"So, Sophia is a goddess." "So it would seem, though I've never heard of this one," Ross told me as he lifted his eyes to the face of the statue. "Her worship must have ended when the city collapsed." "There's still the logos," I pointed out.
A small symbol beneath the paragraph caught my attention. I leaned forward and squinted.
"Is that a triangle?"
Ross studied the tiny weathered shape and nodded.
"I think so."
He straightened and swept his eyes over the area.
"This hardly seems to be worth leading us here. I wonder if there's something more here that our guide wants us to find." I shrugged. Maybe they were hoping the paragraph would point to riches. "That might still be around," Ross mused as he strolled over to the left side where the cliff face curved inward to surround the rear of the statue.
He brushed some of the vines away and revealed more stone figures, hidden and protected by countless generations of plants. However, the walls bore the reminder of whatever burned tragic event had struck the city, as the figures were blackened, and the stone cracked in dozens of places. Ross scoured the walls and pursed his lips.
"Let's see if we can find some more writing." Chapter 21. "I'll start on the other side," I offered as I hurried over to my appointed spot.
I stuck on my glove and began to rifle through the layers of plants. My pace was slow because every time I found the wall, I was shown more of the story of ancient Ignosia. The people stood facing the same direction in a long line with their arms upraised. Their faces were so well carved that I could see the wrinkles under the eyes of the aged ones. In their hands they revealed their trades, from miniature furniture to stone carvings, and even elegant birds with long tails that stretched to the ground. The female figure at the very head of the line, however, faced the procession, but her hands were raised up and held a triangle. As I pulled at the vines, a huge figure was revealed to me. The person was a woman, and from the thin strips of stone that emanated from her person, I guessed she was the majestic goddess in the flesh. So to speak. Her person was much larger than the rest, as she stood 3 times the height of the leader of the procession. She wore the same long dress as the statue, and time had hardly touched her features. A tiara covered her brow, and a half-dozen bracelets covered her wrists. Around her neck she wore a simple short necklace with a triangle on the front. Sophia's head was slightly turned so I could see much of her face. The goddess bangs stretched down to her chin and framed her face with its perfect chin and nose. Her eyes were bright, and it was only after a moment that I realized they were inlaid with precious stones. The gems were so small and so perfectly fitted together, I could hardly tell they weren't one large jewel. What was most amazing about her figure, however, was she was untouched by fire damage. Not a speck of her was blackened nor even cracked. As I gazed into those brilliant jewels, I felt the same strange pull as when I'd looked into the glowing orb atop the pedestal. I reached out one hand and pressed my gloved palm against the angelic figure. I pressed my hand against the cold stone and tilted my head back to gaze up at the forgotten majesty of this goddess, who seemed to call to me from across the ages. That's when a gravely voice spoke up from behind me.
Looks like this wreck has a new pretty piece.
I spun around to find myself facing two shady men. One was tall and lean, the other short and also skinny, and they were both about 20 years old. The pair wore some rough linen shirts and leather pants. Thick black boots covered their feet, and the shorter of the two sported a handkerchief around his neck.
The taller man had hair that reached his shoulders, but his companion had a short cut to match his stature. The shorter one had a thin stick stuck between his teeth and chewed on it like a cow chews its cud.
The pair resembled that animal in their appearances, as both were covered in various patches of dirt, and even a few leaves clung to their clothing. Whoever they were, trouble shadowed their steps, and it was the kind I didn't want to step in. My eyes flickered to the other side of the area in search of Ross, and my heart skipped a beat.
He had vanished. As panic crept up on me, the short man curled his lips up into a lecherous smile. Sorry to spook you.
We just wanted to say hello to a lady as pretty as you are. I took a step back and scoured the area for Ross, but he was nowhere to be found.
The taller one laughed. She's afraid of you, Mel.
Mel chuckled.
Of course she isn't, Simon.
Why would anybody be afraid of little old me? I scooted to one side, but my movement caught the attention of the slim Simon. His eyebrows crashed down and he strode toward me.
Where are you going? We're not done talking to you. I think you are.
A shadow strode out from behind me and stopped between Simon and me. Relief swept over me as I recognized Ross' stiff back. My dragon savior narrowed his eyes at the two men. Simon's bravado was cowed by the arrival of Ross, and he stepped back to rejoin his cohort. Mel, however, didn't lose his smile as he looked Ross up and down.
Well, well. This is quite the honor, Mel. Somebody with eyes like that could only be a brat from the family that's in charge of Hadrianus.
Simon's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. Mel glared at his companion and slammed his elbow into Simon's side. The other man winced and puckered his face into a pout. Mel rolled his eyes at his pathetic companion before he returned his curious attention to us.
I don't remember hearing about you letting a woman tag along on your troubles.
A crooked smile slipped onto Ross' lips.
I thought I'd show her the sights.
What's your business in these ruins? The logos don't generally allow people this deep into the ruins.
Mel laughed. It looks like those stiff necks are busy, so why not take a tour while the caretakers are away?
But if you're really wanting to know, we're killing time until our seller gives us the drim we're owed. Seems they got touched by the shade and ate all their stock. Ross looked him up and down.
It looks like you've been trying to get a hold of the drim yourself.
Mel shrugged.
Can't blame a man for trying, especially seeing as how that village isn't gonna be there soon. I frowned at him. What do you mean?
He grinned at me and showed off teeth that resembled the planks of a molding, rotting dock.
Doesn't look good for them, does it?
Getting all messed up by whatever's attacking them. A few more nights and there won't be anybody left to care for anyone.
That's when we come in, Simon spoke up with a guffaw.
A quick look of warning from his cohort and the laughter died in his throat. Mel scowled a moment longer at his companion before he returned his attention to us.
But what are you doing this deep in the mess?
Looking for treasure.
And not finding any, Ross informed him as he folded his arms over his chest and shrugged. It looks like it's all taken.
The short man tilted his head to one side and eyed us both.
You don't say. Then I'm sure you'll be on your way.
Ross swept his eyes over the area and smiled.
Actually, I was just telling my companion here what a nice spot this would be to sit here all afternoon.
A dark cloud settled on the man's brow, and the false camaraderie in his expression vanished.
You don't say. You didn't even bring a basket for food. Maybe you'd like to go get that.
Ross looked down at me with his devilish smile.
Are you hungry?
I opened my arms and smiled up at the sun.
Only for some sunbathing.
Mel wrinkled his nose.
Sunbathing? What foolishness is that?
Ross shrugged. A foolishness that means we'll be staying here for a long time. He used a hand to gesture to the open area.
If you two care to join us.
Mel sneered at us.
I'd rather bite into a sulfurian eel.
He rolled his eyes to his companion and jerked his head in the direction of the stairs.
Come on. We've got better things to look at than them.
The pair shuffled off, though not without casting dark looks in our direction. They disappeared down the slope and into one of the neighborhoods. I lifted my eyebrow at Ross.
A sulfurian eel.
He wrinkled his nose.
A rather nasty fish with the scent and flavor of bitter nightmares. I snorted. Sounds like a hell of a meal. And speaking of that, I cast a look of suspicion at my dragon companion. Where the hell were you?
He jerked his head over his shoulder in the direction of the curved, vine-covered wall.
Let me show you. Chapter 22.
Ross led me over to the wall and drew aside the curtain of vines to reveal a small tunnel carved into the cliff face. Due to the lack of light, the passage stretched out of sight after only 5 feet.
I squinted into the dark. What's in there? He shook his head. I didn't have time to check before our guests showed up, but we'll find out right now.
He grabbed a thick, healthy vine that was nearly as wide as my arm and gave a mighty yank. The plant toppled to the ground, and he picked up the stalk and pulled off all the leaves. Pull down some of these dead vines, he told me as he dug around in his pocket. I yanked armfuls of the dry plants off the walls as he drew out a small book which held a few sticks that looked suspiciously like matches. He wrapped the dead vines around the top of the thick stalk and lit the bundle. The plants ignited, but the flames didn't burn the wet, fresh stalk, creating a safe torch as far as torches go. Ross led me inside and down the tunnel. I was struck by the primitive construction. Compared to the elegant square at our backs, the roughly carved walls and dirt floor were positively Neolithic. There were also no elegant figures on the stone, but I did notice some strange marks that stretched for several yards. I ran my hand down the marks and my eyes widened as I realized what they were.
Are these fingernail marks?
Ross turned his face to one side and revealed his dire expression.
Yes.
A lot of people came down this way who didn't want to. I shivered and scooted closer to Ross and his light. The tunnel stretched some 100 feet into the mountain before it opened into a circular room, about 50 feet in diameter. The stone floor had been carved with layers of circles, and in those circles were unfamiliar symbols. In the center of all the circles was a raised stone platform of some reddish stone, very different from the dull grays and blacks around us. The stone had a single large crack down the middle that split the platform in two, and etched into the rock was a face. Ross jerked to a stop at the opening to the room, and I crashed into his back. He held me up as I floundered against him for a moment, before I found my footing, and my annoyance.
What's going on?
Ross turned to face the wall to our right, and nodded at a shiny object that hung on the wall.
Our guide has been here.
I followed his gaze, and beheld a triangle instrument that hung from a particularly sharp rock. The metal stick used to play it hung from a piece of string. Ross took the instrument and held it up to his face, where the smooth angles glistened in the torchlight.
This has been used quite often.
You can tell by the wear on the coating. I looked up and down the empty hall.
We found the instrument, but where's the player?
Ross pocketed the instrument and nodded ahead of us.
Gone, but let's see what they wanted us to see.
Ross and I walked up to the platform, and I examined the features. They were male with short hair and sunken eyes. The jaw was broad and stuck in a wide grin that revealed sharp teeth. Black stones had been set into the eye sockets, and the smooth rocks reflected the light from the flickering torch, giving them an eerie glow. A cold chill sank into my bones as I looked up at Ross.
That isn't Sophia. He shook his head. No, it isn't. Do you know who it is?
I don't. He stooped and held the torch over the platform.
But I don't think I'd like to meet him. Something about the width of the stone bothered me.
I looked over my shoulder at the entrance.
Do you think they broke the stone to get it in here? It's too big for the tunnel as one piece, and it doesn't look like it was carved out of the floor. That's because it's stained with blood.
The color drained from my face.
Blood? He nodded. Lots of blood, and my guess would be over many years.
My eyes flitted over the room with its weird designs and jagged walls.
Then this place was for sacrifices. Undoubtedly, and this face we're looking at is probably the god they were sacrificed to.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Do cities worship two gods? He stood and furrowed his brow. It's possible, though most cities tend to worship one god. It's cheaper on the public works.
A faint glow behind him caught my attention. The light emanated from the wall opposite the entrance. I walked over and noticed the familiar light of the magic letters. Ross joined me and watched as I removed my glove. I pressed my hand against the short paragraph, and the spell was lifted. The letters formed into words which Ross read aloud.
Our eyes are open, and our heads are low.
In her name do we abandon our sins and leave this place to time. I lifted an eyebrow as he finished.
They stopped worshipping here. They adopted a new god, he mused as he turned and stretched out the torch.
The light illuminated the floor again, and I couldn't help but shudder at the sight of the sacrifice stone.
And abandon their past practices. This must have been quite the shift in their society. I folded my arms over my chest and frowned. Why do you think our triangle player wanted us to find this place? He shook his head. Possibly to decipher the writing, though why I can't guess.
A cold chill settled on my heart, and I couldn't help but press my hands against my chest. My eyes flickered over the area, and I half expected a bogeyman to jump out of the shadows.
Ross, I think we need to leave. He lifted an eyebrow. Why? I shook my head. I have a bad feeling, and it's only getting worse.
Without a word, Ross grasped one of my hands and hurried us back down the tunnel. About halfway down the tunnel, my foot tripped over something. Ross kept a hold on my hand, but he couldn't stop me from falling to my hand and knees.
The cold chill I'd felt in the room had only gotten worse. Even the stones were cold to the touch. That's when something slithered over my hands.
I yelped and yanked them off the floor. Ross turned around at my cry, and the light from his torch illuminated the ground. My eyes widened as I beheld several dozen vines slithering over the floor like skeletal snakes. They weren't even the living vines but the dead ones. Ross used our joined hands to wrench me to my feet. He drew his arm around my waist and raced us down the tunnel.
The torchlight illuminated the walls. I almost wished it hadn't.
The walls were alive with dead plants. The bony vines slithered over the rough stones and lashed out at us as we passed. Several of their twiggy bodies latched onto my clothes and hair. I twisted out of their sharp grasps, and Ross' quick speed kept us ahead of the slithering plants. A loud rustling behind us made me look behind. The edge of the torchlight captured a wall of dead vines that followed us down the tunnel, inching ever closer with their barbed, grasping ends. The rustling was the dead leaves that scraped along the wall and dropped onto the ground. Several of the vines lunged at our light and caught themselves on fire. The flames dropped to the floor and the dead leaves combusted. The airtight passage soon filled with smoke, and we choked on the fumes even as we drew nearer to the exit. Ross threw the torch over his shoulder, and horrible screeches sounded from our pursuers as the flames struck the head of the beast. We burst out of the tunnel and into the bright and clean open air. Ross practically dragged me past the statue and to the edge of the area where the steps started. He turned us around and we watched as the fire consumed the writhing plants. In a few minutes there was nothing but a smoldering mess, and a whole lot of questions.
Chapter 23.
I looked up at Ross' soot-covered face.
What the hell was that?
A dark cloud covered his already blackened brow as he pursed his lips.
I don't know. I've come across a lot of vicious plants, but never ones that moved after they were dead.
I winced.
Maybe they aren't dead.
Ross shook his head.
They were definitely dead, otherwise they wouldn't have caught fire so easily on the torch.
Something atop the pile of smoldering plant matter shifted, as did the beat of my heart. A gasp escaped me as a few small unburned tendrils slithered across their dead brethren, but stopped at the edge where the burnt curtain of vines shaded them. The dead plants reached out for us, but upon slipping into the sunlight they exploded. My mouth dropped open as the papery remains of the burst plants floated down to the ground.
Did it just sneeze itself into oblivion? Let's find out, Ross suggested as he drew me away from him. That made me cling to him harder, and I glared up at him. What are you doing? He grinned. If what I'm thinking is right, I'm going to do the world a favor. And if it's not, then I won't be doing myself a favor. I grasped his shirt tighter. Then I'm coming with you.
His gaze drifted down to my shaky legs.
You can barely stand. I grinned up at him. That's what you're here for.
Ross smiled and steadied my shaking body against his side, before we walked together toward the tunnel opening. The decrepit vines still wreathed and slithered about trying to escape the darkness of the tunnel. We stopped a short yard from the entrance, only a foot shy of the darkness created by the thick mess of living vines that still framed the entrance. The vines rose up like vipers, and the sound of their leaves rustling sounded like hissing. One of the tendrils leapt at us, and the moment its body came out into the open, the whole vine exploded into dry bits. I gaped at the falling debris as another vine tried its luck, with the same result. Ross stretched out his arm and his hand slipped into the darkness. My eyes widened, and I threw myself on his arm.
What are you doing?
One of the vines latched itself around both his arm and my shoulder, which I had neglected to keep out of the shadows. One of the plants even managed to graze my neck, and I felt a horrible stinging sensation in my flesh. I yelped as the thing pulled me toward the charred darkness, but I dug my heels into the flagstones and Ross yanked us both back. We took the vines with us, and they exploded at close range.
A horrible stench of rot hit my nostrils, which reminded me of the Drim.
Ross pulled me away from the dark hole and turned me, so we faced each other. He gently grasped my chin and tilted my head to my left. A hiss escaped my lips as the swollen skin on my neck was stretched.
He frowned. This looks like the same wounds you had from last night.
I winced.
They feel like it too.
I noticed a look of regret in his eyes, so I grasped his hand that held me and gave it a squeeze.
It was worth the risk, especially if those things, I nodded at the tunnel where a few vines still wreathed about, are related to what's happening to me, and maybe what's happening in the village. He cast another look at my wounds. If only it was I who'd taken the hit. I snorted. Be glad it's me. I'd have a harder time getting you out of here. And we should leave, he warned me as he turned to face the tunnel. When night falls, there won't be any sun to keep those things in the tunnel. Besides, we have an appointment with Master Cronus.
I lifted an eyebrow.
About his promise.
Ross lifted the triangle out of his pocket, and smiled at the little trinket.
I believe we have something to return to him.
My eyes widened as the realization struck me.
He was the player.
Who else has an ego big enough to lead us along these roads that are nearly sacred to the Logos, using one of their own instruments? I wrinkled my nose.
But why?
His eyes sparkled with mischief and determination.
That's what we're going to find out.
I was only too glad to hurry away from that horrible tunnel, and those writhing vines. We followed the upper ring around to the front, and reached the bearing gate at the same time the sun began its descent toward the horizon. As we passed beneath the shadowed stones I jerked to a stop, and my heart skipped a beat as I remembered something.
What about those two guys we met?
He looked over his shoulder at the archway and pursed his lips.
It's too dangerous to go back there without knowing what we're up against, so we'll have to hope they left ahead of us.
We hurried out of the shadows, and up the slope to the library. The area was quiet, but we found several Logos seated at the tables with books open before them. Many had bags under their eyes, and the shoulders of others were slumped. A few looked as though they were about to nod off. Ross paused at the end of the hall, and frowned at the exhaustion before us.
Looks like things haven't improved in the village. You are unfortunately correct, a voice spoke up, and we turned to the left to find Vothos walking toward us.
He stopped a few feet away, and cast a sorrowful look at his brethren.
There has been no improvement in those struck 2 nights ago, and many are in need of constant attention.
The villagers are doing what they can, but they are fearful and must also care for their own families. Ross lifted an eyebrow.
None of the afflicted are showing signs of improvement.
Vothos closed his eyes and shook his head.
Not in the slightest, and that worries us most.
I looked between their worried faces.
Why? The shade affects everyone differently, Vothos explained as he furrowed his brow.
In the past, some have recovered more quickly than others, with the symptoms beginning to disappear after a day. This lack of improvement among all of the afflicted suggests we may be dealing with a shade that lasts longer.
Perhaps permanently.
Ross jerked his head in the direction of the vault doors.
And no news from Cronus?
Vothos shook his head.
The master has found nothing. We may have some news to tell him if we didn't beat him back, Ross mused as he drew out the triangle and held the instrument out to Vothos. And tell him we won't accept any more of his excuses.
Vothos lifted an eyebrow at the instrument.
That appears to be Master Cronus' triangle, but where did you find it? I snorted. It found us.
Ross clapped the instrument into Vothos' palm.
Pass that message on as quickly as you can.
Night's coming and there might be trouble on our heels. Vothos nodded and hurried off to the vault door. He slipped inside and closed the door behind him, but this time I was able to notice a hunched figure seated at the large table. I looked up at Ross' tense face.
You really think the vines will follow us?
He continued to stare in front of us as he shook his head.
I don't know, but we shouldn't be optimistic and believe they're just going to stay in that tunnel. That wasn't the only place we saw vines after all. My heart skipped a beat as I understood what he was saying. You mean any of the vines might come after us?
Ross nodded.
If they're dead, there's a real possibility.
A moment later the door opened and Vothos stepped out.
He will see you in the vault. Chapter 24.
Vothos' announcement caused a stir in the otherwise dormant logos. Their heads shot up and they gaped at us in shock and surprise. We hurried over to where Vothos awaited us, and slipped past him into the room. I was expecting something different from the main part of the library, and I wasn't disappointed.
The first change that hit me was the air itself.
As Ross had explained, the temperature was definitely cooler. There was an old scent about the place as well, a spice that was a mix of old books and a sweet smell from the wood that surrounded us. The bookcases too were different in that many had frosted glass doors that nearly obscured the contents. Those contents filled every square inch of every shelf from the floor to the ceiling. I stepped out from under the balconies and gaped up at the countless books crammed into every space, even the rafters from which hung more shelves for more tomes. Cronus was indeed the one who sat at the table, the top of which was covered in books of all shapes and sizes.
The triangle sat in front of him, and at our coming he looked up from his reading.
I expected the usual frown, but there was a touch of a smile at one corner of his lips. Vothos' eyes couldn't hide his curiosity, as he stood uncertainly at the door. Cronus beckoned him.
You may remain, Vothos.
Others may soon know the truth, and I want no more secrets between us. Ross folded his arms over his chest and frowned at the master.
You've been reading up on the prophecy.
Cronus placed his hand on a large tome to his right. The binding was leather, browned with age, and showing off only a few scraps of some bluish color the covers once sported.
I have.
Ross' displeasure deepened.
Why did you follow us into the ruins and lead us through them to the tunnel?
Cronus drew the book in front of him, and opened the cover to about a third of the way through the book. He pressed a thin finger against the page, and drew his digit along the words as he spoke them aloud.
The goddess comes to us through her chosen mouth, and through that line we shall know her commands. I blinked at him. What does a goddess have to do with the prophecy?
Cronus lifted his eyes up to me.
The chosen one is a familiar, and through her powers is she able to hear the voice of Sophia.
Both our eyes widened.
An emissary of Sophia.
Cronus nodded.
In a word, yes.
He returned his attention to me, and looked me up and down.
You hardly bear the countenance of an emissary of any god, save one who manages the sewers.
Ross stiffened at my side and narrowed his eyes.
This has nothing to do with the prophecy, does it?
You're only looking to find out what you need to for your own goals. Cronus frowned at him. Our goals are not so vile as you hint at, dragon, especially as the darkness creeps into the homes of the villagers. For their sake I followed you into the ruins and led you to her statue. I wished to see if you could be her emissary, and decipher the words left by her most devout followers. That is, our ancestors, the citizens of Ignosia. Ross lifted his nose slightly at the chief logos.
How much do you really know about the civilization that you aren't telling everyone else?
Cronus leaned back in his chair and furrowed his brow.
Not as much as we would desire, and that is due to the lost spell our ancestors cast on their words.
Ross scoffed.
Maybe they just didn't want their human sacrifices to be known.
Vothos stepped forward closer to the table and gaped at Cronus.
Master, what is he talking about?
Cronus clasped his hands together in his lap and studied Ross and me.
Is that what you found in the tunnel?
Ross nodded.
That's what we found.
The plaque you led us to, and the bloody rock said it all.
He swept his arm over the vast bookcases. Now, do these books have anything further about the prophecy or not?
Cronus studied him for a long time before he averted his eyes.
They do not. Then we don't have any more business here, Ross insisted as he turned his ire-filled face to me. Are you ready to go?
I bit my lower lip as I looked between him and Cronus. The master logos stared hard at me, but in his depths I could almost see a pleading expression.
But what about the villagers?
Ross' tense shoulders slumped slightly, but a crooked smile slipped onto his lips.
I thought you'd say that.
I almost hoped you wouldn't, but I wanted you to make the choice. I winced.
I'm not sure I'm the best person to be leader in I was about to say world but stopped myself, in a place I don't know much about. Then I shall guide you with what information I have procured from these books, Cronus offered, as he set his splayed fingers on the open page of the book. This is not a book of the prophecy, as you no doubt have surmised, but a history of the plateau.
I believe that history is now coming back to haunt our present, and destroy our future. Ross crossed his arms over his chest and frowned.
I think we met that history earlier today.
Cronus nodded.
I viewed your adventure from afar, and glimpsed the tendrils that attempted to escape the tunnel. I suspect they are a part of Alith.
Vothos stared back and his eyes widened.
The dark god. I'm going to guess that's the god of sacrifice we found in the tunnels, Ross mused.
I wrinkled my nose.
That's the god on the disc. What happened to him?
Ross turned to me.
What happens to any god who isn't worshipped anymore? I shrugged. They go on vacation.
Cronus shook his head.
Would that such a fate awaited them, but I suspect the fate of Alith is much worse.
Ross' narrowed eyes flickered between the pair.
You logos have never mentioned this god before.
Cronus flipped through the pages to the very front of the book. Little is known about him, other than he came before Sophia and was usurped by her benevolent offerings. He was considered a god of wild things, but on her arrival the plateau was tamed and the people had no more use for him.
So no mention of the bloody stone?
Ross guessed. Cronus paused in his perusal and frowned up at him.
No, though occasionally Alith was referred to as entropy or shame. So why are we suspecting there's a god involved at all? I asked my companions as I looked at each of them. Maybe it's just a virus going around?
I received blank looks at the word virus and sighed.
Maybe it's just a sickness going around.
Cronus shook his head. A sickness where the afflicted has an insatiable appetite for the very plant associated with Aleth. No, I believe there is a connection, and we must discover why the god has decided to invade the village at this time. Ross lifted an eyebrow.
Drim is connected to Aleth?
Cronus nodded.
It is.
There are vague references to it being the source of sin, though what that means exactly we cannot say. Ross crossed his arms over his chest and furrowed his brow.
So now that we're sure it's Aleth, what do we do about it?
Cronus shook his head.
I am not sure. I had hoped for guidance from her ladyship, but none has been forthcoming.
Our books, he swept his arm over the library, have also unfortunately been of little use.
A horrible thought struck me, and I wrapped my hand around my throat.
Most of the swelling had gone down, but it was still sore to the touch.
The problem started 2 nights ago, right?
Vothos nodded.
That is correct.
I looked up at Ross.
That's the day we reached the mountain.
Ross pursed his lips. It is, and you had your first nightmare at the same time the villagers were struck by the shade. Cronus' ears perked up at the mention of my terrifying dreams.
What nightmares? I shrugged. I froze and my mouth dropped open. Just some scary tendrils trying to grab me.
I whipped my head up to Ross, who nodded.
Vines. Vines, he agreed before he turned his attention to the pair of logos. But this is a lot of guessing.
Do you have any way we can confirm whether or not your ancient god of sacrifice has come back to seek its revenge on you, and is attacking Kate because it thinks she's Sophia's chosen one? Cronus closed the book and nodded.
There is a way.
We wait until dark and watch the god's will in the woods. If something from the shadows of the ruins and woods is truly attacking the villagers, we will discover it.
Chapter 25.
Vothos bowed his head. Allow me to lead this group of watchers, Master Cronus. I have already promised my companions here, he used an arm to gesture to us, my services for this evening anyway. Cronus nodded. You may and take as many others as you need to man the perimeter of the village, and the gods will. He rose and looked at each of us, and he seemed to pause on me.
And I feel I must remind all of you not to tell any of the villagers of our suspicions, nor inform them of this watch.
My jaw hit the floor.
But we have to warn them something might happen. He shook his head. We do not know if something will happen, and raising undue alarm will only cause panic.
They may even abandon the village, and leave us to care for those afflicted with the shade. We logos are many, but not that many. I looked at Ross with pleading eyes, but he pursed his lips.
I hate to admit this, but he's right.
Some of the villagers might try to escape down the mountain, and if we're right about the forest being full of evil, then they'd be struck with the shade before they even reach the cabin. My heart fell.
But they deserve to know. He nodded. They do, but what would we tell them? That something might come tonight from the ruins, to maybe infect them with the shade.
And it might have something to do with an ancient god that was tossed aside for another one. Would you be convinced by those words? I winced.
Not really.
Ross set a hand on my shoulder and smiled down at me.
As soon as we find out the truth, they'll be the first to know.
Cronus cleared his throat, and we turned to find him with a scowl on his face.
Would it not be more prudent to inform us?
Ross shook his head.
No.
The master was left in a huff that was interrupted by Vothos.
The sun is setting.
Cronus cast one last displeased look at us before he stood and set his hands on the table.
Then you must hurry and make your preparations.
Vothos bowed his head and hurried out of the room. Ross and I moved to follow him.
Familiar.
I didn't realize Cronus was talking to me until Ross pulled me to a stop. He jerked his head back toward the table, and both of us half turned to the master. Cronus' sharp eyes lay on my hands.
You do not appear to have a firm grasp on your powers.
I grasped one gloved hand in the other and frowned.
I'm new to this stuff.
Should you truly be our bridge to Sophia, For all our sakes I hope you are a quick learner, for I fear only the grace of a goddess will save us from the wrath of a god. He resumed his seat and opened one of the tomes. I couldn't help but feel the same way as we left the room. We found Vothos gathering about him all the weary logos. All of them held small unlit torches in their shaking hands.
"We must keep watch on the village tonight," he informed the group as he looked at each of them. "Our very souls may depend on it."
His warning caused more than one to widen their eyes, and others cast furtive looks at their comrades. One of the men spoke up.
"Is it really so dire?"
Vothos nodded.
"The master believes it is, and all the signs point to the situation growing worse before things improve."
We must remain a wall of protection, not only for ourselves, but for the villagers who are relying on our courage.
"Now let us head to the village and set up posts."
The logos marched out of the library, and Ross and I followed from behind. The air had cooled, and a gentle breeze came through the gap and brushed past us. A green leaf in the soft wind kissed my cheek as it went by, and I couldn't help but turn to watch its journey. The leaf danced through the air, and disappeared into the shadows under the bearing gate. I paused and squinted.
Was that a figure on the far side of the gate, or were my eyes playing tricks on me? "Kate!" That was Ross gently calling to me.
I shook myself out of my imagination, and gave him a shaky smile.
"I'm all right." He offered me his arm. "You're a horrible liar."
I wrapped my arms around his, and together we walked up the path.
"I know." "What did you see in there?" "Nothing. It was just my imagination." "What did your imagination see in there?" I snorted. "You're stubborn. And you're avoiding the subject. What did you think you saw?"
I gave a shrug as we approached the gap.
"I just thought I saw someone standing on the other side, that's all, but it was probably just the wind moving some vines."
We ventured through the narrow Godswill, and hurried to the tiny little hamlet. The streets were all but deserted as we entered the village, and found Vothos directing his people to the far-flung corners of the top tier.
"Whatever happens, keep your torches lit," he instructed them as they did just that, passing along their flame to another of their companions. "And call out if anything is heard."
One of the women lifted an eyebrow.
"Call out, sir."
He met her gaze and nodded.
"In the loudest possible way, no matter what."
A murmur went up among the crowd, but Vothos' sharp gaze brought them back under his command. We may be facing the worst peril the plateau has ever known, and we must use all the gifts at our disposal so that we may succeed in exposing this foe that lurks in the shadows.
"Now to your posts."
The company broke apart, and hurried on their way as I looked up at Ross.
"What was that shouting stuff about?" He shook his head. "I don't know, but it might be a signal to each other that they don't want others to learn." "Something of the sort," Vothos admitted as he walked up to us with a bittersweet smile on his lips. "What will you two do?" "We'll visit with Adras and his family."
I lifted an eyebrow at Ross.
"Why?" "I want to make sure Adras made it home already, and that they keep their windows shut tight."
Vothos frowned at him.
"You swore to tell no one about what may be happening."
Ross smiled and inclined his head.
"And I intend to keep my word, and checking up on an old friend won't break that."
We swept past Vothos and strode down the empty street.
I hurried to keep up with Ross' long strides as I looked up at his tense face. "You're worried?"
He flashed me an unconvincing grin.
"Aren't you?"
I bit my lower lip before I nodded.
"Terrified?"
Ross slipped his hand into mine and gave it a squeeze.
"Whatever happens, stay close to me."
Our quick steps soon led us up to the front door of the cozy cottage. Ross knocked on the door, and there was a slight scuffle of chair legs before footsteps came up to the entrance. Adra's voice called through the portal.
"Who's there?"
Ross grinned.
"Not what you're thinking."
A bolt lock was unlocked, and the door swung open to reveal Adras. His face was slightly pale, and there was a shaky smile on his lips.
"You are a sight for sore eyes. Get them inside, Adras."
Daria scolded him. Adras stepped aside and we slipped into the house. He quickly shut the door behind us, locking the bolt once again. Daria grasped Gregor in her arms and looked at us with a frown.
What in all the world are you two doing out there at this hour? Checking up on you, Ross informed her as he turned to Adras. And we wanted to make sure you had come back through the gap.
Adras nodded.
The master told me to leave early, and I couldn't have been gladder for the order. We can't stay long, but we wanted to make sure you have all your windows locked tight, Ross revealed as he swept his eyes over the cozy room.
A part of me wanted to sit in front of the fire the whole night and block out the rest of the world. Gregor's eyes grew to saucer size.
Are you really going to go out there? The shade might get you.
Ross smiled at him.
It has to catch us first.
Daria studied him with her sharp eyes.
You know something you're not telling us.
Ross shook his head.
Would that we did, good woman, but right now all we're doing is chasing shadows.
We hope to catch one tonight and get it to tell us what's going on.
He turned to me and jerked his head toward the door. We should get going so we don't miss our chance.
My eyes flickered over the family, but there was a look of warning in Ross' eyes.
We have to go.
I bit my lower lip but nodded. Adras regretfully unlocked the door and opened the entrance for us. As Ross passed him, the family man held out his hand to him.
God protect you in your work, sir.
Ross accepted the hand and gave Adras a hearty shake and a smile.
Thank you, old friend. Chapter 26.
We stepped outside and Adras shut and locked the door behind us.
I turned to face the house where I set my palm against the door and pursed my lips. This isn't right.
Ross set a hand on my shoulder. I looked up at him and could see the regret in the depths of his own eyes.
I know, but that means we'll just have to try that much harder to figure out what's going on.
My shoulders slumped, but I nodded.
Yeah.
I leaned my forehead against the door and closed my eyes. A quiet prayer passed over my lips.
If there is a goddess named Sophia, please protect them.
I cast one last rueful look at the door before I turned to Ross. Together we strode down the path as the last rays of light peeked out from behind the horizon. We were met at the road by Vothos as he came from the direction of the village entrance. He was more tense than I had ever seen him. My people are in place, he whispered as his eyes flitted over the empty street.
There was a tension in his face that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It was Ross who asked the question I was thinking. What's wrong?
Vothos continued to look about us as he shook his head.
I am not certain, but as I was checking on my people I felt.
I swear on the names of the gods that I felt eyes on us, particularly when I positioned those closest to the mountain path. Ross pursed his lips as he swept his gaze to the horizon in that direction.
But you saw nothing.
Vothos shook his head.
We saw nothing, but the night has not yet fallen. It's about 2, Ross warned us as the last rays of the sun disappeared.
Night had come and with it had come something else. Not 5 minutes had passed when a familiar sound came from the direction of the mountain path.
It was the caw of a crow, and it sounded frantic.
Vothos and Ross both stiffened and the logos darted forward. Ross took my hand and we rushed after him. Our companion was much faster than us, so fast that he almost seemed to have wings on his heels. When we reached one of the vertical roads that led to the center of town, he was already at the top. It was at that intersection that something caught my eye.
Ross!
I shouted as I dug my heels into the ground. We skidded to a stop, and he whipped his head around.
What is it?
I pointed down a street to our left, which was closest to the forested slope.
I thought I saw something.
It moved again following the street, and my eyes widened as I beheld an army of vines. The green tendrils slithered between the cracks of the bricks, making themselves nearly invisible and leaving not a trace of their presence behind. Their leaves dragged along the bricks and created that shuffling sound Alexei had heard. The invaders had slithered down the far vertical street, and now stretched down the whole street.
At reaching the last house, the things crawled their way up the yard paths. They squished themselves underneath the doors and slipped inside.
I moved to rush to the door, but Ross' arm shot out and blocked my way. I looked up at him, but he shook his head.
But we have to warn them. He shook his head. We can't go rushing headlong in there without knowing what we're up against. But the look in his eyes made me pause.
He was also struggling not to race into danger to save people we didn't know. If we go in there, we're as likely to be struck as them, and then we couldn't help anyone, Ross pointed out as he grasped my hand. He nodded at one of the side windows at the front of the house.
Let's see what's going on in there first, and then we'll know what to do.
We hurried up to the opening and found the window shut tight, but the curtains were only mostly pulled closed. A faint light from a dwindling fire allowed us to watch the vines slither across the floor and beneath one of the doors at the rear.
The door to the bedroom.
Muffled cries came from the room. Ross slammed his elbow into the window and shattered glass flew into the house. The wings flew open and he climbed inside.
The high sill meant I couldn't make the climb, and so I watched helplessly as he rushed to the door and flung it open.
Soft groans filled the air as he stumbled back. 2 figures shuffled out of the room. They were occupants, and their eyes were as lifeless as the grave. They shambled past Ross and toward the front door. The vine that had crept into the bedroom now twisted around and lashed out at him. Ross grabbed the tendril mere inches from his face, and both our eyes widened as a familiar closed flower burst out of the body of the plant. The petals opened and Ross threw the vine away. The plant landed with a writhing flop on the floor, and a cloud burst out of the flower. He spun around and raced back to the window, rather than the vine-occupied front door. I flung myself out of the way as he leaped through the opening, and rolled across the ground before he stopped on his feet. He grabbed my hand and pulled me to the street, where the other vines rose up like the undead and tried to grab us. Ross' hands extended into claws, and he sliced our way through the plants. We reached the vertical road and ran up to the top, where we ran into Vothos and 3 of his compatriots. They were as out of breath as the rest of us, and only one still had their torch to illuminate their horrified faces. Vothos shook his head.
Those things are everywhere.
We cannot reach Mathisi, nor even the rest of the logos. I looked up at Ross and wrapped my hand around his that held mine.
Those aren't just evil vines, are they? He shook his head. No, they're Drim, and whatever they're spewing is changing the people.
One of the logos women screamed as she was yanked to the ground. One of the vines had snuck up on us and wrapped itself around her ankle. A man was the next victim as our plant-based foes came at us from both the left and right sides. The vines looped around his waist and pulled him backward into a growing ball of tendrils. I broke from Ross' grasp and leapt for the woman as she was dragged down the street. I grabbed one of her hands as she thrashed about in the creature's hold. One of the tendrils wrapped around my hands and tried to yank me down to the ground, but for its effort, it only received my gloves as they slid off me. I stumbled back as the woman was pulled down the street. She dug her fingers into the crevices between the bricks, but their sides were too smooth to get a grip strong enough to overpower her captor. I lunged at her and clapped my hands around one of hers. The familiar tingle of my familiar powers raced through me. A gasp escaped me as white wings burst out of my back. The world was an explosion of feathers, and my fingers lengthened into talons. Feathers sprang from my flesh, especially about my cheeks and forehead. A brilliant light exploded out of me and flew across the ground, enveloping everything in its warm embrace. Everything included the evil vines, and one touch of the light caused them to explode as they had under the sun. The logos scurried across the ground and over to me. I grasped her shaking hands in mine and she gaped up at me.
What are you? I shook my head. I wish I could answer that, but we don't even have time to talk about it.
My light had petered out after 30 feet, and had all but vanished except for a faint glow about my person. The vines that had escaped my sizzling glow now crept back toward us, and I swore their rattling leaves sounded more like hisses. Ross was by my side the next instant, and it was then I noticed the reason for his delay. Several vines had tried to ambush us from the houses on either side of the vertical road. He hefted the logos to her feet, as Vothos and his compatriot dragged their other friend out of the clutches of the vines, in no small part thanks to the torch the other man bore. The smouldering remains of the dry vines littered the ground as we regrouped. Vothos and his compatriots all gaped at me, and a few whispered words passed his lips.
You truly are a familiar. I wish I wasn't, I returned as I looked up at Ross' tense face. Now what do we do?
Ross studied the burning stick in the logo's hand.
Your party needs to use that to get yourselves back to the library.
Vothos shook off his shock and frowned at him. We will not abandon our brethren nor the village.
We're outnumbered and at a disadvantage in the dark, Ross pointed out as he nodded in the direction of the gap. Your best chance is to get to the library and gather more torches and more of your people. If we have to burn the whole town, we'll at least be ready for that option. And the villagers,
Vothos countered. The woman Ross held up pointed down the road that led to the center of the village.
Look.
We followed her finger and watched as a small army of people shuffled down the streets to the village square. Men, women and children, all with lifeless eyes, congregated there in a large circle with the center of the square left empty.
I swore I even saw a goat among them.
They filled the square and overflowed into the surrounding tiers.
I swallowed the lump in my throat. I don't think there are any villagers left. Chapter 27.
Ross eased the shaking woman onto her feet and guided her over to Vothos.
We'll see what we can do for them, if anything.
Vothos shook his head.
I cannot allow you to take such a risk on your own.
You are not even a part of this community.
But we're going to help it, I spoke up as I nodded at the crowd of lifeless people.
Because they need it, and right now you guys need to get to the library and tell them what's going on. Vothos pursed his lips but nodded.
Very well.
We will pray to Sophia that whatever you plan to do is met with success. The group reluctantly slipped away toward the library, leaving Ross and me alone. I looked up at him with a raised eyebrow.
Do you have a plan? He shook his head. Not a single one. I smiled. Neither do I.
One of my feathers floated past as my familiar magic faded, and my wings disappeared. I put my hands on my hips and frowned at Ross.
And why didn't you tell me some of the logos were Pactus? He shook his head. I didn't know myself.
The library keeps more secrets than even I could imagine. I stared down at the floating feather as it faded to nothing.
So what kind of Pactus are they?
A devilish smile slipped onto his lips.
I'd say they're a flying one, but now isn't the best time to be talking about their lineage. I turned around and stared down the street at the village center. All I can think of doing is going to see what they're up to down there.
Ross looked left and right at the ruined remains of the vines.
Can you do that again if they attack us? I shrugged. I don't even know how I did it in the first place.
His eyes fell on me, and a smile teased the corners of his lips.
I think your position as the savior of the world became a little more probable. I snorted. I wish it could get us out of this mess.
Ross stooped and plucked my gloves off the ground.
I stretched out my hand, but he tucked them into his pocket. I think these would only get in the way. Now let's go see what's going on.
We hurried down the road, but a few blocks down a pounding noise caught my attention. I paused in the road and turned to my right, where the familiar street led to Adra's house. A ball of vines surrounded the small abode, while the other yards were almost completely devoid of the evil plants. The slamming noise came from their efforts to pound the door down. I looked up at Ross, whose face reflected my own puzzlement.
Why aren't they getting inside? He shook his head. I'm not sure. Glass shattering interrupted him.
I whipped my head back and watched as one of the vines slithered in through a broken window. The moment its body slipped inside, a small flash of light like a light bulb exploding burst out from its end. The plant jerked backward, revealing its smoldering end. My jaw dropped open, and I pointed a finger at the window.
That looked a lot like the light that came out of me.
Ross furrowed his brow.
So it did, but he turned his gaze back to the square where a soft murmur of voices had arisen from the crowd. We'll have to investigate that later.
I reluctantly followed him down the street to the edge of the crowd. Their lifeless eyes stared unblinking at the open center, but their mouths moved in sync with one another.
I turned my head to one side and strained my ears to decipher the low murmur. We have come to worship you.
We have come to worship you. The words made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Movement across the way caught my attention. The villagers parted and cleared one of the vertical roads. A circle of a half-dozen of the strongest men walked down the open street, soft of them walking backwards, and in the middle of their group they carried a large flat stone.
The top showed signs of fresh carving, and they carried the rock like it was a piece of glass.
I looked up at Ross and lowered my voice to a whisper.
What are they doing?
A dark cloud settled on Ross' brow as the men carried the stone to the open center.
They're building a new sacrifice stone.
Some of the blood drained from my face as I watched them set up the new grotesque rock in the very center of the square. The men stepped back and lifted their arms above their heads. The rest of the small army followed suit, and I was reminded of the stone reliefs I'd seen around the statue of Sophia. Their soulless eyes stared upward as their mouths moved in the same motion to create a new set of words. Hear our words and come back to us. Hear our words and come back to us.
The hairs on my arms stood on end as a strange sensation slipped into the air around us.
It was like being surrounded by cold electricity.
A heavy black mist formed among the people and flowed down to the stone.
I couldn't help but yelp as some of the chilly air floated past our legs. Ross wrapped his arm around me and pressed his hand over my mouth. Remembering what had happened to the guards in Corvinus's castle, I drew my lips into my mouth. The dark fog swirled around the stone, moving faster and faster with every turn.
The fog built itself up into a cone that hid the stone. The chanting from the lifeless people grew louder. I clapped my hands against my ears to stifle the horrible chants as they screamed their faith to the shadows.
The column of fog burst outward with a loud clap of thunder and blasted up the streets. The air hit us, and a putrid odor invaded my nostrils. I shut my eyes against the bone-chilling cold, and when I opened them my jaw dropped open. A cloaked figure formed from black mist floated a few feet above the stone. Its head was covered by a hood, but I could see two pairs of blazing red eyes, one on top of the other. The thing's impossibly long arms hung at its sides and ended in fingers as long as knives, and with the same sharp points. Its body tapered to a misty point a foot below the waist, and floated to and fro like an irritated tail. A single whispered word left my lips. Aleth. That's when every single person whipped their heads to stare at us, and what I saw in their lifeless eyes wasn't kindness.
Chapter 28.
The god of death lifted up one of its arms and pointed a sharp finger at me. A deep, gravely voice reverberated out of its translucent body.
Bring them to me. That was the signal for Ross to sweep me into his arms and spin on his heels.
He raced up the street, and I looked over his shoulder at the square. The army of people were no longer shambling zombies. Their eyes were ablaze with an unnatural black fire, and they moved like Olympic sprinters. Fortunately, Ross moved pretty fast himself, even with the dead weight that was me. We kept one step ahead of the mob as we raced up the gentle incline to the outskirts of the village. The tendrils lashed out at us from either side of the street, and some of them grazed my shoulders and Ross' legs. Their sharp twigs sliced and tore patches from our clothes. We reached the last road that encircled the village, and the path to the library lay open to us. Sort of. A huge patch of vines a few acres wide and deep stood between us and the gap. Ross was forced to skid to a stop at the edge of the writhing mass of plants. At our backs the crowd of enslaved villagers came upon our heels, blocking off all avenues of escape.
An idea struck me.
I didn't like it, but we were all out of options. I furiously patted Ross' shoulder.
Let me down.
He turned to the side and looked from the patch of twisting vines to our fallen allies.
Not on your life. That's depending on you letting me down, now just trust me.
He pursed his lips but set me on my feet. The villagers shambled toward us, and one of them stretched out their hand for me. I grabbed Ross' hand with my uncovered one and held my breath.
What are you doing?
Ross shouted as he tried to wrench his hand from my grip. Too late. My gills were already out, and I could feel strength build up in my body. The nearly same light that had come out of my body for the logos now burst free and covered the ground around us for twice the distance as before. Not only was the distance different, but there was now a touch of a blue-green hue to the light. The brilliance flew through the ranks of the possessed. Their eyes lost their spark and rolled back in their heads before they collapsed. For a horrible moment I thought they'd met the same fate as the charred vines, but their chests moved up and down in a rhythmic motion. The piles of unconscious bodies kept back the tide of the possessed, out of reach of my powers, who had trouble clambering over the floppy limbs of their fallen friends. The vines that blocked the path to the library were scorched for quite a distance, but not far enough. Still holding my breath, I yanked Ross down the path toward the gap.
At the slightest hint of movement from the vines, I gave Ross' hand a squeeze.
It was like unscrewing and screwing a light bulb in. Bursts of light came out of my body and the vines exploded in a hail of dried leaves and burnt ends. Unfortunately, all those bursts weren't without consequence. I felt more of my strength sapped each time I lit up, and by the time we reached the God's Will, Ross was almost dragging me behind him. My lungs were also screaming for air, and my neck felt like it was on fire. I also felt an uncomfortable cold creeping into my flesh, and it wasn't from the horrible evil that surrounded us. The vines covered the walls outside the gap, but they weren't in the narrow trail. As we reached the opening, one of my stumbling feet tripped over the ground. Ross spun around and pulled his hand out of mine to catch me in his arms. I sank into his warm hold, my lungs nearing their limit, and my body like a hot-cold pack of indecision.
Stay with me, he pleaded as he lifted me into his arms.
He ran down the path, and I couldn't help but notice that the vines and possessed people didn't follow. They lingered at the opening, their flaming eyes eager to follow but fearful of the walls that enclosed us. The vines slapped at the dirt just inside the gap, but didn't try to slither across it. My lungs couldn't take it. I gasped and my gills tried to find air, but instead they only burned themselves into a frenzy. Ross held me tight against his chest, as I flailed about in the throes of suffocation. My limbs grew tired and the world began to grow dark. Ross shook my body.
Kate, look at me.
I couldn't focus on his handsome face, but there was something that caught my attention. A single point of light, off in the far distance, caught my attention. It reminded me of a lamplight, with a soft flickering glow.
I stretched my hand out to it as my brain began to shut down. That's when my gills disappeared and blessed air rammed itself into my desperate lungs.
I let out a surprised gasp that caused a chain reaction of choking. The world came back into focus and Ross' pounding feet echoed in my ears.
Just hold on, he whispered as the library loomed up ahead of us. But there was something wrong.
Ross skidded to a stop 50 feet shy of the steps and stiffened. The white stones were covered in a thick mess of vines. The doors swung open and the logos marched out. Only they weren't the logos. Not anymore. Their eyes held the same infernal fire as the others, and they stared at us like a pack of wolves salivating at fresh prey. Cronus marched among them, his eyes holding the same damned emptiness as the others.
I held out my hand to Ross. I'm going to need your hand.
Ross shook his head as he removed his jacket.
I'm going to help you, but not that way.
I waved my hand at the logos as the 24 of them approached us.
But what can you do against them? He tossed the jacket over to me. This is one Pactus against another. But there are dozens of them.
I counted as he strode forward to meet our foes.
He turned his head to one side and flashed me his teasing grin. Good. That will make it a fair fight.
Ross darted forward and met our enemies head first. Literally. He rammed his head into the leader and sent them crashing into their brethren. The logos had fed their minds while neglecting their bodies, and while they weren't out of shape there was hardly a muscle among them. Ross tore through them like a hurricane. The battle was over almost before it began, and in a few minutes he was left with only one more foe. Cronus. The older man lunged at him with all the fury of an angry rabbit. Ross swung short and fast, and his fist connected with the Master Logo's cheek. Cronus spun in a complete circle before he dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Ross stepped back and flexed his fist while a smile danced across his lips.
"I've wanted to do that for a long time."
I yelped as a hand clapped down on my wrist and spun me around. My heart skipped a beat as I found myself face to face with Vothos. A fiery-eyed Vothos. He'd been shaded too, but there was something different about his demeanor. The emptiness of the others wasn't there, replaced by a more cunning expression. While they were the grunts, he looked like a mastermind. That, and he held a sword in his other hand.
He tightened his grip on my arm and his touch scalded my skin.
I could feel hives popping up where he held me, and a horrible swelling traveled up my arm.
"Let her go." Chapter 29. The call came from Ross, who now faced us.
Vothos only drew me against his side and pointed the tip of his sword at Ross. A mischievous smile slipped onto Ross' lips, but there was a tension at the corners and fear in his eyes.
"I don't suppose you have a sword for me."
Vothos lunged at him, dragging me with him. My captivity slowed down his movements so that Ross easily avoided the thrust. Vothos tried to hit him again with a swing, but Ross leapt backward out of reach of the blade. My captor straightened and pressed the sharp blade against my throat. The cold metal brushed against my skin, and I felt a thin line of my warm blood flow from beneath his blade. Vothos spoke, but it wasn't his voice.
The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end when I recognized the voice of the phantom creature that had risen up from the fog. "Do not attempt to take my prize from me, favored one."
Ross narrowed his eyes at my captor.
"What do you want with her?"
"You have a whole plateau of people to worship you now." A low, gravely chuckle escaped him.
"The whole of the plateau is not worth the life of this single unique woman."
He leaned toward me, and his breath wafted over my cheek.
"This one is favored by her." The last word came out as a hiss.
Ross' eyes flickered between us.
"I thought you were the god of sacrifices, not jealousy."
The possessed Vothos drew the sword deeper into my neck. I stiffened and lifted my chin a little higher. More drops of blood slid down my throat.
"You dare to speak to me in such a blasphemous tongue?"
Ross shrugged.
"I'm just that kind of guy."
"Now, are you going to let her go, or are we going to keep talking all night, because I bet you wouldn't want that to happen?" Vothos sneered at him.
"Neither of those will happen."
"You will come to me and become my first sacrifice after my long entombment." Ross lifted an eyebrow.
"Entombment? That's a part of the story we don't know about." The possessed man shook his head. "I care not what you have heard, mortal.
I care only that you die at the end of this blade."
"And what will you do with her if I do?"
My jaw hit the ground.
"Don't you dare."
Ross kept his steady gaze on our foe.
"What will you do to her if I die?" "This arm grows weary," he warned Ross as the blade cut just a little deeper into my throat. "Make your choice."
Ross' shoulders slumped, and he stretched out his arms on either side of himself.
"Do what you will."
A smile curled onto Vothos' pale lips as he pointed the weapon at Ross. A dark fog floated out of his hand and curled around the blade. The metal changed from silver to black and pulsed with an unnatural cold. Vothos lunged forward with the tip of the blade pointed at Ross' heart.
"No!" I cried out as I pushed his arm to the side. The sword scraped across Ross' arm and cut a deep gash in his limb.
Ross leaped to one side and clutched his bleeding arm in one hand. Vothos let loose a terrible growl and pinned me against his side as he dragged me backward. He reached up his hand and grasped my jaw so tightly that I almost felt my bones break.
"You will hold still," he hissed.
I rolled my eyes up to Vothos's dark eyes and a smile slipped onto my lips. Ross' own gaze widened and he took a step toward me.
Kate.
No. I clapped one hand over his that held my jaw, and familiar magic rose up inside me.
That and something else.
As my brilliant white wings burst out of my back, an indescribable chill sank into my bones. Dark fog mixed with my brilliant light, swirling about each other as though doing battle. I felt the same struggle within me, as my familiar magic clashed with the cold sorcery of the god's power. Vothos threw me away, and I stumbled backward with my hand wrapped around my throat. He staggered to one side before he collapsed atop the blackened vines my light had destroyed. The fog around him sank into the earth, but his pale face showed he was still possessed. Ross rushed to my side and caught me as my legs buckled. He lowered me to the ground and cradled me in his arms. My chest rapidly moved up and down as the lights roiled atop me. I pressed my hands against Ross' chest and tried to push him away.
Get away from me. He shook his head. Never. Not in this darkest night.
Even in the turmoil I felt, his words recalled a faint memory.
The plaque.
Ross' eyebrows crashed down and he shook his head.
What plaque? I had to speak between gasping breaths. The one on the statue of Sophia. What did it say about darkness?
He furrowed his brow as the cogs turned behind his eyes.
When the night is darkest, come here and witness her power.
I lifted an arm and pointed a shaking finger at the bearing gate.
You need to take me there. There's something there. Don't talk, he insisted as he lifted me into his arms. Just hold on tight.
Ross sprinted down the road across the ruined vines. A few living plants lingered around the gates, but Ross moved too quickly for them to snap us up. We raced underneath the arch and found the ground bare. The ruined stones beyond the gate were covered in writhing vines, but something was wrong with them. They poured out of the cracks that exposed the earth, but every time they tried to stretch their slim bodies across the stones they recoiled as though burned. Ross raced through the ruins and across the way to the small clearing with the statue. The vines stretched themselves out of their holes and tried to grab us at every chance, but their flimsy bodies couldn't reach that far out of the ground before gravity took its toll and forced them to the hot stones. We reached the steps that led up to the statue, and Ross was forced to stop. The pair of thieves we'd met earlier stood in our path, and their eyes told us all we needed to know about their possession. Like Vothos, a dark aura surrounded them. Dozens of vines extended out of the ground, and were wrapped around their bodies like writhing snakes. The plants created a wall that completely blocked us from going around them. Ross took a step back and gritted his teeth at the pair. A smirk slipped onto Mel's lips as he raised one hand. Vines slithered up his arm and launched themselves off his limb and in our direction. This was a suicide mission, as they tore themselves from their main branch. Ross stepped to the side and they flew past us, but not before buds burst out from their withered bodies. Drim dust exploded from the pods and Ross threw us out of their noxious reach. The vines fell to the stones and burst into flames. Simon shot forward with the netting of vines attached to him, and slammed his fist into Ross' face. Ross stumbled back and set my feet on the ground to draw me behind him. The vines leaped off their host and wrapped themselves around Ross.
Ross!
I shouted as I tried to wrench the horrible creatures off him. Dozens of pods sprouted from the vines, and opened to exhale their miasma. Ross spun around and pushed me away from him.
Get back!
The smog of evil surrounded him, almost obscuring him from my sight. He waved his arms about to dispel the powder, but after a few moments his arms drooped to his side. The pollen dissipated and revealed his empty eyes. Mel and Simon came up on either side of him, and all of them stared down at me with menacing smirks.
I was not only alone, but now I had to face Ross as my enemy. Chapter 30.
My body was still surrounded by the dueling forces of light and dark, as I stumbled backward away from my foes. Tears sprang into my eyes as I looked into the vacant ones that now belonged to Ross. A shaky smile slipped onto my lips.
You're still in there, aren't you?
You can still hear me, right?
If you can, show me.
Do something. The vines stretched from Mel and Simon and coiled themselves around Ross' body. He raised one arm and the vines shot out at me.
I threw myself to one side and they sailed past me.
Blooms exploded out of their bodies before they landed on the stones, and were ignited by whatever magic the rocks harbored. My whole body shook as I dragged myself away from the flames. Shoes appeared in front of my face. Familiar shoes. I looked up to find myself staring into Ross' possessed eyes. He stooped and grabbed the front of my collar. Forethought had been his, and his hand was covered by his coat, keeping me from touching him. I yelped as he lifted me off the ground, and held me a few inches aloft, so we were face to face. That horrible gravely voice came out of his moving lips.
Sophia chose poorly.
You are nothing but a failed familiar.
Distract him. I had to bide time to think of something. What do you mean she chose me? He scoffed at me. Do you know nothing of your purpose? I tried not to be too obvious, as I scoured the area for a way out. How could I know anything? I just dropped into this world a week ago.
His eyes widened slightly.
You are not of this world? That's what I just said, I told him as I squirmed in his grip. As tight as iron. He narrowed his eyes at me. You lie. That is not possible. I stopped in my attempts to free myself and frowned at him. What do you mean?
He turned, still holding me like a slab of meat on a hook, and strolled up the stairs. The entire area was covered in the horrible vines, with one exception, the statue. That and its pedestal were completely bare. The possessed Ross stopped us before the stone, and lifted me a little higher so I could clearly see the worn face. All familiars are chosen by the god to whom they are then connected. How could she know to choose you if you were not among her people?
I shook my head. Beats me.
A spark of an idea flashed across my mind, and I winced.
Sorry, Ross. I swung my leg out and kicked him in the nether regions.
He was definitely a man because he dropped faster than a rock in water. The possession apparently couldn't dull the impossibly horrible pain of being drummed. My shaky legs crumpled beneath me, but I whipped my head up to the statue. Sophia's hand stretched out toward me, and though the face was weathered, I swore I could see a faint hint of a smile. I clenched my teeth and crawled toward the statue. Hurried footsteps came from behind me, and I flipped myself over in time to watch Mel and Simon lunge at me. The pair pawed at me as the vines on their bodies wrapped around mine. Pods burst out of the dead plants and exploded in my face. I held my breath as my hands were pinned to my chest and my feet to the flagstones. The air didn't clear, but my lungs pleaded for air. I let out an unwilling gasp and inhaled the foul air. The stench was like rotting flesh, and it even tasted like spoiled meat. I choked on the air, and those who held me looking on awaiting my fate as one of them. It didn't come. All I did was keep choking as the air slowly cleared. The possessed Mel and Simon stared at each other in amazement, while Ross came up behind them. There was still a pained expression on his face, but he reached down and grabbed my collar again. In our scuffling he had lost his hand covering, and I bit down hard into his flesh. Gills sprouted from my neck and suffocated me, but my familiar light blasted outward, sending my foes flying. That included Ross, who crashed hard onto the flagstones a few feet away. I looked sadly at his limp body that lay among the charred remains of the vines, before I returned my attention to the statue. Sophia was still waiting. I sat up and leaned a hand against the cold stone. My shaky legs protested and my lungs burned, but I gritted my teeth and climbed to my feet. I clapped my hand in hers, and an explosion of light burst out of our union. My light paled in comparison to the explosion of brilliance that swept over the area. The light was as white as fresh snow and felt like a soft wall of heat that moved through me. I felt air return to my lungs as my gills were seemingly sucked from my body, along with much of my remaining strength. My weak legs buckled and I crumpled to the ground, but her fingers wrapped around mine. I whipped my head up and gasped. The beautiful face of the statue was not only restored, but stone had become flesh. The radiant beauty of the goddess shone down on her soft features as she smiled down at me. The brilliance passed over the ground like a silent angel, but its devastation wasn't silent. The vines evaporated beneath her glory, and Mel and Simon collapsed.
Sophia. I managed to squeak out.
Sophia floated off her pedestal, and knelt before me with an elegance as gentle as clear water over smooth stones.
You have done very well, Kate Dina. The darkness that destroyed Ignosia is now itself destroyed.
My face fell and I whipped my head around to Ross.
He still lay where he'd dropped. Not just me. She chuckled. You are correct.
Without his practice you could not have brought your light to me, but you needn't fear for him. He is well, though sapped of some of his energy due to Aleth's influence. Her good humor faltered a little, as she looked down at an errant piece of vine. Sophia lifted her free hand, and the plant settled in her palm, though only for a moment before it vanished.
Farewell, my predecessor.
May you rest with your followers. I tilted my head to one side and studied her sorrowful expression.
Then he really was here before you. She nodded.
He was, and for a time we were equals, but the people came to rely solely on my wisdom and not his fickle nature. She lifted her gaze to the ruins around us and her face fell. And then after many centuries of slumber, he destroyed them with his miasma. Nearly all were driven mad, and the few who remained were those who had hidden in the ancient library.
She paused and closed her eyes. They destroyed each other and their beautiful city.
What was once a wonder of the world was vanquished overnight, and the destroyers were the very people who had built it. My heart fell.
I'm so sorry.
She lifted her gaze to the land beyond the steppes, where the vines still thrashed about the ruins.
The past cannot be changed, but the future can be saved.
His hold over the plateau is not yet broken, and I cannot do this alone. My eyes widened.
What do you mean?
Sophia gave me a gentle smile.
I am in need of your assistance one last time. Chapter 31. I felt the color drain from my face. What do I have to do?
Your familiar powers have awakened me, and now together we must push his power into the columns erected by my followers of old, and trap him forever in stone. My eyes widened.
The pillars with the orbs. She nodded. Those were crafted by the finest stone masons in the city, but there was no familiar to gift me their power so I could seal Aleth.
Now you are here, and together we may end him once and for all. She tilted her head slightly and her smile faded.
However, I will not lie.
I am in need of a great deal of your strength. You may not survive.
It felt like someone squeezed my heart.
I glanced over at Ross' still form. His blood clotted the gash on his arm. I swallowed the lump in my throat and lifted my chin slightly.
All right. What do I need to do?
She held out her hand to me and her bright smile warmed my heart.
Merely take my hand.
I slipped my hand into hers and felt my familiar power rise up within me. However, that isn't where it stayed. The sensation flowed down my arm and across our joined hands. Not only did the power flow out of me, but my strength too. My whole body began to quiver as fatigue overtook me.
But it was worth it, as the whole city was lit up. Not all at once.
A light close by caught my attention, but I couldn't quite turn my tired head. I gasped as my hands and knees left the ground, and both of us floated a few inches off the ground. Sophia turned me, so I could behold the whole majesty of our union. The light came from a column hidden among the debris. It was exactly like the pillars in the woods, complete with black stone on its top. The orb pulsed with light as it had before, but a strand of light ran down the whole stone block. The new shadows allowed me to see that the vines were actually chains. Another column in the distance lit up. Then, another. Dozens of them, islands in a sea of writhing vines. The evil plants shrank away from the columns and scurried back into the earth, but they couldn't escape our powers. The orbs blasted out a light so brilliant that I had trouble staring at it. Every speck of vine was destroyed, and any whiff of miasma was drawn into the chains. The brilliance from all those bright points spread across the whole of the city and through the gap, to envelope the village as well. Even the forest over the side of the cliff became illuminated by the purity. Nothing was left untouched by her grace.
Especially not all of my energy.
As the light filled the whole of the mountainside, exhaustion struck me.
I slumped face first onto the ground and broke our connection.
The lights went out not only around the plateau but in my eyes. Shadows crept into my vision as Sophia's light faded. As the darkness draped itself over me, I heard a voice call me.
Kate!
Kate! I was drawn against a firm chest by a pair of strong arms.
Kate!
Come on, wake up. The voice seemed to chase the shadows away. I blinked a few times, and the world came back into focus. Ross hovered over me, his face a picture of fear. I gave him a weak, shaky smile. My voice sounded so hoarse and far away.
Hey!
Relief swept over his face even as faint groans reached my ears. We both turned our attention to the pair of men at the stairs.
They stirred and lifted their heads.
Their bewildered eyes looked around them.
What happened?
Simon muttered before he clutched his head.
And why do I feel so bad?
Mel sneered at him as he sat up.
You probably got into the drink last hour.
He rubbed his own noggin.
What hit me?
Simon grinned.
You been in the drink too?
His partner glared at him.
Yeah, no, I can keep my liquor, you idiot.
He caught sight of us, and his eyebrows crashed down.
Was it you who did this to us?
A faint smile slipped onto Ross' lips as he lifted me in his arms and stood. And gladly, but if you'll excuse us, we have some rest to catch up on. He strode past the gaped-mouthed men, and we slipped through the ruins. I leaned my cheek against his chest and closed my eyes. The soft murmur of his heart lulled mine into a gentle rhythm.
So what happened?
Ross' voice was low but prodding. I opened my eyes and looked up at him.
You don't remember?
He stared ahead and pursed his lips.
Only when the vines took me.
After that, nothing until a bright light was fading, and there you were laying there. His voice faltered a little.
I really didn't think I was going to wake you up. I offered him a smile. If anybody could wake me up, it'd be you.
He cleared his throat and gathered himself.
But what exactly happened?
I recounted my tale, and by the time I had finished, there was astonishment in his eyes.
I'm sorry. I had jabbed my elbow into his gut, and now I glared at him. You don't have to apologize. I know it wasn't you doing any of that to me, and it's nobody's fault except Aleph.
Besides, without you, I wouldn't have gotten where I needed to go, not when I was. I paused and wrinkled my nose.
Poisoned, I guess. Had all that Alephness swimming around me. That's as good a guess as any, he mused as we strolled through the quiet ruins. I swept my eyes over the area and lifted an eyebrow. There aren't any vines left.
Indeed, every one of the plants had vanished. Aleph's influence must have been creeping in here for centuries from the forest, Ross mused as he scooted around a hunk of stone.
The only thing keeping him back was the efforts of the logos and the villagers to tame the forest. So you think they can forage for Drim now without getting shaded?
A smile slipped onto his lips.
I think there's a good chance there won't be any more Drim. Not without Aleph.
I winced, but he chuckled.
Don't worry about them.
There's more than one spice that wasn't tainted that's still worth harvesting. We soon exited the ruins and walked up the path to Mathisi. The unconscious bodies of the logos were gone, but Vothos stood where we had fought him. At our coming, he hurried over to us.
Thank the gods you are well, he mused as he looked between us. What happened?
Ross adjusted my weight in his arms.
It's a long story, and we're a little tired.
Vothos nodded.
Of course, but when you are rested, the other logos and I would desperately wish to hear what has happened.
Ross grinned at him.
I think you've got a story to tell us, Pactus.
Vothos' face fell.
I feel I must apologize, but we only desired to keep Sophia's grace a secret.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Why?
His attention fell on me.
Those were Sophia's wishes.
She did not wish for us to flaunt our gift before others, and so we have kept our wings a secret from everyone.
I smiled. I don't think she'll mind if you use them for good, at least not now.
He studied me for a long moment before he nodded. I will trust your judgment and pass on the message to Master Cronus. Speaking of the devil brings him out, and the master of Mathisi stepped out of the front doors.
I had to suppress a snort at the large bruise on the side of his face, courtesy of Ross Revenge.
Cronus' eyes fell on us and narrowed. He limped down the stairs with one of the Logos scurrying behind him.
Master Cronus, you must rest, the Logos pleaded with him. We have no idea what has happened to any of us, and... I know someone who does know what happened, Cronus growled as he stopped a few feet shy of where we stood.
He pointed a finger at Ross.
You did this, did you not?
A devilish smile danced across his lips.
It was merely in self-defense. Like as not.
Cronus snapped.
Master Cronus, we assuredly owe them our lives if not our souls, Vothos insisted.
As our own books hinted, only a familiar graced by Sophia could have wiped the darkness from the plateau. Cronus continued to glare at Ross as he brushed the back of his hand against his cheek.
I doubt this has anything to do with her grace, and I expect a full and detailed account. Don't expect me to write everything down, Ross teased as he turned us toward the gap. My hand's a little sore right now. And with that he strolled up the path with me in his arms. Chapter 32. You're evil, I mused as we strode through the gap.
Ross grinned.
I was only telling the truth.
I looped my arms around his neck and snorted.
Even the devil can tell the truth. He lifted an eyebrow. So you've heard of them in your world? If they're the kind who want to torture and damn your soul, then yep. He nodded. That would be the same fellow who inhabits this world, though we have more than one. Well, you're down one, I teased as the village spread out before us.
I was relieved to see all the houses illuminated with soft lights, and many people congregated on the streets in large and small groups. Ross directed his footsteps to the street on which Adras and his family lived. They stood on the street in front of their home with a mess of people around, all chattering about what little they could remember of the aging night. Daria was the first to notice us, and she quickly patted her husband on the shoulder and pointed us out to him. His eyes widened, and he squeezed through the crowd to reach us with Daria and Gregor close behind.
By all the gods, what has happened?
Adras questioned us as he looked us over.
Hardly anyone can remember a thing. That's for the best, Ross assured him.
I pulled on Ross' sleeve.
I think I can walk again.
Ross reluctantly set me on my feet, and I found that they were a little shaky but could hold my weight. Gregor jumped up and down.
Everybody but us got touched.
Father kept that evil stuff out of the house. Adras shook his head.
I wish I could take credit, but it wasn't me who kept them out. There was a soft smile on Daria's lips as she looked between Ross and me. I wonder. There's no more wondering necessary, Ross informed her as he raised his voice. The god of the ancient city, Sophia, saved all of you.
Other citizens perked up their ears, and many congregated around us.
She's also vanquished the shade forever, so you can go into the woods without worrying.
A man stepped forward.
Truly.
Ross nodded.
Truly, but you also won't find any more Drim there.
A collective groan arose from the crowd. Daria put her hands on her hips and frowned at the folk.
No more shade, neighbors.
You'll never have to wonder if your child will come back to you. A murmur of agreement rose from the people. Adras held up his hands and grinned at the crowd.
This calls for a celebration. What say you all?
Beer at the square and some fine dancing. Everything is free for everyone, and everyone pitching in for the feast. The villagers let loose a cheer, and they scurried off to collect what they could gather to contribute to the celebration. That left us with our hosts, and Daria looked between Ross and me with a worried expression.
You two look horribly tired. You should get some rest.
I ran a hand through my rough hair and sheepishly smiled at her.
That sounds really tempting. We'll take your advice, Ross affirmed as he offered me his arm. I'll make a bed in front of the fire.
Ross escorted me inside, and our hosts hurried to prepare their food and drink donations to the potluck. I was plopped down on a seat in front of the warm fire, and I cast a glare at my escort.
I can still walk.
He didn't even look back as he strode into the main bedroom.
And you can prove that to me tomorrow when we hike down the mountain.
Daria paused in her cooking and her face fell.
You're leaving so soon.
Ross stepped out of the room with a handful of blankets.
We should get going.
We don't want somebody to find us. Adras strode up to Ross and offered him his hand.
You know we can't thank you enough for your help.
I don't know all of what went on, but I know I'm not guessing when I say it was thanks to you this mess was cleared up. Ross squeezed a hand out from the bundle, and Adras gave his hand a hearty shake.
It was our pleasure.
Come along, Gregor, Daria commanded her son as she handed him a platter of cold meats.
You don't want to miss the bonfire, do you?
His eyes lit up.
There's going to be a bonfire.
Adras released Ross' hand, much to the dragon's relief, and turned to his family with a wide grin and his thumbs tucked into his pants.
If there isn't, I'll make sure there's one. Yeah.
Gregor whooped as he raced out of the house with the platter.
Gregor.
Daria shouted after him, but he was just a shadow down the street. Adras chuckled as he looped an arm around Daria's shoulders.
Let him be, at least for tonight.
She sighed, but there was a small smile on her face as she leaned her cheek against Adras' chest.
I suppose you're right. The sight of the two warmed my heart. This is what Ross and I had been fighting to protect. He grinned. Of course I am. Now let's say we join him and see to that bonfire if one isn't already going. He looked at Ross and me. You two sure you don't want to come?
I nodded.
Positive. Then take care, and there's some fresh bread in the cupboard, Daria offered as the pair left the room, closing the door behind themselves.
Ross knelt in front of the fire and spread out the blankets.
I stretched my arms over my head, just as a roar of a crowd caught my attention.
My curiosity was piqued, and I eased myself to my feet. Ross whipped his head up, but I smiled at him.
I'm just going to go check to make sure the world's staying intact. I'll be right back.
I slipped across the room before he could argue and stepped outside where I took a deep breath. The cool night soothed my body but not my mind.
I had questions. Sophia,
I whispered as I looked around the empty street. A great cheer rose up from the square, as the bonfire Adras had promised was ignited to dance in the middle of them.
Are you there?
A faint light appeared to my right, and I turned to find the translucent figure of the majestic goddess stood beside me.
There was a bright smile on her face. You have questions for me?
I nodded.
How was I able to do any of this?
Why was I dropped into this world?
What am I supposed to be doing here? Am I supposed to be doing something here?
A chuckle escaped her lips as she clasped her hands together in front of her. Good questions all, though I fear I do not have the answers to many of them. I can tell you that your familiar magic is rare, even among those gifted with your powers. She stepped closer to me and set her palm on my chest. A gentle warmth slipped into me as her bright eyes studied my face. All familiar magic stems from the truest emotion of the holder. Your truest emotion is the desire to help people, even if that means risking your own life.
That makes you a most powerful familiar, and what lured you here to this mountain? I shook my head. But we didn't come here for that.
Ross thought we could find something here about the familiars. Sophia tilted her head to one side as her eyes danced with amusement.
Are you so sure that your destinies, so intertwined by your love for one another, does not pull you in the same direction?
A faint blush warmed my cheeks.
It's not like that. Do not forsake your true emotions, Sophia lightly scolded me as she dropped her hand to her side and stepped back.
You both have your own roles to play for the god who blessed you with your powers. My ears perked up. Aleth mentioned a god needing to give me my powers. Can you tell me who it was?
She shook her head.
I cannot, but I would look to the shifting sands of the east for guidance.
I blinked at her. The what?
A smile slipped onto her lips.
Your beloved one will know of what I mean.
More shouts and laughter came from the square. Sophia lifted her gaze to the clear sky, and her words took on a more bittersweet note.
Nothing is so beautiful as a sky full of laughter, and perhaps one day the skies will again be filled with the black shimmering wings of my followers. I furrowed my brow. The logos? But aren't their wings white?
Her eyes sparkled with bemusement.
No, fair Kate.
No matter the practice, your light will always shine through.
It was then I noticed her form began to fade. Wait! I shouted as I reached out for her. My hand went through her body. I still have so many questions I want to ask you.
Sophia smiled down at me as I stepped back.
Farewell, Kate Dina, and may you find the answers you seek.
She vanished into the coming day, and as she disappeared, the sun's bright rays spread over the plateau. My heart sank.
Chapter 33. The door to the house opened and Ross stepped out.
One look at me and he furrowed his brow. He closed the door behind himself and walked over to me.
What's wrong?
I sighed.
I was just talking to Sophia.
His eyes widened slightly.
What did she say?
I wrapped my arms around myself and shrugged.
She said I might find some answers in some sands to the east of here. I looked up at him. She thought you might know what she was talking about.
Ross pursed his lips but nodded.
The illusions is that direction.
I lifted an eyebrow.
What's that mean? It's a desert of magic, where people have been tricked into killing each other, and even themselves.
The color drained from my face.
That doesn't sound like a happy place. He shook his head. It isn't, but if that's where she says we need to go, then we should go there. I tried to keep my voice steady. Have you ever been through it before?
Ross stared ahead and nodded.
Once.
Hope rose within me.
And you made it out alive?
A dark shadow settled on his brow before he turned his face away from me.
I did. Something in his tone made my heart fall. What happened? I'd rather not talk about it, he insisted as he turned to me with a smile. It didn't look real. And you promised me you'd only be out here for a short while.
I reluctantly let the matter drop, and allowed him to lead me inside. The bed was made, large enough for the two of us, and warmed from the crackling fire. I slipped inside, and never was there a more willing occupant. A bed of goose down would not have felt more comfortable to my weary bones and body. Ross slipped up behind me and wrapped his arms around my body. The fire stood in front of me, and I closed my eyes and basked in the comforting heat from man and flame. In a short while I slipped into a gentle and dreamless sleep. We left early the next morning, nothing more than dark shadows in a faint fog that hung over the sleepy village. Everyone was still asleep except for our hosts. They were too crafty to let us leave without handing us our bags. As Daria handed me mine, I nearly dropped it. Ross almost did the same when Adras gave him his pack, and he looked at our hosts in surprise.
Have you packed us some memento rocks?
Daria smiled at us.
Some of my best dried meats. And some fresh vegetables, plucked last night by a few curious people who wandered into the forest, Adras added.
My ears perked up.
Then it really is safe.
Daria clasped my hand in hers and smiled at me.
Thanks to you.
Ross clapped a hand on my shoulder.
We should get going.
We waved goodbye to our kind hosts and ventured down the mountain trail. I couldn't help but notice a difference from the woods' sound. The birds now chirped among the bushes and trees. As we passed one of the offshoot trails, I stopped and stared down the path. Ross stopped at my side and his whispered voice floated over to me.
Did you want to take a look?
I nodded.
I had to see what the columns looked like.
Ross led the way, and soon we arrived at the clearing. A column stood tall and proud, but not the same as before. The black orb shone brighter, like someone had stuck a candle inside its glass, and the chains that entwined the stone block were more pronounced.
You could tell they were chains now. I reached out a hand to touch them.
Ross grasped my gloved hand, and I looked up into his worried face.
Should you? I smiled at him. It needed a goddess to work.
He pursed his lips but released me.
I turned back to the stone and set my palm against the rock. It was cold.
Very cold. I could feel something slither just beneath the surface, and yet at the same time I had the impression it was very far away.
I stepped back and smiled at the prison.
One of many.
Let's go.
We returned to the main trail and made our way down the road. The sun peeked over the horizon and vanquished the fog. My skin was warmed by its soft light and my step was light. As we neared the cabin, a strange sound floated out of the open door.
Bah!
Ross and I jerked to a stop and stared at each other. He shrugged and ventured over to the doorway with me at his back. As he neared the entrance, a grey goat leaped out of the door and rammed Ross in the gut. The blow knocked him to the ground, but he took the wild animal with him.
The creature thrashed in his hold, bawling the entire time. Bah!
Bah! My eyes widened and I grabbed the goat's waving head.
Agatha, stop. At the call of its name, the goat calmed and turned its attention to me.
Ross took advantage of the situation and tossed the animal off him. Agatha stumbled back, but kept her square pupils on me. I smiled and opened my arms.
Do you want to go home?
Agatha took a few uncertain steps back and shook her head. Ross stumbled up to my side and brushed the dirt off him as he glared at the goat.
Or we could take you back up to the village spit.
Agatha bawled and snapped her flat teeth at him.
I frowned and jabbed Ross in the side with my elbow. That's not helping. He grinned and shrugged. It's helping my mood.
Agatha snapped at him and he held up a hand.
All right, we'll escort you back home. You're nearly there, anyway.
The goat lifted up his head and gave a quick bleat before it turned tail and raced down the trail.
Hey! I shouted as Ross and I took after the beast. Wait up. Our journey took half the time as before, thanks to a certain goat and the pull of gravity.
In an hour we found ourselves rounding the last bend, and with a quaint cottage in view. Agatha gave a great cry and sprinted the last 100 yards. Giles sat atop his chopping block smoking a pipe. At Agatha's bleat he shot to his feet and spun around to face us.
Aggie.
Agatha let out an equally tearful reply.
Bah.
Giles rushed toward the animal with his arms opened wide.
Aggie, you damn fool.
Look, Katerina, Aggie's come home. The door to the cottage opened, and a beautiful young girl stepped out of the cottage.
At the sight of the beast, her mouth fell open. It is, isn't it, grandfather?
Agatha scurried over to them and snuggled the pair as they greeted her. We walked up to the three and Ross folded his arms over his chest.
Does this make us even?
Giles lifted his face and showed off the trail of tears that glistened down his cheeks.
Bless you both, but you have finished off this wonderful morning.
He turned to Katerina and more tears streamed out of his eyes.
First Katerina awakens and now this.
Bless you both. Bless you.
Thus was our adventure closed, but not our journey.
The desert of illusions awaited us with all its sand, lies, and not a little bit of murder.